Um, there's a fair bit of fan service in general. I mean, you play as like a sexy punch lady, but it's just got a cool atmosphere, man. It's just very unique. It's kind of hard to really describe it in some ways. So the premise is I mean, that you start looking at it, you kind of jump down this hole. You learn more about the stories you go. I can't really spoil it. And you kind of just discover what this labyrinth's about. It's many floors of Sokoban, which is what Sokoban is. It's essentially like tile manipulation puzzle games or block manipulations. Like, how I understand it, there's probably like a really hard definition that I don't have, but it gets into some very creative game mechanics. Depending on how many kind of puzzle games you've played, there's some that kind of get into somewhat meta stuff, but this does it in a really cool way as well. Um, Learning more and mastering the systems. Every like 10 to 15 floors, you're getting kind of like new mechanics, new gimmicks and stuff with really good music. It's all the puzzles are always fun. If you really want to go hard, you can. I mean, you can. The difficulty is kind of up to you. Beating the game not does not necessarily mean going ultra hard on all the Sokoban puzzles max difficulty, but they're made to be done without any extra kind of help or any extra mechanics introduced. So it's really cool in that sense. A lot of people, yeah, I spent a long time doing like a meta puzzle, but it's one of those games where it's just like most people aren't even gonna like. They spent so much time setting up all of these puzzles and all these solutions, and most people aren't even gonna like probably grapple with a lot of them, or maybe skip over them, or stuff like that. It's just really cool on that front. How there's so much music and it's all so solid. Um, the very unique atmosphere. There's some of the like kind of bubbly anime stuff that I'm not as into, but I think it's pretty good when they're kind of hitting me with some of the flashbacks and stuff. It's not La Milana. It's not like the meta type of shit isn't gonna like destroy you. It's not gonna be like really crazy. But it's plenty to go with. Um, Plenty to work with. It's engaging. Um, I do think the game can get a bit tedious, and I think that's where a lot of people are gonna bounce. You're gonna redo a lot of fucking levels until you start figuring out what's going on. So that might not be great for everybody. Depending on the order you do some things too, you're gonna have a little. You're gonna have to do some of the harder stuff, possibly. Um, you might even replay the fucking whole game a couple times, depending if you're really stubborn. So it's one of those that's I really respect the like kind of uncompromising vision. I really like that kind of stuff, especially nowadays. Just like obviously like a passion thing. They just go in, maybe not everything. Like maybe they shouldn't have done everything, but like you could just tell they just didn't give a fuck. So it's just cool. And if you buy into enough of it, there's a really cool game there with some really quality puzzles and atmosphere and some really awesome music. It'll take you a bit. It's not a short game to do everything. It's good like 40 plus hours, depending on your puzzle solving. And I mean, it could be more than that if you really want. Um, but it's cool. It's got a even though it's just black and white, it's got an atmosphere like none other. Not that it's like the best, the most atmospheric thing ever, but it's very unique. So would recommend it. Play Zero Ranger before it, I guess. Why not? It's short enough, unless you want to once you see it. But this is, for the most part, its own kind of deal. But it does connect a little. If you really want. Zero Ranger's story is not even really that crazy or good, but it does have that same kind of like unique feeling behind it. This one actually has a bit more of an actual story. It's not just feel. It's not always as strong. It's cool if you're a gaming enthusiast. You definitely need to play it. You should always want to play super unique passion games. You might not like it, but it's pretty cool. And I don't hear enough people talking about it. Nobody talks about this one because it probably is so niche. and it's kind of underground, I guess. And this is a this is a gamer's game right here, man. This is super fucking. They just don't give a fuck. Super, like I said, super niche. It's not a mainstream game. Nothing wrong with that, but yeah, that's why you don't hear about it. This is one I think people would talk about for decades, though. One of those games you'd hear about it, like, oh, this game from back then, and not one that would really be forgotten easily. It goes too hard and it's too quality. Definitely kind of an all timer type of game. Um. Anyways, next on, I don't want to spoil much. We've already kind of like talked about some concepts. I probably should. Anyways, I'm gonna take a quick break after this one to rest the throat a little. Say hello to the old brothers if you want to maybe get a drink in a bit or something. A little sody. Probably won't, but see. Anyways, so next up, Liza P. I like this one. This is probably the only Souls like that isn't from FromSoft or isn't 2D that I actually think is good. I think stuff like Neo's fine. I haven't played Neo 2, and a lot of those other kind of like Lords of the Fallen type of ones are kind of whatever. Ashen, like shit like that's kind of not good. This one though, I would say is good. I would say it's even better maybe than stuff like Demon Souls or like Dark 2. I would say I don't like it as much as like the best of the FromSoft stuff, and I'll get into why. But I still think it's really solid. This is a South Korean made game about Pinocchio. He's a fuckboy, and he's out to save the land, I guess. So the idea is that you are a machine, a doll, but you're kind of special in that you're able to lie. And so the idea is that machines aren't able to lie. Since you can kind of like get to places or develop kind of maybe personality type of traits or something that other robots not necessarily can. And so in this city, um, the robots have kind of taken over. Weird things are happening. Everybody's kind of like locked up in their homes or dead. And you kind of have to figure out like why, because they're kind of like hard programmed to not really be able to do that. So there's this machine uprising, and then there's some other stuff going on too. It's not just puppetry fight. And so it's you kind of just exploring this kind of steampunk city, um, ish, and just kind of doing a Souls thing. Big, crazy, unique bosses, kind of slow rolling through, kind of long cityscapes or mines or whatever. Um, Kind of meeting odd NPCs. It's got a bit more of an actual story. It's not as subtle or as in the background or as atmospheric as like Souls. I think a bit more Sekiro, but even more story than that probably. They really showed these 5 in the trailer for this long. Forgot about. Really corny. These are like some of the goofballs. Makes the game look really cheap and lame. It looks like a battle royale trailer or something, dude. The game's not really like that for most of it. That's why I wonder why they picked them, man. Dude's like out there like dabbing at the end of it. Dude. That's also like my least favorite fight in the game. um, but yeah, it's a cool mix of they. I mean, they just take wholesale all sorts of stuff from Souls, right? the rally system. You've got parry, you've got stagger, kind of. You've got weapons that they're kind of not really transforming, I guess. Yeah. Lots of different weapons. You know, different gun arms where you can kind of like use different gadgets, like a shield or like a gun or something to work with. You can combine like hilts and swords and stuff and make different shit with so you can have like different move sets with different with the speed of one thing or the move set of something else with the blade of another thing. So they kind of take some ideas from Souls but also work their own stuff in there. Push the quality of life up quite a bit. If that's what you're into, like you can always see when you can level up. It'll like light up the color when you can level up. Maybe it'll tell you how many souls you have in your inventory. Like little things here and there where like, you know, a developer would probably hammer that kind of stuff out over time, but because there's so many Souls games they can copy from, they just kind of do it. Not all of it's necessary, but there's a lot of quality life there anyways. But the important thing is that the combat's pretty crispy. Parrying and all that is cool. There's dodging, don't get me wrong. You can dodge if you want, and I do dodge a fair bit, but it's not like massive Demon Souls rolls. A little bit more shifts. I would say less even than like a Bloodborne. So you can kind of play it like a Sekiro. You can kind of play it like more traditional Souls. I think the animations are really clean, so it's fun to do either. It's not like Neo or like a Team Ninja game where the animations are just these like shotgun blasts, goofy things where like sometimes it's not fun to try to read. I think they're pretty cool. And there's a lot of different kinds of weapons you can kind of like and abilities and all that stuff where you can kind of hammer out your play style and stuff like that. I do think it's got a fair bit of challenge for a while. It's another one of those. It probably gets a little easier as you go, but not like laughably easy or anything. I would say it's kind of in line with like maybe Elden Ring, or it's harder than Dark Souls. It's harder than Demon Souls 1, but I'd say maybe like Dark Souls 2, Elden Ring. It's pretty easy if you keep rolling and you figure out how to play and stuff, but it's fun enough. It's never like a total joke. Demon Souls is. So if that's what you're into, that's cool. I think the environments are really nice. There's a good bit of variety. I'd say your big problem is enemy variety a bit, but I brought it up a lot when I was playing it. But kind of like little shots of excitement, set pieces, you know, some dragon flying in, or you know, some bridge that's gonna give out, or some kind of set piece of any kind, some kind of crazy environmental hazard, or for the most part, there's little stuff here and there, but it's mostly just kind of hoofing it and fighting guys and looking for, you know, objects hiding in the environments and working your way to the next boss. Fun stuff, really enjoyable. But you're not gonna stumble upon some wow crazy hidden thing where it's like another level and there's this set piece with all this wild shit going on. It doesn't have that kind of like excitement factor to it. It's mostly just very focused on the combat and cool bosses and rolling around this steampunk city, and it's very effective at that. But if you want to compare it to Souls, that's kind of one of the big things it's sort of missing out on. Nah, like I said, the story gets a little whatever. Since there is more of one, I really like it conceptually. The idea that you are kind of like can keep lying and see his mannerisms change as he kind of gains more humanity. Like even in his action, like the way he moves and the animations are kind of different. Like listening to music and stuff kind of makes you more human, and it's cool. You can get some neat weapons and different endings and stuff based on that. I really like that element of it, but some of the actual story beats are kind of whatever. Yeah, yeah, for sure. Or like Dark Souls 1, right? That place behind the two hidden things, right? Where you're like, oh shit. And then yeah, when you're going down yeah, in Elden Ring, going down the. Mm-hmm. It's not well, Elden Ring if anybody hasn't played it, but yeah. So it doesn't have anything like that. These levels are more linear. Think Neo. Um, not in particular like literally linear, but it is not like a Dark Souls like where it's gonna wrap back around on itself, or like an Elden Ring where it's actually like open world or something. It's a little bit more kind of Bloodborne. Bloodborne's even got a little bit of that wrapping in on itself, but more of a you go and phase into like 1-1 essentially. It's like Demon Souls in that sense. You have a hub, and then you walk out the door, and it takes you to this area, and you might get branch. No, you never really branch. It's always you get to the end of the level, and then it takes you to the next one, and it takes you to the next one, and then sometimes you'll come back to the main area, but that's um, usually fast travel, or just very rarely it'll naturally take you there. So if you're looking for that kind of like, ooh, there's gonna be a secret area, or ooh, there's gonna be like it's gonna make a shortcut and it's gonna make my run a little easier. It does have that within the levels, but you're not gonna find any like big crazy special thing. It's very much just kind of like a 1-1, 1-2 sort of deal. You don't really notice it. It doesn't feel like really formulaic, but if that kind of a like I said, that kind of like shot in the ass excitement factor is what you really like. That you could just run into anything, just super magical thing. It's not gonna happen as much. It's a bit more. It's more game focused. Not bad looking. I mean, South Korean devs tend to make pretty good looking art assets, and the direction's not too bad. It's not as evocative as like a Souls one, where you're like, ooh yeah, that really dark fantasy, or like what's going on in this Bloodborne thing, and what you're really interested in the lore and the world. I didn't find myself like super engrossed and like, ooh, what's going on, Eliza P. Ooh, what's in here? This looks really crazy. I was just like, oh, this is a cool looking steampunk thing, and now let's go explore and kick some ass. I was like, and the guy he's a nice fuck boy, man. It's it's like that's nice, right? But that's kind of it. So I would really recommend it if you like Souls likes. If you've played all the Souls FromSoft Souls games, and you're like, man, I really need something. But I think those Team Ninja ones look fucking like annoying looter games with shitty level design and enemy variety. Or you're like, I don't want to play some shitty indie one that's just kind of copying all the wrong parts or something. I'm not saying that's necessarily what they're all like, but there's a lot that kind of miss the point. I'd say this one's the closest you can get to that actual feeling. So give it a go. It's on Game Pass. Anyways, I'm gonna take a quick break, rest the old voice, and then we'll continue. I need to get this too. So, thanks for hanging. I'll be back in I don't know 5 minutes, maybe less. Next up will be Pseudo Regalia. We can start the loop. It's only like a 40. This is the game with the chick with the goat ass. Got a big ass. So some people only know it as that. It's actually maybe I can just talk about it now. We'll do Spider-Man next. So it's actually what is the goat ass game, but it is one of the best feel 3D platformers I've ever played for sure. Um, Crazy move tech, a lot of depth, a lot of big skill ceiling, super fun to just very skill expressive. Like you could just jump to some, or you could do some wild ass shit, or you can get to somewhere you're not supposed to be, and technically because you're doing wild jumps with all this momentum and all this crazy shit. If you like 3D platformers, yeah, especially because you like to get creative and do crazy movement and you like move tech, definitely go for it. A lot of fun. It captures this kind of like PS1 kind of dreamy kind of fantasy vibe pretty well. The music kind of feels of the era. Um, it's not like a bubbly happy type of game. It's more just kind of it's hard to explain. It feels very I wouldn't say nostalgic, but very authentic there. But with the modernizations that come with being able to pull off these kinds of moves and stuff, you can see some here, but you can get pretty wild. Um, so I'd really recommend it to anybody who likes movement. I would say it's also a dungeon kind of game. There's no map, and you kind of just need to remember where all the exits are and where everything is. So in a way, it's also a dungeon crawler. I would say those elements is where it kind of fails a little bit more, despite having such awesome movement. And having cool sandboxes for you to test them in, it never really asks you to do anything in particular super crazy. It's kind of up to you. And I do find that after a while, um, no matter how good the stuff feels, jumping through the same rooms, trying to find out where the fuck I am and where I need to go, can only stay so interesting. So I do think sometimes the getting lost and finding out where you need to go, and not in a puzzly sense, but just like, have I walked through this door? Is that which door does this lead to, and which area does this lead to, and all that stuff is kind of where it starts to fall apart a little bit. I think it's a great game, definitely one of the best of the year for me. But only keeping it from like really godly, like insane 3D platformer levels, is not the mechanics to the gameplay. It's more level design and the dungeon crawling aspect. Aesthetically and the sound, it's cool. But yeah, if they made another one or like expanded on it with some kind of like expansion or something where you had more cool sandboxes, but with more varied like kind of visuals and a bit more interesting jungle gym stuff to do, that would be cool. Or more challenges that kind of require you to actually like play certain ways, or maybe not certain ways, but kind of require a little bit more out of you. Like I said, it's very freestyle, which I really like. But once I didn't like 100% it. Once I did like 5 6 hours, I was like, okay, I'm done. That was fun, but insane movement. Absolutely, definitely play it. I recommend it to anyone. Crazy move tech. I really liked it. I like my 3D platformers. Push it to the limit. There's a lot of hidden tech, a lot of cool stuff you can pull off, and that's kind of the fun of it. And you get a goat ass and a bunch of costumes if you want. What else? Was there anything else on this one? That's kind of just what it is. There's other shit happening on it, but um, I feel like I'm missing some. But I think that's kind of it. That's sort of the game. Definitely go for it. I hope they do more. They said it kind of took off in a way they didn't expect. That's cute. Anyways, next up is Marvel Spider-Man 2. Not a huge fan of this one. I don't know if I'd put it as a worst. I put Miles Morales as a worst. This is better than that, but like, I'm so tired of this fucking formula and this series. I'll be back. like how this is called the gameplay reveal trailer, and it's like mostly cutscene. I don't know if this is the first bit of gameplay or what. It's pretty much the game. Mostly cutscenes. Not a good story. So Marvel Spider-Man 2. I don't like it. I don't know if I'd say it's the worst. Depends. A personal one for me, I don't like it much, yeah, but it's in some ways mechanically better than the first game. Definitely better than the second game. This is the third. Second game was like an expansion spin-off kind of thing. One of my big problems with it is partially its industry, partial lack of really innovating or changing anything up, and sticking to stubbornly to some of the issues they had in the first game that they left in this. So, industry side of things, it's open world, it's checklisty. Like it's mostly just collectibles that you find around the world with pretty weak challenges or stories to go along with them. Better than probably your average Ubisoft thing, but not much better. So collectathon open world with kind of bloated objectives instead of really interesting side stuff to find is something so tired and so safe. Such a, not to mention the third person action thing that Sony's always doing. It's such a kind of just overdone thing that is, I feel like it's mostly that way because it's safe. It's using IP we know. And it's more appealing to a mass audience and more guaranteed to like kind of make money, right? This game costs $300 million to make. I think in the leak. I don't remember exactly. So that what comes with that kind of thing in AAA is a certain lack of taking risk, a certain homogenization for mass appeal and stuff. And this is one of the many in the line of these kinds of things. Your Ghost of Tsushima's, your Horizons, your Assassin's Creeds, your Watch Dogs. Even to a certain extent, like you can maybe say like, I wouldn't go that far, but like you could say some of them kind of into that. There's way more than just that. I try to excise them from my mind at this point, but you get the idea. Lots of these kind of like cutscene heavy, safe stories with very simple gameplay that's hard to really fail. In big open worlds with lots of checklists and stuff. Oh, Hogwarts, I guess, was another one. So industry problem to me, it's just another sterile, non-risk taking kind of thing that's taken the spotlight from some awesome passionate like indie game or something. Within the series, it's really just the same shit again. It is another story that none of the stories have been good in this series in the first place, but this one's really kind of just questionable. There's so many cutscenes, so much melodrama, so many character arcs that you're not quite there for. It's just not a very fun, like heroic kind of like Spider-Man story. It's too caught up in all these characters and being as safe as possible, not having any cool like big theme or message that's a little more subtle or something. It's just so blatant and just beats you over the head with it. Like I'm not, it's like balancing Spider-Man's life with like being a superhero. That's always been kind of the thing with him, but the message they try to like go home on in this is so lame. It just rationally doesn't make a whole lot of sense. With Spider-Man being um, like he could do more good or do something else, or he's like or he's not needed or something weird, or maybe going to school is more important than his personal life. And there's certain things there that yes, you could make a cool message on and stuff, but they just don't nail it. They make Spider-Man just kind of feel sort of lame. And I don't know. It just feels like a very, I don't know, man. 2024, 2023, fucking, I'll say like some Starbucks drinking. Like, I mean, nothing wrong with Starbucks. Just safe corporate, I guess is the better. Maybe Starbucks. That's more for hipster kind of joke. Kind of a safe corporate story, right? A very simple human message that I don't think really makes a whole lot of sense for who it is and what it is, but they just hammer it home with melodramatic cutscenes every 2 seconds. Call it good. Yeah, that stuff like that. It doesn't have a whole lot of teeth, man. Like even with Venom, like he can't be mean. Like he's just a little bit more um irritated than usual when he's got the black suit on, the Venom suit. And you're just like, really, man? Yeah, like when there's so many cutscenes with so many characters. There's not as much Miles in this one, but even his stuff just kind of feels out of place. They're trying to do too much. They keep the MJ shit. Most of the characters look kind of like nasty, which is weird. Like every character, I'm trying to think of. I think Miles was probably the only one that didn't look like inhuman. They look like they're skinwalkers, man. It's like you get all this budget, but then like all sorts of stuff just looks off. They're so loaded on cutscenes that are just so uninteresting with like nonsensical messages and motivations you just can't get behind. Like some of the villains, like it's cool seeing Venom. The idea of some villain who just like hunts down other heroes and villains because he's just like he's a game hunter. Like that's kind of cool, right? But they just don't have this presence. They don't have the cool factor. They don't have any strong stories attached to them. It just kind of feels like you're going through the motions with a big budget and everything's just super sterile and safe. So that's the story side of things. There's more you could dig into, but maybe just watch the VOD on that one at the end of the game. I'm trying not to like go too buck wild on it, but I was really not big into the story. I've not been big into any of them. I'd say the first game probably had the best one. Um, but yeah, and they're just really long. I mean, there's so much story and stuff. It's not like a Raimi movie where it's like 2 hours long and you can get through like a strong story and stuff like that. These are like bloated long games. But anyways, gameplay wise and stuff, like I said, it's just kind of the same stuff. Um, you can go from like Arkham Asylum, right? The density of that, all of the crazy villains and heroes stuff, and all this different stuff, and how it's kind of more of like a tight kind of Metroidvania map. And then they take the second game. I just do the best games after I do the good. I just go back through them and think about them. Just kind of a quick blast. But yeah. So you think in the Arkham games, Arkham City, it ups the scale, gives you flying. Then even in the third one, it gives you like vehicles, right? They do kind of like new shit, new gadgets, because the stealth actually works in that game. They can kind of make the stealth more interesting. They can pull from the gallery villains, because they still have a bunch left that are actually interesting. In this, nothing really changes. You can play as Miles, and MJ is like stronger, I guess. There is no like next level. We're not in the city now, right? After the asylum, it's just the same city, but with like another portion. Um, they're not super interesting. I find the swinging to be probably the most fun, but at this point, it's kind of just gotten old. Um, there's not a whole lot of like fun momentum or skill to it. You can't fuck up. If it's not contextually just auto zipping you to stuff, if you crash into shit, you can just run up it, you know? I mean, it's fast, but there's not much that requires you to do a whole lot. Now that you have like a glider, you can kind of just like not do anything. You can just glide because it's quicker than most stuff. Yeah, sorry. Um, so I find even the strengths like the movement to get a little stale because there's just not much going on there. Like I said, it just doesn't have like it's not maybe either methodical enough, doesn't have like the kind of momentum I'd be after, doesn't have the skill. Like you can definitely skill some of it. There's like some boost jumps, and I kind of talked about this yesterday. Which there's some ways you can get a little extra speed, but it gets kind of old. It's not really super entertaining. Coming off of Pseudo Regalia was probably bad for Spider-Man 2 because like Pseudo Regalia has so much move tech and is so speedy, um, but has a lot of skill input onto that. Where Spider-Man just doesn't. You kind of just time A with like blasting like LNR occasionally, like zipping the spots. Um, I mean, it makes you, I guess, seem like Spider-Man, right? It is, you are fast, you have all sorts of moves, but it gets a little old. I think for a second, our third game, I think a little bit more than that would have been cool, other than just a glider. But it's okay. It's not the worst part of it, but stuff like the combat, I do find to be a bit more problematic. Um, it's so when you compare it to it's Bam Ham combat, but in Batman, he had tools he had to use for certain guys, certain strategies he could only use on certain guys. Some things that just wouldn't be good on certain guys. It was a little less mashy. There was a rhythm you kind of had to keep up with. It was a little more deadly. Um, Stealth was actually a real thing where you'd have to use gadgets and think about how you wanted to go at enemies and stuff like that. This game removes the stealth. It was shit in the first one and it was shit in the second one. But this game just kind of just gets rid of it. They just give up on it instead of make it better. Not that Spider-Man's a big stealth guy, so but that's just one less piece of gameplay you don't have. And then the actual combat has kind of turned into more of a mashy cooldown spam kind of combat. So you have all these special powers you can see on the bottom left there. And the cooldown will, go and then you just spend them again. Or you have your webs and they just come back over time. Or you have your gadgets, they just come back when you kill some guys. So the thing is, instead of like slowly mastering like a system where you kind of need to use certain stuff on people and think about how you're using certain gadgets and managing a room and who you're going to beat up first, you kind of just mash. There is a bit of thought you have to put into it. I don't want to say there's nothing, but after 3 games now, it's just kind of gotten a little stale. You focus on the gun guys. If you want to go really crazy, you could start swinging around and like come back and kill guys in different from afar maybe, but like for the most part, you're just walking up. Thousands of we were joking about it, just goons. There's just hundreds, there's dozens of goons always spawning, and you just take them down. It's like a fucking muso and like waves of you just spam moves. He feels like a wet noodle when he's hitting guys. It doesn't have a whole lot of like impact. I get it. It's Spider-Man. He's not gonna like you know fucking throw down a brick wall or something, but like um yeah, it just it gets really old, and I feel like the encounters are very samey. Every enemy feels the same with different skin. They'll make like Venom versions of the same guys. Just just lots of goons and way too mashing cooldown spammy. It was kind of like a problem I guess like FF16 sort of had. There is some defensive play for sure with like countering and all that kind of stuff, but for the most part, it's just kind of the same. Um, there, you kind of the only thing you have to really think about is holding on to some of your insta kill power for healing in case you run into like a goofy boss. Some of the bosses have a little bit more stuff going on you have to interact with in the environment. It's usually not too crazy. Like you might have to ring a bell if you're fighting Venom. Um, Anyways, it's not that those things are particularly bad. Like if you just play just this one, or if you've never played any of these open world games, this is probably a solid game. I think the story is always something that's going to be an issue. Maybe some people don't care as much. I found the amount of cutscenes, the amount of nonstop dialogue, the really cringy fucking quippy writing. Maybe not as bad as Miles Morales on that front, but pretty bad still. To I find that an issue regardless of how overexposed you are to these overworld or open world AAAs. Um, but I still just even within the series, I just think it's got fucking stale, man. I don't think it's in particular like a really bad game. I think I'd be lying if I just said it was bad. But I don't think this is something like. I don't think in 10 years anybody's gonna be like, "Wow, man, I'm really thinking about it." I mean, you might think about it because it's Spider-Man, but like nobody's even discussing the merits of this shit like weeks after it came out, right? It's just kind of. I just don't find it. Well, I mean, technically, it's World War shows. I don't find much like conversation on it ever. It's just I just don't think people really care because it's just kind of stale. Because it's a genre, because it stands for kind of like a really stagnant AAA industry. Not rancid in its own right, I suppose, but yeah, I didn't like it much. We had so little good stuff to say. I tried not being like super down on it from the go, but it's just it's already kind of pulling out all the like kind of boring story stuff and shitty collectible side quests. So pretty much every new objective in the game is just to give you like a new collectible side quest. I still feel like by far the Arkham games are like the unmatched, like best superhero games. Modern age, I haven't played like every ancient superhero game. I'm sure there's some cool ones. Yeah, the Venom powers are cool enough. You do get to play as Venom a little bit. They've already leaked they have a Venom game coming, so that's why you could. The success of Miles Morales, the game, they're gonna try to do that with Venom. So another budget, probably piece of shit, where you just get to play as Venom in the same city, maybe with like a new district, or it's gonna be winter again, like in Miles Morales. So I don't know. I might be done with the series. I'm really kind of tired of these. I didn't find much interesting stuff to talk about in its own right. It's like I said, more industry, more stagnation of it. There's clearly a lot of craft here. Like, I mean, yeah, there's a lot of great animation work. It looks really nice. I mean, it runs really well. That you can just run through this whole city and it's lit nice and it just looks very believable. It's cool, but the thing is, like, yeah, man, money can give you that, but like, it's still just like New York, so it's not like it's the most interesting place to look at. Um, and then you have to play it, right? And I mean, that's most of it. You have to pay attention to the story. It's like I can appreciate the craft, but Cyberpunk had good crafts, and it was actually cool to look at. It was actually fun to play, right? Like, it actually had something to say or some kind of fucking story that wasn't a flatline of excitement. It's just I don't know. It's a weird one because it's not like bad, but yeah, I'm just really burnt on these these types of games. Your Sony open worlds and all that kind of Ubisofts and shit. If you're really into Spider-Man, maybe I'd recommend it. Why not? It's probably the best Spider-Man game. But if you want something with not really bloated, something with a like focused, really solid story, that doesn't feel like kind of corporate cookie cutter bullshit, you might look elsewhere. So, anyways, I'll move on. I'm not gonna put it on worst. Um, I don't like it at all. I almost despise the thing, but it's not truly like a fucked game, right? It definitely has fucked elements, and you could say, I mean, technically every game I play, I'm going to relate that to another game and say, like, it's like when we were talking about Inscription and stuff like that. Having meta elements in a game, right? Like it's novel, or just novelties in general, gimmicks. They're cool until they start happening too much, and then it's based more on the execution of those novelties. So technically, should I judge every game, differently than where it does land in the industry and in the timeline of video games does matter. So it's like I could just put this on worst. I really don't like it, but um, I don't think we're at that. I think there's enough craft here. It's fun enough. The movement's smooth enough. Um, that even though I feel like I guess it's fair to be pissy about it because of the industry and because of how little's changed. Um, I don't know. I don't know about worst. I've honestly never even considered playing games like these nowadays at all. Yeah, I mean, I care less and less about doing them. I mean, I stopped with the Assassin's Creeds. I was going to stop with the Spider-Mans, but I was like, the first one was fine for when it came out. I'll give it another try. Same with like Horizon, and then I just fucking hated the second Horizon. Way worse than this. And this one's just Miles Morales is so shit, and this I did put that as worst. Because that one does have like nothing new going on, and the story's really bad. This at least kind of does some stuff and has a bit more craft. So, I don't know. Yeah, I would not recommend it. Anyone to bother with. I have too much to play. I definitely think I'm gonna start, regardless of discussion. I think Ghost of Tsushima was the only one in the last 5 or 6 years that I was like kind of okay with, as far as these cookie cutter Ubisoft type of ones go. I mean, there are open world AAA's. I like Cyberpunk a lot. That was an open world AAA, but like everything actually did was cool, and the world was more interesting. And it's probably like 3 times as long as this fucking piece of shit. So to do everything, I don't know. I don't know. I kind of want to rail it more, but what did I put in worst? I mean, fuck. I put Jedi Survivor in there, dude. I put Jedi Survivor in there. That's another one of those. I'm putting it in there. Fucking whatever, dude. I explained myself why. I mean, I could see where somebody really would like this. I mean, I get the pros of it. I get the budget and the craft and all that. But you got to play it. You got to watch the cutscenes. Like, it's not just about how it looks. It's not just about how it plays in a bubble. It does kind of. I'm feeling like I'm getting a little too gassing myself up there with that music too much. But it does matter where it kind of lands in the industry, right? What it does that's different, whether it's cash in it or not. I mean, it's a 70 fucking. Anyways, yeah. Well, if I couldn't rent games, I would not be playing a lot of these. I tell you fucking right now, dude. You ain't catching me actually dropping $70 on fucking Spider-Man 2, man. I'll never look at it again if I had to actually pay for it. I just rent it. So that helps a lot for sure. Anyways, Sega Racing Classics 2, or as we call it in some areas, it was Japan, Daytona USA 2. It's fun. It's cool. It's an arcade game. It doesn't have a whole lot of stages. It doesn't have super deep driving mechanics. It is made to be played at an arcade. It's got bitchin' music. I don't know if we can hear some of that music. It's got pretty cool music. You guys know the Daytona that song. So same series there. It's fun. It's just like a really high paced, just racer. You go through some normal kind of areas, but then you start getting into like like aliens with giant ants blowing up buildings, and it's going between that and like volcanoes, and there's just some kind of like wild, like kind of like psycho ride. But there's only like 4 stages really, with like a variety of kind of speeds and stuff you'll go depending on what car you're picking. It's one of those games where if you can't keep up, it just game overs you. So kind of think like old like Outrun type of stuff. But a lot of cool creative backgrounds. Like this stage was the best. You're like you go straight from like a Halloween area to like a space area. So it's cool. I'm not really gonna put it super high. It's just like 4 or 5 stages. It's made for arcades, right? Really cool creative stuff, and it's fun and fast, and it's got a cool charm and kind of spirit to it and energy to it. But it's pretty simple at the end of the day. There's definitely some mechanics to master there, but it's not the most in depth. It's not the most feature complete kind of game. It's an arcade game. Kind of hard to compare that to like an F-Zero GX or even a Mario Kart or Mickey Speedway USA. I should play the pod racing game. I played it a lot when I was younger, but I should play the remaster. That was really hard. I have a lot of racing games to play. Oh god, we're on Sea of Stars, really? Okay. So many big yapping games in a row. Alright, so yeah, they remade the fucking pod racing game, dude. Probably on Steam. It was a few years ago. I don't know if it's any good. I have it on N64. But yeah, so Sea of Stars, the indie darling of the year. The game indie of the year everywhere. I don't know, man. Um I'm not gonna put it in worst, although all I do is talk shit about it. I did 100% it. Um I'm not a big fan of it. I think it's kind of just okay. It's kind of weak. Um so what it is, it's a JRPG made by Western Studio of 50 something people. It's the people who brought you Moonlighter. No, yes, the one that's like Ninja Gaiden that turns into a Metroidvania. What is it called? Not Moonlighter. What is it called? I didn't play it, so I don't remember. The Messenger, the other M game. The Messenger. They're kind of connected too, but not a whole lot. Trust me, you're not going to be caring much about the story either way. So it's kind of inspired by Chrono Trigger. The creator has some cool podcasts and stuff where he's talking about some of the inspirations. It seems very passionate. Well, he is. I'm sure the team is too. I respect that a lot. In any game with, I mean, obviously some passion put into it. Of course, I like, but I just don't like the game much, man. I don't think it's fucked, but I find it very flaccid, man. So Chrono Trigger inspiration. They even have Yatsunori Mitsuda do a little bit of the music. Sadly, not all of it. Sadly, there's somebody else doing a bunch of droning synth solos with the whammy bar smacking around for most of the music. I got really tired of the music. So it's a mix of Chrono Trigger in a way, although it feels distinct enough. It doesn't really feel like Chrono Trigger. It's far too linear, far too on rails. with not enough strong characters to really be Chrono Trigger. It just doesn't have that vibe. So it's fine. It does its own thing. Whether it wanted to be like Chrono Trigger or not, I'm not actually sure. They failed on that front, but instead, I don't have to knock it for being a fucking pale imitation. I just knock it for its own shit, I suppose. But it also has action command kind of combat. Think Mario and Luigi. It's more Mario and Luigi than it's Paper Mario, but it's same kind of shit. So, the story is about two kids who got brought in by the stork, essentially, to become the chosen ones. They don't know that, but they find out pretty quick. Pretty typical. That's it. That's their personalities. They don't have one. And their big, bubbly, fucking fat cook friend, who is God's gift to this world, the most sickly sweet, fucking joyous character ever. Everybody's always all over him in the game. It's all about him. He's pretty much the main character, even though he's like the side character. And it's their kind of journey to go take out these demons that the Fleshmancer, who's this metaverse traveling wizard, has left behind, that can destroy worlds if left alone for too long. So they're Solstice Warriors is what they're called. And they're some of the last ones because the last ones before them all kind of got killed by one of these. Oh, was he there? If he's not on screen, you need to be, wow, you need to be fucking, where is he? Clap. I already forgot his name. So anyways, oh, there he is. There's his signature potload, dude. He's a warrior cook. Yes. Yes. So anyways, it's there's some of the last of the Solstice Warriors. There's a few of them that taught them the ropes, and the idea is they're supposed to go kill this like kind of eldritch monster before it destroys the world. Obviously things happen. More game. And that's kind of the plot. It's about kind of taking down these things, finding out more about the Fleshmancer, and just kind of fucking around. Really, the story is pretty bad. Yeah, so that's kind of the general idea. Kill big ancient evils. You are the chosen one. Your friend is really annoying and sickly sweet, and call me the Grinch, but I think he's fucking horrible. We'll get into it. So, the good, it's a great looking game. Extremely great looking game. Awesome pixel art. In the first 10 hours of this game, I was like, wow, this game's going to be awesome. Because there's a lot of anticipation. You don't know where it's going to go. It could be anything. But the combat's okay at that point. You don't know there's only 3 moves in the game and you've already got them all. But you think there's something else happening. You don't know that the story isn't actually going to go anywhere. But you think it could go somewhere. All you know is that it looks really good and it's got a lot of potential. So in the first 10 hours, you're all in, right? I was like, wow, this game really is awesome. You're in a new area almost every hour. They all have distinct visuals. They're all really nice pixel art. The water's moving. The trees are moving. There's birds flying. A lot of detail. It looks really nice. A lot of animations on the characters and the enemies, and there's a lot of enemy variety. The problem is that's kind of it. That's kind of the game. That's the best parts of the game, and you see them all pretty quickly, and it really doesn't change much after that, and you start to realize that everything else kind of sucks after a bit. So there is exploration. You do get a few exploration abilities, I guess. That's something to mention too. That's another reason the first 10 hours is kind of nice, because you're getting like a new exploration ability every few dungeons, and it's not really much story. It's mostly just dungeons. So you're like, okay, it's one of these. It's more of a gameplay game, which is true for a while. But then you never get another exploration ability again. Then the story starts picking up. Then you find out there's no more There's nothing that's going to change in the combat, but you're still going to have to sit there for 10 hours and time these same button presses on every enemy. You find out it's piss easy and you can break it wide open. The final boss attacked me once in 10 minutes, and I fucked that up. I could have had him not attack at all. So it's just one of those games. There's no depth, but you can still break it, kind of thing. The big thing is the story, I would say. We could start with that. I guess we've kind of talked about a little bit of everything. The story is the characters go nowhere. They're the same as you met them as they are when you leave them. The only one who goes through any kind of arc, and it's not an arc, he just has things happen to him, is the big fat guy. He's just pure, and everybody's obsessed with him, and the story revolves around him in a lot of ways. He's essentially the voice of the group half the time, and it's just the whole story has this just saccharine, sickly sweet kind of feel to it. And it's like, it's not that I don't like happiness, it's not that I don't like some joy, but good god, dude, it is like so over the top with it. But it has no guts, no anything else going on. You're essentially just chasing after big bads who've done things, and then you go to like one different world to chase him to, and then you kind of just finish him. You don't even finish him off. He gets Kingdom Hearts 3. He gets pat on the back, and he just gets to walk away. The game is just, like I said, very, very sickly sweet, but with no depth in the story. There's just nothing that really goes on, man. A lot of meta jokes, a lot of humor, referential kind of humor, especially it has like internet lingo sometimes. Pokes fun at JRPG tropes. Very blatantly. There's like one I think is funny, like, or is fine. The like chromatic aberration is like a boss. But it has like that kind of humor, that kind of vibe. It's not quite Guacamelee 1, like where we're putting like Velociraptor on like walls and shit, but like it's kind of got some of that. Like the giant statue that throws you in a ball is named Eat, and you're just like, all right, man. So if you don't like that kind of humor, it's kind of got that going on, along with having very little character development, very little actual just plot. Um, Other than things go wrong sometimes, and then the characters become. I mean, I love Guacamelee, but I mean, the meme shit's kind of. They are on background posters. Okay, but maybe Borderlands 2 is a bit more blatant. This isn't quite Borderlands 2, but it's pretty close at times. I'm not stumbling upon the Minecraft level, having memes spouted at me in actual cutscenes. It's true though. But yeah, so story's a big one. It gets really boring after a while. It's not like Chrono Trigger where you're actually gonna have to figure out where you need to go either. The pathfinding's very linear. You just kind of do it like almost like a Mario World type of thing. Um, the world does open up in the very end of the game, and then it's very easy to kind of wrap up everything you want to do if you even want to do it. There's like a true ending and stuff. I got it, but was it worth it? I don't know. Um, so it's very linear. You're not gonna have to figure out, where do I need to go in this town, really, where do I need to go in this time period or in this different world, like a Chrono Trigger, where it's kind of fun to figure out. You know where you need to go, you know what you need to do at pretty much all times. So there's no fun to be had there in the exploration. You don't get any like really exploration abilities until super later, anyways. Like you get a boat, but it's like you don't really have anywhere to go. And you can fly at the very end, and that's when it opens up. But that's it. So then it's kind of writing on the story, and like there's just not much going on in the story. The characters go nowhere. You have this ninja chick who's like part robot, and she's from a different world, and they never ask her about anything, who she is, where's her powers from, what's she up to, ever, until she just has to reveal it, and then you're just at a world when chasing down the final guy. It's just despite having a bunch of dialogue, it's mostly just just nothing. That's kind of like what I'm saying right now. There's just not really anything to say. They just kind of talk, and then you just move to the next area. It's just reasons to get to the next area. But with this like sickly sweet veneer of like um of tone that I just do not like, man. I mean, I'm fine. Like I'm fine with Happy Go Lucky. I like Thousand Year Door. That's one of my favorite games. Right? Like, but Jesus, dude, it just feels very unearned. So the gameplay, I guess I've talked story. Like I said, if you want a more detailed thing, go watch the end of the VOD. I've talked exploration. The exploration within the dungeons, like I said, you stop having new abilities pretty quickly. Um, there's little fun things to find here and there, like chests and stuff that might require a puzzle or two. It's nice in the first 10 hours, but after a bit, they kind of start to feel formulaic. You feel like you kind of have it figured out how all these dungeons are going to hide things, and that they'll have one little maybe gimmick, and you just kind of move on, and they'll use a lot of the same mechanics over and over. It's not the worst part of the game, but because everything else kind of drags it down, you start looking at the dungeon design with a kind of like a nasty eye too. It's really not too bad on that front. It kind of borrows a little from like a Golden Sun. Not quite as much shit happening, but a little bit of movement. So, that's kind of the exploration, kind of the story, the linearity. I've talked about the music. I find the music. There's only like one battle track. It kind of changes when you get to the next world. But it's one of those that really needed more battle tracks. I really am not a huge fan of the composer's style. Um, this kind of like wavy like synth solo thing they do. It's kind of hard to explain. I don't have like the terminology for that kind of thing. But when you're playing it. This kind of whiny solo thing that's in like every song gets really old. I once you start noticing, it's one of those things you're like, fuck, that Zoomer music. I mean, it's still like kind of chipped indie-ish, not quite. So I would find the soundtrack to not really be a big standout either, but it's not rancid. So the combat's I guess the last thing. I don't know. I'm like sitting here breaking it every bit down, but it's just one of those games that's so well received, and I don't want to be a contrarian with it. I mean, Jesus, I said Cyberpunk's one of my favorites this year. Um, and I just feel like I should back it up a little bit. I back it up better probably on the VOD. Um, like I said, when so much of it's such a flat line, there's a lot of details. It's kind of but the gameplay is a big problem, I would say. I like action command type of gameplay where you have to react, press buttons and stuff. Instead of just picking from the menu, it's fine. I like it a lot in Paper Mario. Some games like Yick can have bloated, really long animations, and it's really annoying. But for the most part, it's cool. Mario and Luigi is another good one. This game, I would say the animations are quick enough. I don't have a big problem on that front, although some of your best moves take a really long time, like the volley move where you just shoot it back and forth, the Moonerang. Um, my problem is, for one, you only get 3 moves a character the whole game. You get them pretty quick, and then you get like an ultimate. But the ultimates, I mean, are super late, and there's not really a whole lot to them. You just kind of use them. And you're always going to use like a particular character because it breaks the game. Because it delays turns. Other parts of the combat is there is kind of an amount of turns an enemy has to go through till they can attack, and also they have an amount of elements that if you can hit all those elements, it'll skip their next turn. They're usually casting something. Problem is, you're not always going to be able to do that. You kind of just have to deal with it and not bother. It does mitigate a little bit of the damage, but it gets really old, really quick. you kind of need to like hold on to a lot of resources to be able to mess with some of that, or just kind of use abilities that skip through a lot of it. Um, it's mostly the problem is that there's just not much depth to it. The fights take a long time because they are really animation locked with timings and stuff. Um, there's a fair number of them, not as much as like a random battle game. And there's just too few moves. There's not really much depth on the back end either. You get just your typical gear, weapon, armor, and then you get like an accessory, or maybe two. I don't even know. I think there's two to kind of play with, and there's some that are just like made for certain characters, or that are obviously way better. The game also has like unlockable like cheats, which actually take like effort to kind of get. So they're kind of odd. You're like, well, if they take effort, then what kind of person who actually needs them would get them? Um, and then also, if I'm gonna spend time to find them and lock them, like I feel like it should be something I want to use, but it kind of just make the game easier. So there's these things you unlock that kind of like make the game even easier than it is, and it's already really easy. Um, that also kind of affect the in-game like economy and XP and weird stuff. I didn't really turn on many. There were some that felt like they were just like casual, like quality of life things, like it shows how many chests are left in an area, kind of thing. Like that just feels like an actual upgrade, right? Um, or one that shows like proper timings because when you actually get them, that so you don't have to worry too much about the animation not reading well. But so there's just odd stuff there. I don't know. Maybe not covering everything super well, but I guess just in general, I guess quick recap is I think the story is extremely dull with characters that go nowhere, and it is obsessed with being overly saccharine and sweet, to almost just like a sickly degree. Those kinds of things, those kinds of messages, those kinds of feelings are stronger in a more believable environment or in a story with a little bit more going on, especially a JRPG. There's so much you can dig into in a long game. Chrono Trigger has happy stuff, it's got sad stuff. It's, most JRPGs do. The game is very one note. It feels like something that's like afraid to like, we wouldn't want to, you don't want to offend or you don't want to like, make anybody uncomfortable or you don't want to have any like weird feelings that aren't just pure happiness. Despite having some kind of like horror zones and like character deaths, but like overall, it's this like pervading feeling of like sickly sweet vibe. It's weird because there is like, there's like post-apocalyptic worlds and stuff, so it's odd. It kind of, in some ways, feels like it's got some teeth or something it's trying to say or do, but it just never really hits. The writing just kind of flounders it, where the art carries, but the writing just can't pick up the slack and make use of it. So that, like I said, very simple combat. Like I said, by the end of it, I was turned delaying so hard. It was very simple to make items and consumables that the final boss attacks me one time. I don't even so. And it was like a 10-minute fight. And you only have 3 moves a character. Like it's that lame. So um it's fun breaking those kinds of games, but it didn't have the same kind of fun in this because it was just so simple. The back end, the front end of combat is just yeah, not big into the presentation of well, no, I like the presentation, but the music wasn't a big fan. But I really like the visuals. It's just they can't carry the whole thing. Great art team, a lot of variety, some creative zones. Definitely some that are pulling from some games like this one's like Chrono Cross kind of. But great pacing, I guess, on all the different zones too. It's just one of those I just cannot get past all of its Overall, though, I don't think it's atrocious. I don't think it's a worst game. I think it's just fine. I like 100% of the thing. It was fun to like grab everything. Well, I didn't like doing the mini game that much. I mean, it was cute, but it wasn't fun enough to do it for its own sake. Yeah, I wouldn't really recommend it. There's a lot of JRPGs out there. I've played a lot. I have millions more to play. There's so many of these. I really would find it hard to recommend this one outside of just like you really like good pixel art. Um, it's clearly got a lot of budget on that front. I appreciate the passion in it. The creator seems really cool. The main one, anyways. I don't know any of the others, but yeah, it's just if you don't play a lot of these, you're looking for something extremely kind of just I guess comfy. Most JRPGs are comfy. That's kind of the whole thing with a lot of them. Is they tend to be a little bit more laid back, simple, focused on exploration and mini games and stories and stuff. If you're looking for comfy, you're looking for pixel art, you want something with 3 moves to character, um, with a little bit of like timing you have to do on your moves, but it's not a big deal. You want something that you can just turn on cheats all the time. Um, it's cool for that. If you're looking for a great story, if you're looking for exploration, if you're looking for something that shakes anything up, I would. I don't know. I talked a lot on that one. Probably not the most beautiful breakdown of why I have a big problem with Sea of Stars, but I feel like I've done it so many times now. Maybe it's just kind of like, I'm just kind of like, anything else to say on it, or do I'm like, can I say more concisely? But then I was like, I want to break down everything. I think it's because it's Kirkgarded is such a big game this year. I feel like I don't want to just be like, yeah, games suck, just move on. Um, and it's like I didn't hate. I was like, I did 100%. I didn't hate it, um, but it was one of those. I was gripped by boredom. It's pretty rare. Um, and something that I'm just clearly not like. I'm going in like, oh yeah, this is gonna be rough. That I'm like, um, and that means a lot. I don't know if anybody else played it. Anybody else has anything to say on it? By all means, it's a little easier, I guess. Because I was talking for like 25 minutes. A little long winded on it. There's a lot to talk about, though. Like it's trying to be it's trying to imitate, but it's also trying to do its own thing. But it's also an amalgamation of a bunch of stuff, and it doesn't quite work right. Anyways, Fighting Vipers 2. This was cool. I wouldn't say it's a good as good as an arcade mode for a fucking I mean old ass beat 'em up can be, or old ass fighting game can be. Old arcade modes and fighting games are usually atrocious. You learn very little. The AI does very restrictive things, or just reads inputs or something. Kind of, but this one wasn't too bad. Um, you could do a little bit. I really liked the wacky like armor everybody had on, and you like break it off. So if you use like parries or like super punches and like hit them against walls and stuff, they start breaking armor off. Get your upskirts and all that shit. But mostly that lets you just do more damage and stuff like that. So I thought that was kind of a cool mechanic. All of the like knockbacks felt really cool to pull off. The parries were pretty fun. Everybody kind of had like a very unique, over the top design. I see that guy with like a bike. I played as like a maid. Um, this dude's just covered in chains with a sword. I mean, there's just goofy ass shit. So it was cool. It had a lot of charm. Fun stages that you're fighting in, full destruction, and on both the the players and the environment. That's kind of all there is to it. I mean, I wasn't doing it like multiplayer. I'm not learning the intricacies of the fighting game here. There is still a certain amount of kind of slow jank to some of the animations. It's not like a super smooth game with all sorts of fancy moves and mechanics. It's pretty basic, right? It's kind of like Virtua Fighter, but like a little cleaner, a little bit more creative. I liked it, but nothing too wild. And I am just kind of talking about these on the grounds of just kind of an arcade playthrough. Uh, it's very different to play these against people and learn the intricacies of it all. Before you find out that I'm going to put Virtua Fighter 2 on the worst games, um, think about that, I guess. Yeah, this was extremely fucking unpleasant, man. I really fucking hated playing this game. We got through an arcade mode, I think. Spent quite a few hours on this. Just fucking really annoying arcade mode. The animations and stuff are a little slow, kind of jank feeling. It's cool for its time. I'm sure it's very influential, very strong fighter back then. Inverses and all that, but playing through it on arcade, I mean, it is probably input reading. I mean, I don't know for sure, but very lockdown, kind of heavy, even on lower difficulties. They're not really teaching anything. There's not really, it's not always really intuitive. Very, like I said, not a lot of like fancy mechanics like cool parries or armor breaking or stage breaking or anything. It's more classic, kind of just you walk up and you punch kind of thing. Like you can kind of see how it is. Like there's like these kind of weird float to it, right? Like they're not bad animations. Like they feel good when you pull off a lot of them, but there is this kind of just like poof, slow launch into the air kind of vibe to it on a lot of it. So I find that can be kind of silly, and the AI knows you're fucking doing them because they do have some time on some of these. They will fuck you. Um, Definitely kind of I think a goofy difficulty thing, and the lack of any kind of really special stuff happening in this arcade mode that I didn't like. I played. Was the blonde chick? She was blonde. It's yeah. I get that Virtua Fighter 2 is probably big a lot of people. As far as just running through an arcade mode for kind of like a new player who has variable amount of time spent on fighting games, more casual fighting game player. Not I don't really do a lot of competitive. I watch a lot and I've played through campaigns and dabbled in them, done some online here and there. This is pretty unpleasant. This is pretty shit. So it's not like Street Fighter 6 this year or anything. And I played Fighting Vipers 2 right before, and I like that enough. So. Anyways, I played this in the Yakuza Gaiden arcade also. Flicky? What was this game? Not really one that was super memorable, man. Um, let's go ahead and see some gameplay. We kind of just ran through it. It's an arcade game. I mean, oh yeah, I remember this one. Cats and shit. This looks cleaner than what I played. Visually, mine was like really old looking. It's an arcade game. It's another one of those with like 3 or 4 fucking like platforms horizontally, usually going through the level. This, I mean, this has a little bit of variance compared to was it Tim Pom Tem? What was it earlier? Another one just like this. Um, Sun. All right, now we got Flicky. Um, this one's a bit more like maybe Defender, right? Stargate type of thing, where you got to pick up a bunch of chicks and then kind of take them to the end. I don't remember if you had to get them all. I don't think so. But the thing is, these cats are coming at you, and they will. You essentially have one giant hitbox behind you. If the cats hit these things at all, they're gonna have trouble. Um, yeah, you essentially take these to the end, and you just go to the next level, arcade. It was cool-ish. I don't know. I would say it's not very good, but for its time, it's probably not very good either. But it's a cute little arcade game. There's more going on than say like a whatever that one was. I already forgot the name of it. Pom Pom. There's more going on than Sun Sun or some shit, but it's not by much. It was fun enough to play for a bit, but it is just kind of an arcade. There's a lot of really good arcade stuff you can play these days that people are making, even back stronger stuff. It's not the crispiest platformer. Floaty, very kind of like molasses controls. Not super responsive. It could be worse. It's one of those I always feel bad about like if this was a game that released like today, I'd probably put it in worse. But like it kind of feels bad like even on like this old really like I mean it's simple, it knows what's doing, it has limitations. Something like a Donkey Kong or Pac-Man's a lot more fun, right? For a reason. Stuff like Galaga and all that. Those are a bit more timeless. On that front, yeah. But I'll just kind of leave it how it is. Not that I'm gonna not put any of these retro ones in first. The next one I am. But there's not much else in it. It's a fucking arcade game. It's okay. It's one of those things like if you're like, oh, you look at this, you're like, really, you think Flicky's better than Marvel's Spider-Man 2, right? And I was like, no, not really. But at the time it came out, what it is, what it's trying to pull off, very different comparison to make there. I mean, yeah, like you just play Flicky. I mean, it's not gonna be super awesome, right? And yeah, I mean, not that I want to only give games that are old like some pass, but there is some important kind of like cultural kind of time period things that and what they're trying to pull off, right? Spider-Man is $70. I played Flicky for free, bro. Like, back then it's a quarter, right? I mean, it's a little different. That kind of matters too, right? Um, anyways, Galaxy Force. This one sucked. This one has actual problems when it comes to the limitations. I really do not like the extremely framey kind of. I mean, it's kind of like Star Fox, the original, but like kind of worse. It's like what's that game? Fantasy Zone. Was it Fantasy Zone? Fantasy Zone, where like shit's coming at you and you're the guy skating on the ground. It's kind of like that, but like extremely framey, which really makes it hard to dodge and see what's coming and shoot what's going on. Just it's not nauseating, but if somebody were to call a game nauseating, it'd probably be something like this, right? Like it's a pain in the ass to look at, which affects all elements of the shooting and the gameplay. We've got multiple shot types, but I don't really see sometimes why you'd use some over the others. I'm sure there is good reasons, but it's not like immediately intuitive. You compare it to something like a Star Fox like 64. This game looks like a fucking baby joke. I mean, that's true. That goes for like Flicky with other platformers and stuff, but this game is like fundamentally because of the visuals, performance, whatever you want to say. I feel like has issues. I think something maybe slower with more shot placement that actually had to be more skillful on instead of just this big beam thing would be more interesting. Obviously more in between frames and stuff would be cool. Some of these guys have like 15 frames max you see as they fly across this, like it's pretty rough. Not really the most interesting like designs on a lot of these enemies either, and really the levels are just kind of just boring, just space, or maybe you're on a planet but there's not many cool hazards. I mean, there's like walls you have to worry about in some of these. He might get to one in a bit. So yeah. Oh boy, time for this. This looks really great, right? It's like you're like, Jesus, what's even happening, right? You're supposed to actually dodge on these too, but it doesn't have any kind of like depth and like anything like that. Like it looks like you're gonna crash in a wall, but you're not. So you think you're dodging something, but you're not, and you're gonna get hit, and it's just it looks fucked. So it's a fucking nightmare. So these levels pop up after pretty much every other level. Yeah, this was unpleasant for sure. The other games I give it some credit, for its age. This one, like I'd find it hard to believe that anybody was like super pumped about this. Especially now, it's really good. Anyways, fuck that game. Yakuza Gaiden, the man erased his name. Second Yakuza game of the year, and I got another one coming in like a month. I got Yakuza-itis for sure, but do I want to give this one a good? I like the Yakuza series. I think it's got a lot of charm. I like how seriously it takes its melodrama and its camp. I love the cinematography on it. The cutscenes all look really good. The characters are well acted. I love Kiryu, the stoicism, all the little topics he gets into, and subquests is like philosophy and all that kind of stuff is fun. Seeing his trajectory over like 8+ games is really cool. But with the Yakuza series, they're very efficient in that they flip a lot of assets, which I think they do well. But you can only go so many games flipping assets, having a formula where you're like, okay, you know, I'm starting to lose it a little bit. I've played 13 or 14 plus of these now. Maybe more. Okay, there's 3 more I haven't played. 2 PSP games and the zombie game. Zombie games. And then we got another one coming in a month. There's a lot of these fucking games, and if you've played one of them, you've played the formula for most of them. Now, they all have a different story. That formula, those assets they flip, these areas they reuse, these animations they reuse, allows them to create really strong cutscenes, brand new stories, lots of new mini games. Because they'll reuse mini games, but then they'll make new mini games. They'll put in a 10-hour hunting game, the full fucking story. They'll put in an entire like Initial D taxi racing thing. They'll put in a 20-hour like business tycoon sim, right? They'll do that stuff, and that's kind of the strength of the asset flipping. Because if they had to remake everything from scratch every time, they wouldn't be able to. What the problem is, the formula of how the subquests will pop up. If the games aren't pushing a lot of new mini games or great stories, kind of some of the sameness of the combat or the lack of depth of combat will start to show, or not enough activities. Some of the same cities will be a problem. So they know that. So they have the Judgment games, which is about a detective, a famous actor who does it. Yamagi, that's not the name of the actor, but that's the name of the character. They have the Action Judgment series now, which do take place in some of the same areas, but they focus on different kinds of stories and different kinds of gameplay. Back to action. Yeah, like Cora said, they all used to be essentially modern beat 'em ups. Think Streets of Rage, but like 3D and modern. And well, they even have a Streets of Kamurocho game as a joke. I haven't installed and played it yet. So like that's kind of like the idea of them. And there's so many of these action games, and the action's always just kind of mash buttons and just enjoy people getting blown up. And at worst, I have to actually play the game. That they've had so many of these that now that's a turn-based game. The newest Yakuza games are turn-based RPGs. Problem with those is, well, problem with one of them, the second one hasn't come out yet. It's next month. Is Yakuza combat and depth usually is very low, so you have to spend a lot more time in a JRPG, and there's a lot more depth I feel like required. When I just walk up, press X, and punch a guy, and he flops like a fish and explodes something, like that's fun, and then I just move on. But I have to spend like 3 minutes on a fucking random fight. It's like, then it's a little different. So, they're very aware that the series needs a little bit of a shake up here and there. It's still very successful, doing very good. Oh wait, there was another one. There's like 15 games. I played Ishin this year, and I haven't played Kenzen. Oh god, that's another one too. Did I count Fist of the North Star? There's a lot of these fucking games, right? There's like probably like 20 of these things. Maybe. Well, if you count the mobile game too. So kind of what I'm getting at is I like the formula to a certain extent. I think the dense open worlds is nice. It allows them to create a lot of stories, allows them to create a lot of content. They don't have to have a huge bloated Egypt map or something like an Assassin's Creed. Safe systems, reused animations and assets allow them to kind of do that stuff too. But sort of at the point, not totally. I still had fun with this. Where I need a bigger shakeup, and I really am hoping Infinite Wealth is the one. It's in Hawaii, totally different. You know, it's usually Japan, usually in Kamurocho is the city. So it's going to be Hawaii. It's turn-based again, but I really hope they've like kind of figured out their system a bit. And I'm hoping it has a pretty strong story. So this game in particular brings back the action. This is a budget game. This one is like on Game Pass. It's $40 or $50. It still lasts you like 2-3 days. But not as long as some Yakuza. Some Yakuzas are like fucking 100 hours long to do all the cool shit. Some Yakuza games are, 40, 50. They're usually longer. This one's more like a 20, 30 budget game. It's kind of filling in the blanks of what Kiryu's been up to. Since 6. And then 7 happens, and that's a different character. Kiryu's kind of there for that. And now in 8, coming out soon, they're going to kind of team up and kind of have this big story. So, this game, it brings back the action. It's fun enough, and it brings in a new style, which is like the FBI agent action mode. It's cool. It's funny. Like I said, it's nice when Yakuza is not too focused on the combat because it's kind of just okay. It's not like really fun character actions. Right? It's not super well thought out. Usually Yakuza games, if they have any challenge, you have infinite consumables. You don't have to think about it. They're just beat 'em ups. They're fun. You're on a power trip. Kiryu's a fucking machine. You just get to see guys fly around and get fucking beat up. It's not quite Musou, but it's more in that kind of beat 'em up vein. So this is no different there. This one has weaker side content, which, like I said, is kind of a big part of Yakuza. It's where a lot of the funny stuff happens, a lot of the goofy stuff, a lot of the over-the-top shit that is not taken seriously, or is melodramatic. This is a bit more grindy on that front. It brings back stuff like slot car racing and shit like that, but it tends to not really have a whole story to it or any new big mini games. There's usually at least one big new mini game maybe multiple, right? The next one will probably have multiple because it's big premiere new one. So this doesn't have much of that. If you've never played a Yakuza game, it's plenty still. Played a lot of them. You're probably not going to be interested in playing pool, playing poker or blackjack or slot car racing or anything. What's up, Cody? Yeah, Voice Stranger is great. I think anybody owes it to himself who's like a gaming enthusiast to play it. It's niche, it's uncompromising in its vision, I would say. It's not for everybody, it can get very tedious. But it's also got a very unique atmosphere. Very well created puzzles that you can go as hard or as easy as you want on those because there's lots of ways to get around them. Which is very interesting. I think it's one of those games that'll be talked about for a long time, because of how unique the atmosphere is and how kind of like uncompromising it is. I think a lot of the abstract or meta puzzles aren't like the hardest in the industry or anything, but they're pretty cool still. And realizing those kind of exist and playing with those and realizing there's more to the game than it really shows is cool. Each player, depending on how stubborn you are, it's going to be very different. I think there's some people who really bounce if you're really stubborn, because you can really just end up playing it multiple times without knowing certain things, or stubbornly trying to do like every puzzle the hardest way possible. I was that way for a while. So that's kind of what I mean by uncompromising. You could make the argument that, like, if you're a AAA dev, that you wouldn't want to do that because you want to scare people away, but they just don't really care. So that's kind of cool. So yeah, I liked it a lot. It's definitely one of the better games this year, but it does have a problem with tedium. But for the most part, I don't mind, and it's got a bitchin' soundtrack. Would recommend. Really great soundtrack, and it's made by 2 people, which is awesome. But anyways, yeah, with Like a Dragon Gaiden, Yakuza Gaiden, um, I think it's probably good. I think there's some emotional moments in there. Thing is, I've played 8 games with Kiryu. I'm attached to the man's story. I think they still the actors got it. They still have nowhere to pull on the heartstrings enough. They might kind of go through a lot of the exact same arcs with him in terms of, like, you know, he's got to erase his identity. This is like the 3rd time he's erased his identity or something. It's not really like that special. It's always about the kids, but like the scenes are really strong, the acting's strong, so you kind of get into it a bit. My problem with the story in this game wasn't that I was kind of just like, I've seen too much Yakuza. I would say it's more a problem with it. What in your face? The problem is it's kind of meandering and it doesn't have a focus for like the first half. You're kind of just helping these bad guys out because you're trying to protect the orphans, and like it doesn't, it kind of just do stuff. It doesn't really make sense why some of these people are like kidnapping these people and why you're kind of helping them and why you can't like do other things. I don't want to spoil the whole thing, but it's very nonsensical. And I mean, sense making is not Yakuza's like big thing, right? Thousands of goons will walk off from the side of a screen and just, it's all about sort of impossible goofy shit. But these are things that they want you to take seriously, emotional kind of character type stuff. So I feel like it never really finds its footing for a while. It's kind of just fucking around, um, try to fill in some gaps or kind of just fill a story for you to be a part of. Yeah, he's a good magnet. um, until you get to like halfway or towards the end of the game where it starts dealing with dismantling the Yakuza, which is a Yakuza 7 thing, so I'll spoil it. So it's one of those things where, and you kind of know where that's already going to go. It's cool. You get to catch up with some interesting characters. You get to see some sides of Kiryu you don't normally see. The music's a little different. I don't know if it's still F-Zero GX guy, but they're trying some different stuff out there. But for the most part, it's just Kiryu acting cool. It's a little more fan servicey with Kiryu than I'd like. It's very, they can't let him go. It's very self-aware, kind of about some of that. They're always showing off, you know, him doing stuff and being badass and stuff. But I mean, he's kind of earned it. He wasn't always like that. So it's cool. And I think there's some cool little messages about what the Yakuza were all about and new Yakuza are about by the end of it, especially when they get into dismantling. And then I think how he feels about connecting with his kids, the orphans. But yeah, still really great cutscene cinematography. Looks really good. He doesn't look like a fucking gorilla like he does in 3 or anything anymore. He hasn't for a while, but he still looks good. But yeah, other than that, not enough side stuff that's really interesting. A lot of it kind of checklisty, very very boring. I would say pretty boring. It's not grindy like Ishin, but it's not much better. Not really worth doing, I would say. They do go a little. If you like the arena in these, this is probably the one that has the best Coliseum. It's part of the story and has like teams of people you can level and you work your way through. Ishin kind of had that going on. This is similar there. Extra grindy. I do not give a fuck. You can get completely jacked on power level in this game, though. I will say that. I'm walking up just like knocking dudes out like one punch in the story. Um, so some of the side content can affect the main story, but like I said, this is this kind of series where balance and the sanctity of the combat's never been a big deal. You have like infinite healing items, so it really doesn't matter. The only way they actually can fuck you up in the arena is that you can't use healing, and there's a timer usually, so you have to grind. Yeah, so overall, you mostly play it for the story. Um, it's fine. I wouldn't say it's great. How much did this cost? It was $50. I think 50 is a little steep. Yeah, it has production value, but it is still asset flipping. A lot of this stuff's going to probably be used in the next game. Um, it does have a lot of, VA work and cutscenes and stuff like that. But compared to other Yakuza's, it's much shorter, and I feel like it's much less focused. So I would have said like $40 probably, but I don't know. There's some indies that are like not worth $40 that are $40, like the Pathless stuff. So I mean, whatever. It's also on Game Pass, so go for that. Feel like. Um, Anyways, next game. I don't know if I'd put it as good. It's okay. Next on the list, Eastward. Man, I wasn't big into Eastward. Maybe worst is like a little overkill, but I wasn't big into it, man. Might be overkill. So don't take this as like some kind of me slamming the hammer down on it, but the Eastward is Bloodfast though. You think mediocre? Well, I'm thinking about it. I might not. I'm gonna talk about it and then see. I'm thinking about maybe. I mean, I didn't like it much, but worst might be a little too much. I need to make like um like maybe a fucking just bad category. I feel like at this point I need good games, bad games, or best games, and then I need like bad games and worst games at this point. Yeah, that's why I'm kind of like I don't know on it. I'm gonna talk about it a little bit. That's why, like I said when I put it on here, I was like, do I want it? It was worse. Worse sounds much more heavy than I'd feel, I guess, about it. But I don't think it's worth playing. I don't think it's very good. But so, Eastward, to explain what it is a indie quirk, Earthbound inspired. Um, yeah, Harlequin for sure. That's kind of the thing with it. It's a lot of floors, a lot of puzzles. There's a lot more going on than that, but you never really find out until you kind of get through them all first time. Um, but you will redo a lot of puzzles and stuff too. It's not for everyone for sure, and you kind of have to stick to some of it to really get what's cool about it. But that's why I'm saying it's like it's very niche in some ways and uncompromising. And if you don't like Sokoban, you don't like puzzles like that, you're just not gonna like it. I mean, it gets into other genre type of stuff at some point, but it's not it's mostly Sokoban. And they actually pay through Yakuza. There's a lot, and it's all one big running story, kinda. It is one running story, but I mean, they don't have the next one planned out in advance. So I mean, they're kind of episodic in ways. But yeah. So Eastward, like I said, Earthbound inspired indie quirk. It plays more like a Zelda. Um, if Zelda was shit. It's very flaccid. It's technically like Zelda, but there's not really much puzzling. There's not many abilities you get. The combat is very spammy instead of kind of any sort of positioning or fight back you're gonna expect from enemies. It's a very bloodless, kind of like Zelda sort of action game. Um, Not really any RPG stuff. It's mostly just an adventure game. Um, but an adventure game where it's linear and you can only go to one area at a time. So not quite an adventure game. It's a road trip game. Yeah. Well, they're pretty long, and I know you got your attention sometimes. So maybe start earlier than later. Yakuza Zero is pretty fucking long, man. Extremely demanding. My friend did the soundtrack, which is the main reason I played it. Oh, awesome! Yeah, the soundtrack's amazing. I love these. I love the soundtrack. We're listening. But yeah, it is very demanding. You can kind of modify it a bit. There's a lot of like bonus parts of puzzles and ways around stuff. It can be very hard. Oh yeah, I need to do Dragon's Dogma 1. So Eastward. Yeah, I don't know. So the problem with Eastward is it's not very fun. The best part of it is probably the JRPG little Dragon Quest joke game you can play that's a couple hours long. It's mostly about visuals and story. Yeah, if you don't like the puzzle gameplay, that's most of it. Like it gets into other stuff, but it's just that is the meat of it. And when I talk about tedium, I talk about redoing puzzle rooms, not even just getting through one. I do, but I need to do Two Thrones and Warrior Within, Tactics Ogre, and then I got all these like fucking I got all these February games. I'll have to slot it in, maybe after Tactics Ogre and Prince of Persia or something. Um, but yeah, so it's kind of more focused on adventure story stuff. The problem is there isn't really much in terms of like adventure game point and click if you're after that. It's mostly about walking up and talking to people. Not a problem if the story is good. Yeah, I played the original one. I've played Two Thrones when I was younger, but I barely remember it, so I figured we'll do a full replay. I got my GameCube copy here. Um, I played the first one not terribly long ago. I wasn't super into the first one, but I really respect it for what it is. And thank you very much, Rocky. I think at this point in time, the combat has kind of is not too good anymore. And I like what they do with the rewinding and platforming and all that stuff, but it's not the smoothest of platformers in general either. It's one of those that I feel like for its time, it's a bit cooler than it is now. I hate using the word dated, but either way, I'm kind of looking forward to doing Warrior Within and seeing if they improve certain things or not. And Two Thrones, so it's just the same. Yeah, dude. I was hoping for a revolution, man. Yeah. I thought about doing the old cinematic platformer Prince of Persia games. I've played the movie tie-in and I've played the reboot. Um, those are alright. The reboot's kind of lame because it just kind of leaves off for another. I would definitely say that the original's the best. I don't know. I'm hoping Warrior Within. I probably don't love it as much as some people, sadly. It has its issues. Yeah. My issue is gonna have to be the stream part. I'm gonna have to turn off the VODs because it's got like Godsmack in it, I think. So I don't want to get like flagged. So I'm gonna turn off the VODs and do offline recordings for uploading. I don't know if it has a bunch of Godsmack and goofy shit. Multiple reasons. Yeah. But put Eastward in worst. Oh, we'll see. Oh, it's just the trailer. Is there any like stuff I'd have to worry about in the actual game? I thought they had other stuff in there. Maybe not. I could just roll it. I mean, it'll mute it. If there's any risk, I'll just port it immediately to YouTube and just delete it. or just unpublish it anyways. With music, I don't worry about it as much. The only time I've ever been hit with a flag was um, for some dev 6 months later not wanting me to play their game. Not Twitch Rescue. Okay, well, cool. I'll just roll it then. Looking forward to it. Definitely want to do this soon. Be notably bad. Just something personal for me more. Just something special, something different. That regardless of the quality, it's just kind of something that I feel like I should remember. It's very just me kind of thing. I could be notably bad. Just something different. Like maybe this game had a really cool mechanic, or like in the case of Fate Extra, regardless of how good or bad it was, that it kind of went for this like rock paper scissors research thing was kind of neat. I just put it as notable. I haven't really not had much in a while. You could argue something notable about any game. But yeah, back to eSword. I don't know. So the problem is, like I said, there's not much adventure game mechanic. Um, I don't think it has a very interesting combat mechanics either. There is kind of dungeons and stuff, but there's not a lot happening there. It's mostly about visuals and story. And fuck me, man. Like the story is pretty glacial. It starts off as this cool kind of fish out of water, the world's bigger than you think kind of thing, but it really devolves into kind of just nothing, especially in the city arc. It tries to get into this bigger kind of mysterious post-apocalypse kind of thing going on with like these engineered girls like clone herself. There's all sorts of goofy shit, but it just doesn't really back it up with enough. I'm a sucker for like father-daughter type of shit, and that's kind of what they're going for in this, and I just don't think it ever really hits. It's also really bloated. It's like a 15-20 hour game. I kind of want to put it worse, but I just did not find the story to be engaging enough for how long it was. It was pretty boring at times, and it looked nice, but it wasn't like always creative. Like, well, my gut doesn't know exactly what it wants. Maybe that's too much, but yeah. I just found very little like super redeeming things. I mean, it had some it definitely had some passion. I always respect that. I mean, not that any game really doesn't, but um, games suck. um, yeah, this one we played on recommendation, but most of the stuff I do is. I don't know. I don't know what I want to do on this one, man. Like I said, I liked the visuals, but it's far too long for how simple and for how kind of weak of a story is. It's not like Sea of Stars where I feel like the dialogue is actually like really grating either. Yeah, I do spend too much time on some of these. I know games suck. Um, like some of it was funny, some of it had some wit. It's just kind of too meandering. I don't know. I might just leave it. It's at the bottom of like mediocre for me. Maybe we'll come back. I guess to also explain if anybody's fresh in here. I'm not like that harsh of a critic. We're doing the best games later. So the idea is, I don't know. I just like talking about the fucking games we played this year, discussing them, seeing what you guys have to say about stuff. We can talk the industry. We can talk whatever you want. This year movies. I don't give a shit. It's kind of more just something fun for me every year to kind of go back through these, do a very light kind of review. We go a little harder, I guess, on the actual VODs. If I can remember some of these, through enough stuff this year, it's like I fucking honestly couldn't remember some of the details in like Parascientific Escape. Some of the more mediocre stuff, it just kind of, I do what I can, but um, some of these tend to just be very forgettable after like 160 of them. So that's kind of what's going on here. I put Absolution as one of the shittiest. I played Contracts and Blood Money, and I put all of them in a row, and I played like the new ones right after. It's got its moments. I like the speed stealth stuff kind of at the beginning in the New York areas. Um, but I feel like I didn't care much for the open stealth kind of shit. I feel like I liked that better in Blood Money and the later games. Um, I don't like the atmosphere as much. Contracts is probably my favorite Hitman. Um, Mainly because of the Jasper Guide and the fucking atmosphere. I feel like this kind of like Tarantino goofy story with like the nuns and all that just doesn't quite hit as good. Um, it's maybe I can respect it not being like a worst, but when I was coming off of some of the really godly ones, it just kind of felt like this bastardization, kind of like how Splinter Cell kind of got like the dude bro treatment for the time, and maybe worst is a little too nasty, but yeah, it's definitely not. Definitely wasn't a big fan. I mean, I respect it for what it is. Like I said, it has its moments. Not agreeing with worst, I think is I don't super disagree there. You can make an argument. Very big in Hitman. I liked them. This is the I had not played any of them until well, I played Absolution way back in the day. But I this was the first time I played through all of them this year. I really liked them. But yeah, Contracts was my favorite. Do I whip out the? Do I still have the tier list? Yeah. For me, it was Contracts, Blood Money, then the reboot. Two in the original. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. It's Contracts. That's why I put it in notable as well. It's just such a fucking World of Assassination. I consider just World of Assassinations kind of just more about the freelancer mode. I just really thought it was a really clean, very well put together kind of like roguelike update. It's a very I think one of my biggest problems with the new Hitmans is kind of despite being sandbox, some of the more curated stuff is these kind of linear tell you where to go kind of missions. So when you get an actual like roguelike mode that really leans into the um kind of sandbox nature of the game, I just think it meshes really well. It was kind of like you have the contracts in the new ones, and I found those to get kind of they're a little lame, but like something like freelancer with like all this stuff you can. It is the name of the trilogy, but I just kind of put freelancer on there because technically I wanted to have a separate entry for each of the set of maps, but I played them all on the World of Assassinations. Well, I played it all on the Hitman 3 version. Um, so I just didn't want to put like every single Hitman reboot into like one big entry. I kind of wanted to talk about the maps a little bit individually and the story, um, and some of the atmospheres. Anyways, it was notable to kind of talk about essentially how this kind of umbrella of all the games and some of the graphical improvements and stuff they've made, and then how freelancers. So I'm sure you can play the old ones with some kind of mod or update or something. I'm not exactly sure. Like I said, I played it when I think I played it about 2 weeks before World of Assassination came out. So I was playing the Hitman 3 kind of umbrella version of all these, and then I did freelance. There's no point to it. Yeah, that seems like the case. But yeah, so Absolution wasn't totally bored with it, but as far as kind of like cover shooter dude bro stuff, I don't think it's even really like super great for the time. I really wish they leaned more into the speed stealth stuff. Um, that's kind of like linear, fast crowd surfing kind of thing, but eh. Yeah, Contracts Fox, man. I really hope they do more If they do more, as I said, Yakuza, Hitman, I hope they kind of lean back into that grittier kind of edge that Hitman had. I like the new ones, don't get me wrong, but the Bond kind of bombastic um, style, I feel like it worked for a few games, but it's something that's a little bit more played out in general. Contracts is just still so fucking cool, man. Like still to the, I've never even played it before until this year, but it still has just such a fucking awesome uh atmosphere, man. And it kind of really gets more like a grit of like being a hitman and like the Jasper Kide music. I'm gonna turn on the music. I don't give a fuck. We already listened to someone else doing like the hitman shit. But we're gonna put on a little. I mean, I think they're perfect for a 007 game because of how much those were like um a 007. It felt very like, Agent News Jasper Kide tunes. He still does great work, man. His Dark Tide soundtrack was fucking awesome. Love his stuff. But yeah, it'd be cool to see them go with a little bit more goofy stuff. Even having a little bit of mix of like linear shit. Some of the old Hitmans have like more linear kind of levels. Be cool. Yeah, absolutely. Good. Yeah, I really ended up liking the series. I was pleasantly surprised. So for me, like probably Silent Assassin and the original, or then Absolution was kind of the low points. I didn't play Hitman Go. That was the only thing I didn't play. I did play Sniper Challenge, but that was kind of like a pre-order gimmick. I get to him eventually. I had a lot of fun, man. It was really. But yeah, that was the big surprise, man. Uh, Yeah, I did do Sniper Challenge, but Hitman Go, I was like, I don't feel like buying that right now. So I didn't bother. For some of these serious playthroughs, I try to be really comprehensive or exhaustive about doing every fucking entry, but I was like, man, nobody cares about that. I don't think. But yeah, Eastward, I don't know, man. It's just kind of a dull game. It's trying to do some cool stuff. The writing isn't always abysmal, but it's paced too slow. The game plays a flat line. While it looks good, it's not really always even that creative. It's got like a detailed city, right? Or a detailed train, but it's not like really super quirky, wild, and creative like an Earthbound or something. Um, or your other indie quirk games to really kind of make up for such a whatever story. I'll leave it where it is for now, but let's move on, I guess. As I listen to Hitman music, I mean, I've been listening to this soundtrack since we played the game, pretty much. So this is Smile for Me. Smile for Me is a kind of point and click esque. I mean, it's an adventure game. Game about depressed people who need to smile, and you are the flower man. And your mission is kind of to make them smile. But you kind of run into some conflict with the person running this. It's like an asylum essentially. It's supposed to be a help area, but they're kind of in prison there. Um, and so this person wants to help them, but you're actually the one starting to do it. So, despite this person wanting to help them, it's that doll there or whatever. Um, you start to kind of get into a conflict because you're one actually doing it. So it's just about kind of going and solving puzzles. It's got like a day night cycle. They try to be a little spooky with the night stuff, but you kind of go out, find, like a boxing glove and give it to somebody who wants to be like heroic or something, and then they become happy. And it's just pretty simple but charming adventure game. I would say it's good, but I wouldn't say it's much more than that. I liked the spirit of the thing. It can be funny at times. It's got some really chill kind of music. So it's kind of fun just to run around. It's not quite like you're not going to get into any kind of pixel hunting or anything like that, but there are some odd flags here and there and some goofy stuff, but for the most part it's pretty clean. There's some of the pathing's annoying. You do have to kind of go up and down these stairs a lot, which is a weird thing to complain about, but you've pretty much seen the entire map in this trailer, so it's not a very big place, so you kind of spend a lot of time on that thing, but you can jump down it, so that helps. There's a few endings and stuff, so that's kind of cute. Um, it's a simple game. Like I said, it's kind of a see a star sign. I talked way too much about it, probably. I fucking talking in circles. I feel like I'm getting like a fucking headache. Barely comprehensible probably at this point, but whatever. Been doing this for 10 hours today and 14 hours yesterday. But yeah. So I don't know. I would recommend this one if you like adventure games. It's not gonna make you like laugh or cry or feel anything super crazy, but it's relaxing. It's got some charm to it. It's cute enough. It's not like eye rolling kind of indie quirk or anything. Well, if you want to say something about Sea of Stars, by all means, it's always open for. I like just sitting here talking about them and maybe seeing if people want to play some of these. The discussion's the best part, if there is any. Nobody be afraid. So, anyways, Cassette Beasts. God, and I probably said way too much. I feel like I've said so much about Sea of Stars in the past that I was just like, do I have something different to say this time or something more clean? And I just kind of fucking rambled for a while. But anyways, Cassette Beast. So you guys know Pokemon. It's kind of sterile. They kind of just cash in. They're not really pushing the envelope despite having clearly the funds. Maybe they don't have the know-how. Who knows? So there's a bunch of kind of Pokemon spin-off, rip-off kind of type of things that you can find on in the indie world. There's some that are a little bit higher. Like SMT's never been like a rip-off. It came out before Pokemon, but you can get other monster collecting games. But anyways, this is a clearly Pokemon inspired. This game bored me. I thought it was alright. Well, I don't know. It depends. This is a kind of adventure. Well, Pokemon's always been an adventure game, but this one's leans a little heavier into it. Not quite Breath of the Wild, but it's got like the stamina meter, and you can kind of go anywhere whenever you want. Pokemon, like especially old ones, tends to be a little more linear. But let me check the time still. Well, anyways, what this is, it's a Pokemon game that's trying to kind of push the formula, I suppose, a little bit. It's not quite Monster Sanctuary, where it's actually got really cool, in-depth, like tough combat and like monster building, but you do have the ability to kind of like fuse monsters in this with any monster you want, and how the kind of some of the quality of life works, or the catching of the monsters, kind of the depth of the status effects, and how some of the moves work is just kind of tuned up a little bit more. That there's an actual world to run around in and find stuff. That capturing certain Pokemon actually will give you like abilities permanently that you can kind of go do stuff with. Just kind of makes a little bit more sense for the Pokemon formula. They kind of had some of that in Sun and Moon, but this kind of goes a little harder on it. The Monster Sanctuary Legendary Keeper duels. I don't remember if I did those, maybe. Unless they were patched in. It's been a while since I played Monster Sanctuary. But yeah, so this allows you to essentially swap any ability anytime. It's really easy to kind of customize and stuff. And just running around and exploring the environment is cool. Some of the monster designs aren't too bad. It's got an odd tone to it. I can't say I really care for the story. It's kind of going for this like, so I like angst shit. Like it's fine. Like alt rock and post rock and all that kind of angsty stuff. This is kind of going for that, but in like a bubbly Pokemon thing. So a lot of the music is like these kind of like female vocals with like angsty music, and um, it's good music, but it doesn't really quite fit, and the story gets a little kind of goofy friendship power stuff. But it's a very small story, so it's not a big deal. Um, Point is, you're not going to be really looking to a lot of the tone in the story to do any heavy lifting. It's really just about running around, collecting as many dudes as you can, and exploring the world in a semi Metroidvania kind of way. Like I said, once you run out there and kind of like grab the right Pokemon, you can kind of go anywhere. There is going to be like some level scaling. You can adjust it as much as you want to be as aggressive as you want, but some areas are a little harder. I took a break. Never as a patch. Looked up by waiting for. Then, oh yeah, I don't remember. I don't know if I played Monster Sanctuary right away. So. I don't remember any legendary duels, but maybe. So, I liked it for quite a while. I think it's probably better than your average new Pokemon type of game. The Dino area. It's been a bit. I don't know. What I usually remember about Monster Sanctuary, kind of just the builds and the how the combat works more than specific areas. That wasn't the strength of it for me. Well, some of those run together. Like the Metroidvania aspects weren't really good. I'd have to see. But yeah, so like I said, I think the monster designs aren't too bad in this. I don't think they're as good as like classic kind of Pokemon. I'm not big into a lot of like the character looks and the tone and the stories at times, but it's pretty just hands off, full exploration. Um, it's pretty enjoyable for that. You just kind of go, you go wherever you want. No dino area is probably patched in then, huh? Um, I think it's one of those that I really wish it had a bit more of a mix up later on. I'm kind of like sitting here, kind of oh, taking my time on it because I don't know exactly how I feel about it at the end of the day. Um, I want to say it was good. Um, but I do think it's one of those. The longer you spend with it, the kind of some of the luster kind of wears off. It's did we? Yeah, well, I'll have to watch it or something. I don't see myself going back. I also played on Game Pass, so it's probably not even there anymore. Yeah, I think this game gets too easy. I also find the menuing to be a bit of a pain in the ass to want to min max with. So a lot of the time, you'll kind of play it like normal Pokemon, where you just get your big guy who wrecks everyone, and you kind of just sit on him as much as you can. Um, so it has a lot of deep systems and a lot of customization, but not really any situation that asks you to like interface with it is kind of my deal. Conversely, like with Monster Sanctuary, you actually really have to like every few hours you're gonna have to remake your fucking team. Like it gets pretty hard. So, and you do have customizable difficulty on cassette beasts and stuff, but it's always in twos. You're always fighting in doubles, and you confuse with your doubles partner to make like a super thing, and there's like 10,000 of those because you confuse with anything. So that's kind of cute. It's mostly just like a stat buff, and because you have to sit on the power for so long, you almost always have one for the boss fights. It's one of those where instead of like resetting every boss, you slowly gain it over time. So my thing is like, yeah, it has a deep system. It has more going on than like your average Pokemon game. I definitely like the adventure aspect of it more. Um, but I would say there's probably not enough big exciting areas. Um, the overworld can feel a little samey after a bit. The bosses are creative. They're all like very different in art style and stuff, but the game just gets a little too easy, like a Pokemon would. I don't think they ask enough of you. And playing around with the menus is kind of a pain. You have just like stickers essentially that you put on the cassettes. But that's instead of Pokeballs, and you just have like fucking zillions of them. You're going through them all, and you're like, oh, which one do I want here? What do I want here? And then you just realize I just don't need them. I just put the big damage one on and I just roll through it. So, um, I would say it's still kind of good. I don't know if I want to put it in good. I liked it enough. I mean, it's not gonna be best. I don't know. We'll just leave it. I think it's another one I'm just gonna leave. Where Eastward's kind of on the bottom end, this one's kind of on the top end. If you like Pokemon and you want to see somebody actually take the Pokemon formula and do something with it, while they don't have like obviously the budget to do something like immersive with it, they do try to do some stuff adventure wise and with the complexity of the fights and stuff. And it's not like the monster designs aren't like totally shitty or anything. You're not gonna get a cool story. You're not gonna get a whole lot of interesting like set pieces or anything. Most of the rest of the stuff's pretty cool. If you don't like angsty alt rock, you might not play it. It's a little off, and I love that shit. So for me to not like that's kind of odd. Eagle plus ID buff, Big Monkey, the Tank Goat. Tank Goat's fraudulent, man. That easy mode or something? Polls? Yeah, polls. Right set of 10, yeah. Yeah, I don't remember exactly. I'd have to watch a little bit of it. It's been a while. I remember making a pretty cool setup. But I did have to kind of make my teams a few times. The eyeball, I remember for sure. He was my debuff. Fiend, man. Um, yeah, the eyeball was insane. So I don't even know if at the very end of the game he was like my most damage, but he was always really solid and memorable. Really like the debuff stuff in that game. I mean, it's all pretty much passively added on, but it was cool. Yeah, so I don't know on Cassette Beast. I kind of want to put Cassette Beast on good, sorta. I don't think it was like mediocre. I'll put it on good, man. I don't need that fucking hard. It's not like glowing or anything. It's not gonna be the best. If you like Pokemon, it's worth going for, I think. Honkai Star Rail. Oof. Well, I don't. Well, not. Well, I mean, I didn't. I don't. I still don't. So my history of Gotcha is played a lot of Fago. I dabbled in some Final Fantasy stuff. We all played Fago. A lot of us in here did for a really long time. I fucking hate it. I like talking about it. It's interesting, kind of keeping up with it a bit. The Gotcha world is just some kind of fascinating. Then its effects on the industry and stuff, and how monetization kind of works in games and shit like that. They're an interesting little thing to keep track of. But I quit that. It really just got old, and I said I'm not gonna play any gotchas anymore. But I had some people really pushing for Genshin and this for the longest fucking time. I'm like, all right, we'll try another one. I'm gonna try playing it like it's just a single player game. Just go through it, judge it on the grounds of any old RPG. Play with obviously some of the systems like the rolls and shit. But not get into. I'm not gonna pay. I don't pay for any of these. I didn't pay really for anything in FGO. I think I did a couple things, but so this was a big one. People were really wanting This one, I'd feel really bad putting in worst, but but I don't know, maybe not worst, man. I wasn't. It's got some cool stuff. So for the thing is, if you judge it on the grounds of a gotcha, it's pretty good because the bar for gotcha is like really fucking low. It's got production value, like a proper turn-based battle system, not just kind of like an auto, mindless, like just tapping kind of whatever button masher. Um, actual areas you can go to and explore and all that kind of stuff. Maybe I won't put it as worst. I did find it very fucking, very dull a lot of the time. I don't really like the writing very much. I did like the combat. The other thing is it's not even like done. It's just kind of episodic. Or in the trash. Yeah, I don't know. Kinda. I'm not gonna play Genshin, I'll tell you that. Anyways, this one was the shorter of the two, and I was like, well, I want to try it. I want to talk about it with people. I had fun streaming it, talking about it, hanging out with like all them, and shooting the shit about it. But yeah, it was kind of this curiosity, I guess, to try out another gotcha and these big ones that everybody always hyped up everywhere. Genshin would be the one probably to do, but it's super long to do everything. Um, and catch up with it. I was like, if I don't like it, I don't want to do that much. I mean, I could just quit, but I don't know. I kind of like getting to the end of stuff. Trash obsessed MC. The funny thing is, like, the MC is like the best character. um, so yeah, where to start with Honkai Star Rail? It's essentially like a shitty Tales game. Is kind of how I would describe it. Not like super shitty or anything, but kind of a weak Tales game. Is kind of how it felt, but with a turn-based battle system instead. The stories and kind of like some of the tone, and exploration feel very kind of, I guess, Tales. That's a weird way to describe it, but I always was thinking of Tales when I was playing it. I think it's because Tales of Arise has a very similar first arc, with the casts kind of systems and the classes and all that stuff in like a snowy location. So maybe it's why it seems that way. All waifus and shit. Hip windows are pretty good, yeah. I mean, they got their waifus done. So I don't know. It's yeah. I'm not Arise. That one fell apart. That's a great example of a game that I think actually ran out of fucking money in the last fucking few hours. What a mess of a fucking story that game was, dude. But I don't know. Honkai Star Rail. Vesperia is cool. I want to play. Like I said, I'm gonna play Abyss soon. Oh, no, the next one I play. Um, I guess to explain what the plot of it is you are some kind of sort of special person. It's some kind of sort of special person who's been more or less planted in this place and has the ability to speak to kind of this, not speak, but kind of connected in some way to some kind of greater gods. The world has a bunch of like elder gods kind of like rolling around, and people kind of pray to them or draw power from them, I suppose. It's not the best way to explain it. They don't really do a great job of explaining all that until you get a ways in, and some of it's very lore dump heavy, and some of it's all supplementary. But anyways, the long and short of it is you end up by helping the space station join up with the Star Rail. So it's a group of adventurers who go around to different places and help people. They follows the Trailblazer God thing or whatever, and that's kind of what they call you essentially. You can pick between being dude or chick, and that's kind of it. So what it is you just do different episodic stories as they release content. where they'll introduce 1,000 waifus a minute and then drop them and not give you any story for them. And then you're going to want to roll for them. And it's, I think the production value for gacha is really good. I really like the animations. I don't like the voice work outside of the Japanese one from what I played, but I do like, a lot of the attack call outs and stuff like that. Um, I think the UI and all that stuff is pretty clean. Like I said, I kind of like the turn based combat. It's nothing crazy, it's nothing you haven't seen, but because of the presentation, the sound of it, the look of it, the speed of it, it's very quick. It's not one of those that you're caught in like an animation for 10 years, like a Dragon Quest 8 or something like that, right? Where it can get through like too much. Um, it's a mobile game. It's very snappy. And it has you can't get too powerful. It's not a game you're gonna break. Is kind of one of the things where it's a little different from your average JRPG. And then also the progression systems. You're not made to, it's gonna take you a really fucking long time to get to the point you'd probably get in like 10, 20 hours in like a normal JRPG. So pretty glacial on that front. You're pretty far in before you even get a lot of particular abilities. You're also locked to, roles to get any kind of new characters and stuff. So they do give you a lot of roles, but in a normal game, you just have those characters, or they'd be like, if you have roles in like Xenoblade 2, you just get them all pretty quick. So it's kind of hamstrung, despite having kind of snappy, fun, kind of turn manipulation gameplay. It's kind of hamstrung being a gacha, right? Like I said, you don't get characters all that often. The gears rolls. You have to grind using like daily kind of energy and stuff. So those elements are going to take longer to kind of interface with. There's a lot of like randomness to some of the gear to kind of keep playing. So those are all things that kind of affected by the gacha. They want you to roll, they want you to spend money, so they're not going to give you new stuff. You can't break the game because then there's like crazy power creep, and you might not need a character for their gameplay then. So it's a little tighter on that front. You can definitely be smart and play clever and fight some stuff you shouldn't, but it feels more like you're just playing the game right than really you've truly discovered like some kind of crazy strategy. So it's not ultra deep on that front. If you really spend a lot of time with it, because there's like this two-party system to some of the special content and a lot of challenges. If you have enough characters and you've grinded enough, there's probably a fair bit more depth there when it comes to party compositions. But in terms of just running for like 40, 50 hours through it, I would say it's not really fares very well in comparison to your average kind of JRPG. Well, some. I mean, some are pretty simple. JRPGs aren't always known for being very complicated. So it kind of depends. I think the gacha, it has good moments despite being a gacha. I very rarely feel like the gacha is doing much for it, except rolling. It is fun to roll, man. That is why it works. That is why these games make money. There is a monkey part of your brain that cannot help but enjoy rolling. I don't even care for the waifus in this game or the dudes. I think they're all kind of just sterile and over designed a bit. Um, I much prefer Fate Go or like the super degenerate Nikkei like shit. Like I'm much more about that kind of stuff. These are all very safe, very made to make probably a lot of money. All nice, all nice people. They're all There's no big crazy lady. Everybody's like kind of short. All the dudes are kind of like tall. And they all have all sorts of shit all over them and all these like bubbly designs, and they all have like these quirky personalities. And my voice sounds rough. Yeah, dude. Well, it is, man. It's getting pretty tired, brother. I'm talking about our game, man. The Honkers game. Yeah, it was 14 hours straight yesterday, and it's been 10 hours today. So. The Honkers game of choice, dude. But yeah, my voice is definitely. I feel like I'm straining it, but I'm close. We're in the last like 10, and then we do the best of, and then if you guys want to talk about anything, we can. So let's swap out of the Hitman for a bit. I don't know. So I find the gotcha, as usual, I find gotcha to be a blight, really. I very rarely would I feel like gotcha is truly doing something good. That's heavy again. Yeah, that's heavy discussion, dude. Very rarely do I find gotcha to be a plus. I do like the monkey brain aspect of rolling. I do. And in a game with like proper like waifus or husbands or something, I can get pretty into it. But and I did get into it in this just because it's like it feels good hitting, getting lucky. And this gives you a lot of rolls for sure. But that tended to be the most fun I had was like finding ways to get more rolls. That, like I said, I kind of liked the snappiness and the feel of the combat. The depth, not so much. Like I said, it's hamstrung by the gotcha stuff. Um, and that the production value for the gotcha is good. Now, in the grand scheme of all games, I find the story to be atrocious. I would probably say I don't really like the story much. I tried figuring out like something about the story. Um, Too much of it is just about introducing new characters for you to roll on and then not doing much with them. Giving them very light side quests. There's a couple that had good ones. The Cactus was right in that the later ones are better. So maybe atrocious isn't always the best, but as a whole, um, like I liked the boxer guy's quest where he was kind of, he kind of got into his little thing a little bit more. Um, but it is very surface level. It doesn't have really a whole lot to say, a lot to do with a lot of characters. Kind of generic, right? It's mostly just about, well, it's very episodic. There's not much of an overarching story yet. There is kind of something going on. And the next art could be cool. I'll probably end up playing it. Okay. But I mean, how do you even describe some of the story? Like, what is the problem with it? Other than the characters being pretty much non-existent? I think it's a lot of it's kind of padded out as part of it. There's a lot that people say the Void Ranger did. The Galaxy Ranger, yeah, please. um, I should have logged back in and gotten those points, but I just, like I said, I'm playing it like a normal game. Um, I'll roll on some fuckboy at some point. But yeah, are they? I might turn it on later and just get them. Why not? In case I ever come back. Um, so yeah, I just found the story to be the chief focus of it. It's what most of the game time is in. Um, End of service. Honkai is probably one of those that'll be around for a while. I don't think people are as big into it as Genshin, but yeah, we'll play the end of service version. And I mean, fucking Third Impact or whatever it's called, still fucking around. So yeah, it's gonna be a couple decades, man. Keep putting it off. I'm dead. Yeah, so it's just one of those. I find it very slow moving, very dull, not really much to say or much character work. Um, some of the areas are kind of cute, but it's not anything you really haven't seen in some other JRPG. Like I said, I mean, Tales of Arise, which isn't even a great story, does like the whole caste system in a winter area. Midgar itself is a much more interesting poor people versus rich people thing. So it doesn't really get by on novelty. So it doesn't, and then it doesn't really have a whole lot to dig into when it comes to characters as well. So it's usually just very basic. Like you go to a place, people want to mess you up, or they need your help. You uncover some mystery or the big bad, and you kind of just work your way to it. There's more going on than that, but it takes a long time to get to a lot of that. Um, it does happen with some gotchas. Most of them just end. The ones that kind of had like a big publisher or were kind of sort of known a little bit have offline versions. The Mega Man gotcha gets an offline version. but most of them just die and disappear. Because why would they put money into it, right? The whole point was to make money, so I could see the Mihoyo ones doing it because they do feel closer to an actual fucking game than most gotchas. So I could see it. I mean, you could see like it feels like an actual JRPG to a certain extent. Mihoyo, Mihoyo, or whatever. Yeah, Mihoyo gotcha. Dude, there's already Mihoyo gotcha characters in Fate, right? There you go. So yeah. Yeah, I just find the stories to be very basic, very slow moving, very little to dig into. Really, the most interesting story for me was the filler one that's in between the China chapter and the fucking the chapter that's not out yet, whatever it's called, with the future people. And I was like, I'm kind of interested to see where it goes there. We'll see. But yeah. Anyways, this one, I mean, they kind of dropped the ball on the story I'm talking about, but like it was kind of actually thought provoking in some ways. There was something to discuss there. Um, it actually used sci-fi. The thing is with this Honkai as well is it very rarely leverages sci-fi for its stories or settings. You could easily have the second arc. It's just about like mysticism. It didn't have to be on a big ship. It could have been on the ground. It didn't really make a difference. Same with the first one. The first one you were essentially just in like a kind of steampunk like medieval fantasy thing. Like it really doesn't leverage, I feel like, sci-fi much. But then this story did the third little mini one because it was kind of about um these like intergalactic federation essentially that kind of owns everything, and whether or not like um with overwhelming power in a sci-fi setting, if you should just roll over and die, take their deal, or just kind of like work with them, or fight them. I mean, and it was kind of interesting thinking about it because in reality, like you really wouldn't have like some super overwhelming power that's gonna do something. It was kind of cool to dig into that, and they kind of played with it, and it was actually kind of cool. And then they kind of just said, "Fuck it, everybody's a good guy, and we're just gonna move on." So, it was kind of shit. They kind of threw it away. That's another one of my problems is nobody can be a bad guy, really. That's rollable, hardly. I do find a lot of the character designs to be really sterile and samey. If you like the good girl types and you like the pure kind of looks and the cutesy ones, that's it's. I mean, it's that's what it's all about. But I wasn't as much into that. I find them get a little old. In fact, I like the main character probably better than most of them. Just kind of just like this gremlin asshole. Um, not asshole, but like mischievous in the side content. I kind of like that about the main character. He had actually kind of a personality. I did like that about the game. You didn't just play a the offline version be 225 gigabytes, probably. I mean, in 20 years, it's going to be a few terabytes. Nothing will be compressed ever. Um, but so I kind of like that she wasn't a complete like Fate Go, just typical gotcha main character who's just has no personality, just a complete blank slate. So you can insert yourself and then insert yourself in your waifu. Um, I think that was cool. I like that about it, and I kind of like the character. It's just kind of fun. I mean, she's not like a V where it's like you kind of get like an actual character that you're supposed to kind of also manipulate like in Cyberpunk, but it's kind of going for something closer to that than it isn't. So that was neat. Um, I don't think I'm gonna put it in worst. Like I said, I do despise Gotcha. I don't think this changes that. But between the snappy gameplay, between the kind of cool roguelike mode in it as well, where you actually get considerable like power buffs and stuff, which you usually don't get a feel in gotchas. Um, between the pretty decent amount of roles you get to play with and the kind of fun you get with that, despite that kind of being a monkey thing, um, and some comfy storylines and a little bit of some stuff that kind of has some teeth. I would say it's not like horrid. I don't know. Maybe I'm being too nice to it. I don't think I'd recommend it, but I really do. I mean, the second arc had like, or the third arc, I guess. They like patched out some of the story because it was like so slow and weak. And like when you've got to turn your main story into side quests, I feel like it's kind of a sign of like what the problem the game is. I really hope that in the future arcs, they really kind of go for some character development, really focus in on like some kind of theme or something that has some teeth. Really use the sci-fi or start working into like a larger arc or something. We're leveraging that budget. Like it has budget, but like the level design tends to be very plain still. It's very like flat ground, couple puzzles here and there. Not really a whole lot of crazy stuff going on, right? Like for the sheer amount of budget they have, it could be a little bit more spicy. Like I said, it kind of feels like a budget, like a Tales kind of budget game. I feel like they could go harder there. I did find the combat fun, but it was mostly because of the production value and this. It's a hard one, man. Part of me wants to say worse, but part of me wants to just be like, it's fine. It was really cool talking about hanging out, doing stuff. We'll leave it. Genshin also hates playable characters being evil. Um, Kind of silly considering FGO does whatever. Yeah, well, Nikkei's popular, and they're almost all degenerates and evil, aren't they? So maybe this is your other side of that. I think the idea is in this though. The most mass appeal thing is probably being nice, right? Um, Somebody might not like being evil or characters with any like teeth to them, so it's just like nice people, you know. I mean, there. I think there might be like an evil. Can you summon Blade? I don't remember or whatever his name was. Even he's probably not pure evil though. Like the characters that they tell you are kind of evil really aren't. Like the see, he's not evil, yeah. So it's like I don't think there's anybody that really is evil, or anybody that's like got any like I mean, he's got some edge, but yeah. So it's like he's like the closest thing you're getting. He's not really even evil, yeah. So it's like I don't know. There's one or two in Genshin, and that's been out for a while. So Seitoshi, I see him and I can hear it, dude. Seitoshi, love that shit, dude. Evil, yeah. I mean, I'm sure they're yeah, really, really horrid, but I mean, it's still, I mean, I mean, it's something. Yeah. So I think it's kind of mass appeal. I think that's kind of the idea, right? I mean, people generally like nice people over evil people. Um, their designs tend to be very kind of sterile too. I wouldn't be surprised if they have some kind of limitations on designs to consider where they're from. So fan service and stuff is pretty light. They have a lot of like shoulders and pits and like feet and all the legs. They're really big on legs in this. Um, but there's not a whole lot of anything else going on, right? Like a Nikkei and Fako, it's boobies, it's ass, it's fucking abs and all this, you know, every fetish under the sun on every side of the fence. Um, but this is very much just like legs and shoulders and stuff. I think they're going for like how fan servicey can we get without actually really dipping into like degeneracy kind of fan service, even though totally is anyways. Like everybody's playing it, it's still just totally all about that. But like it's this kind of like this veneer of like being a little technical, a little more legitimate. Um, I'm sure partially where they're from because they've censored like Genshin and stuff like that. Um, so I think there's definitely elements there of trying to keep it sterile for mass appeal, and I would not be surprised kind of where they're from too. So. 2024 has been more of the same so far. Yeah, I got another 7 hours. I'll be asleep. If I'm asleep and I don't realize it's 2024, man, am I really in 2024, dude? I guess you are. Your perception doesn't really matter with time. Although, don't they say when you get older, time kind of moves, the perception of time moves a little quicker or something? Or is that all fucking baloney? I don't remember. I think we've talked about it. There's supposed to be something like that with like space travel or some shit. It wouldn't make sense. Time just moves in time, but maybe how your brain registers shit. But yeah, so I don't know. There's times where Honkai Star was like cripplingly boring, but then there's times where I just kind of had fun with the gameplay, and it was cool talking about it and rolling and stuff. So I don't think I'd be able to like really recommend it, especially because it's not even really like it's not like done or anything, right? Like you play like essentially the length of like a Final Fantasy game, but like just doesn't really nothing really happens. Um, I think if you're interested in gacha and you're interested in gacha with like what would be like with one with a budget, go for it. If you like more pure QC kind of waifus, go for it. You get a lot of roles of um the game. I don't think has like a power creep or anything like that. So go for it on that front. If you want to get super in end game, it's pretty late in. You're probably not going to be able to get like, an insane roster. um, so you might not be able to do all your end game content super crazy right off the bat. But if you're playing free, but it should still be kind of. And it's popular enough where you're gonna have people talk about and shit. But 8 or 9 p.m., but it's not. It feels later than it is for me too. You get a mind-numbing job in the corporate machine. You start to forget the passage of time, yeah. Nothing important happens. I don't know. We'll just leave it. I'm not gonna put it on worst, but it definitely has elements of it. You can give it an honorary worst if you want in your mind, but we'll probably gonna leave it as is. If you think the thing is, it's really hard separating it from the gacha. Like if you really think of it as like an actual like traditional game, it is a worst, right? Like the gacha gives you such a pass on it, right? Like, oh, there's more coming. Like, oh, most gachas are shit. Like, oh, like, oh, it's pretty cool combat for a gacha. It's like that's the problem. It's always like despite being a gacha, right? Or for a gacha. Anywho, let's move on. Before we do any more damage to fellow honkers. It was a fun stream though. I mean, I'd probably do another arc for shits, and then I'd really decide if I'm done or not. But yeah, the Silent Swan. This one, it was cool seemingly when you start out with it, but it ends up being pretty shit. It is a broken mess with flags that don't work, areas that are glitched, and just a premise that just is kind of flawed and not thought out very well. So the idea of the Silent Swan is you are some guy who was going to wed or kind of romance this chick, and then all of a sudden you forget the last, I guess, like 8 years or something. You're not there anymore. I suppose it was very hard to kind of gather what was going on at times. It was kind of written in this kind of like overly trying to be almost artsy kind of way of talking. And it felt like you glanced over some important bits. It could have been glitched. But anyways, it's kind of weird to get a feel for a while. But anyways, so you essentially go back. You want to go back. You want to find out what happened. You know, what's up with the memories and all that kind of stuff. Um, and the idea is you're going back to this place, discovering what this place is, why it's kind of like closed off from the rest of the world, why nobody's really there and remembers it. And it sounds way better than it actually is because it's really hard to actually gather that's kind of what's going on. Which would be fine if it was more surreal and like kind of reserved, but instead they are trying to tell you that. And they just kind of fuck it up a lot of the time. But how it plays is you just walk, and that's it. You just walk. You just walk down highways. Sometimes you ride on a bike, and then you just walk some more. You can jump, I guess, too, but it's mostly just walking. Pure walking sim. There's like one or two spots where you grab items and you put them in something like 10 feet away. Um, so it's kind of focused on atmosphere, and it looks like it would have a cool, like it has these like mega structures and this like gothic architecture and these greens and all that stuff. And some of the sound design's kind of nice, except the footsteps because they're like 10 times as loud as the rest of the shit around you. But the problem is it's not like linear. It's like huge. You can just go anywhere, but it is linear. So like everything they tell you to do, all the pathways are kind of linear, but you could just walk off, get stuck somewhere, be soft locked, just walk for 20 minutes. I've done it, and then just now I gotta walk 20 minutes back, and it's just like there's no like restrictions, but there's also nothing to find, and then it looks like really bad when you kind of get out there and stuff. So it's kind of doing this like open world, but more just the illusion of being an open world thing. Like you could just jump off of this highway and just go somewhere, but there's very little reason to. So it's a little odd there. And with a lot of that comes a broken ass game. So yeah, the freedom to fuck yourself pretty much. So this game was broken top to bottom. Clipping into shit, flags not being raised. I had to go back like 20, 30 minutes through the world at times to go up to random areas that were barely shown so that I could activate a Zeppelin, so that I could go back to the city and activate the Zeppelin from the other side so I could actually use it as like a travel. But the thing is, they thought you activated the Zeppelin. So there's a bunch of story that happens that says, oh, I saw, I heard the bell. Are you the guy who rang the bell? And he's like, yes, I rang the bell. And you're like, what bell? There was never a bell. Well, if you don't go to this place, you don't hear the bell ever. But they act like you did it. So they have these like logic problems, where they don't block you off or don't show you something or don't make it so it's like impossible to do something until you do the thing they want you to do. But they still act like you've done it. So it's very linear, despite having broken flags and glitchy stuff happening all the time. So you're like, well, maybe I just gotta search around a bit. You don't know if it's a glitch or if you just haven't been able to find the right area yet. So you go looking around these giant cities or whatever, and you're going into these rooms and there's nothing there, and you're clipping into the walls and you're like, is this broken? Am I supposed to find something here? And it's just half of it's not working half the time, or they haven't spawned something in yet because you have to do some other story beat. It just is a mess. You can walk to the end of the game, reveal all the twists, and then just walk back and then continue the first like third of the game again. It's just like, what the fuck's going on? Like, it's one of those where having the idea of just like this wide open world you explore and you figure out what's going on is really cool. It's called Outer Wilds. Go play it. Like, but this isn't really going for that. It is trying to be a linear game, and it just kind of fucks it up. I think it's a student project, so I respect what's going on there, what they're going for. I do like some of the look, some of the atmosphere. I do like the feeling that the very end of the game gives. I think whoever did the concept art and stuff is really good. It's pretty miserable. It was kind of like morbidly interesting. Like I had fun with it in like a fucked kind of way. Like this is just really different. Like you don't see something that's just this, like kind of like fundamentally just kind of like fucked, right? Like you really should have thought about how the player is going to go through these things. either you really should have a game literally just be like 5 hours of just walking. Sometimes nothing's happened. There's not even anything hardly to see. You're just going um, on a bike. And it's like sometimes there's some cool droning ambience. The superstructures are always interesting to look at, but like was this like a good idea? Like, people shit on stuff like Dear Esther for having like too much walking, and that dude never stops fucking talking. So it's like it's something. It's like I don't know if the art design's strong enough to really warrant the kind of game it is. And I feel like the story, for how not cryptic but kind of like smarter it tries to be than it is really like worth being spread out over such a long period of time. Like there's some cool ideas there. I think you could really maybe take this and turn it into something really neat. Probably something more linear with a little bit more going on to interact with in the world. A bit more maybe movement stuff. But for me, what really killed it was the glitches. Yeah, I think I have it redeemed or whatever installed. That's a walking game. Yeah, this is pretty wild. I don't know, man. Yeah, that's why I said redeemed. I think you can add it to your library without having to download it. But yeah, it is kind of just bizarre. Like if you play a lot of stuff and you're just looking for something just kind of like off on the game design level, go for it. I think really if it wasn't so bugged, I would still find it kind of flawed in a big way. Um, like even just walking into one of these homes, like there's just shit clipping into stuff. You're walking through like the ceiling is just on the staircase. You're just like, what the fuck's going on? There's no furniture in any of these. So like even if it worked perfectly, everything's still. It's one of those games. It's the illusion of being something big. Like if as soon as you walk into a room and look around, you're like, ooh, okay, this is not a big open city. This is somebody just cobbling together, these buildings, and you're not really supposed to walk in here, but they let you. So it's just odd, man. Um, and it's like I'm fine with like low budget, but it's like it feels like they should have just like decided what they could pull off and what they couldn't. Like, if you don't want me to go into these big places, then just block them off, right? I mean, it's a lot better than walking into a place that looks like it's clearly not real in this world. Like, that's kind of the whole idea, right? Like, that's why you can't go into places in like a GTA because like they don't want to make it. And it's worse to see that there's nothing there than to actually just imagine it's okay, right? So, um, I mean, I like the idea, but I don't even honestly know. Like when I was playing, I was like, is this the idea? Like, did they actually want to make this some kind of open world, like figure it out where to go thing? Because it still has like hints, and it still is like linear. You're going down like highways, right? So it's interesting. I would say it's bad for sure. Definitely one of the worst this year. But if you're just really more, you're just that morbidly curious kind of person, give it a check, I guess. It is a student project type of game. I mean, I hope they go on and make more games. I mean, I'm not saying that they shouldn't make games or anything, but and it's not like super pricey. It's $12 right now on sale. I'll link it here because why not? But yeah, it's. I don't know if they fixed it more on the forums. They're very responsive about people's issues. I don't know how much they've really gotten done, but yeah, it is essentially unfinished, is what it feels like. And broken. Which is odd that I feel like they'd release it. But yeah, you gotta have kind of monk patience and be really into like the droning atmosphere. Yeah, that's kind of my thing. Is like 12, $15 for an unfinished student game. I've played student games that are like free, so I'm not saying this should be free, but it's not really doing anything particularly special or unique. It's more about the superstructures and the atmosphere. And even that, I mean, that runs out relatively quick when you start, seeing all the cracks. So yeah, $15 a little much for that. I would say $5 or something, like just for the ticket price to see something really kind of just like odd. Or you just watch the stream, man. You get the idea from that. You don't really need it. The gameplay is not really like anything, right? So to watch a voiceless stream or something. But it's kind of what's interesting also just going. So I hope they make more stuff. I think they did have some atmosphere and sound work that I really liked, but wild game otherwise. Chained Echoes, I liked this one. I was really gonna like not play it. From talking with people and from being burned by Sea of Stars a bit. But I actually liked it pretty well. I don't know if I'll put it down as like best. I've said this before, but I don't think it's like knocking it around with the best of them. I don't think it's like godly, but I think it's pretty cool. Put it in good. Hey man, I thought it was entertaining. I liked it. I think it's got issues, and if you don't like side stuff, then it's got more issues. I know you don't like side stuff, so maybe that's part of the problem. But yeah, I had fun with it. Especially for a one man game, was pretty cool. I found it much more. Yeah, maybe it's coming off of Sea of Stars was the problem. So yeah, the ending sucks. Like I said, I think the big problem. So if you don't know Chained Echoes, it's a JRPG, inspired by the best of them, made by one guy, written by him. He does not speak English, I think, natively, so it has kind of a stiff script, stiff dialogue. But the rest of it, despite having some superfluous systems and stuff here and there, is pretty cool. It tries to do some neat new things with side content, in the form of the grid, and generally, I feel it captures that kind of PS1, PS2 era. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that it's like it's not like unreadable, but it's some of the flavor on the characters and the personalities I don't think shine through enough because it's a little stiff, right? Like something like some editing would probably do good. Um, it's a problem. It's one of the bigger problems with the game is the dialogue, and then the very end of the story and stuff. Um. So yeah. Where was I going there? But yeah, I think it kind of captures that feeling of those games pretty well. I think the music does a great job at that. Um, it doesn't feel like somebody's just throwing in their chiptune solo or anything. Which I mean, there's nothing particularly wrong with that, but it kind of every area feels it has like cool music and it kind of sells the atmosphere of them. The visuals aren't too bad. It's pretty decent pixel work. I do think there's not a whole lot of points of interest sometimes, so some of the areas can feel a little plain if you spend enough time in them. But because of all the cool side content and how the unlocking of all that works, how you kind of it feeds back into a relatively tight economy, it's pretty cool. It's also one that's not like super duper hard by the end of it, but it definitely had more difficulty for longer than something like a Sea of Stars. So when I say that's the one's hard on superfluous systems. I think things like they kind of just try to throw a little bit of everything in there, to throw some depth. You get your 8 characters almost off the bat. It's about swapping a lot. You get max and stuff like that. You get gem slots. You get gear. You get um skills that you can pick from and skill points. You level up your skills, kind of like in a Tales game too. There's a lot going on. It's very front loaded at times. Um, I think for the most part, those systems are fine. They don't all pan out. I think some of them could be a little better. I think like buying the skills, some of them are really useless. Some of them would just be better as upgrades. Maybe sometimes some more actual skill slots would be kind of nice. There's some really situational stuff you just really wouldn't mess with because it's not hard enough to bother. Um, min maxing for certain difficulty spikes, and you just don't have the slot, so you just go with something a little bit more clean. Um, And then I think the overdrive system, or however it's called, there's this meter at the top left where every time you do an action, it fills it. And every time you use a randomized action, it shows on the top left, it lowers it. And so the idea is you want to balance it to always be in the middle because you get a huge stat bonus. So it takes a few turns to get into it at the beginning. The problem with that system is it's just very arbitrary. When you get the mechs, it's kind of cool because you go left and right depending on which gear you're in for the mech. So there's more of a dance depending on who's in what gear and all that kind of stuff. Their mana costs and whether they want to take more damage and shit. There's not that much mech combat, so it doesn't really matter that much at the end of it. And you can get some pretty good mech gear if you're searching for side content a lot. But for the actual on foot gameplay, it feels kind of just unnecessary. Once you really get into the game, you can kill everything before you even fucking get into the overdrive hardly. So you just ignore it usually. And even if you do go into the red, you take more damage, but it doesn't really matter because it's fine. It's not a big deal. So at worst, there's some fights, especially early, that have very silly gimmicks where you're going to do a lot of hits on something and it's not going to really forward the fight. You just kind of have to hit them like you're pushing a mine around. And it's kind of like, yeah, all hard. But I'm talking normal. Yeah. I've heard hard's like a fucking every fight takes 10 years kind of thing. Even then, I mean, hard's probably similar if you're doing side content. But it's one of those where I got pretty juicy. So hard would have been probably fine, but I ignored a lot of mechanics for a lot of the game by the end of it because it just was unnecessary and the menuing was more annoying than it was worth. I'll get into that. That's mostly the gems, but anyways, yeah, the overdrive system I think is a bit arbitrary. Just tedious. Yeah, that was that. When you said that, I was like, I'm just gonna play normal. I'm not into that. The fights were already pretty long already. So I guess to explain that, you always full heal after every fight. And so the fights are kind of balanced around you going all out all the time, and then so is the enemy kind of thing. So that means that fights can kind of take a little bit longer than your average JRPG because they're not supposed to be easy fights where you kind of optimize them and hold your resources for long. They're, full things every time. I don't think it was a big problem. I don't think there's that many fights. They're not like randomized or anything. But it is a problem I see some people say with that. And then you couple that with the overdrive system, it can get a little goofy in some of the wrong fights. And once you get into red, it's really hard to get out in some fights because the thing is, you still have to play it like a normal RPG, right? You're like, hey, I'm in the red. I need to heal though because I'm getting destroyed because I'm taking more damage. But using a heal makes me go more into the red. Well, it's like, well, fuck. What? How do I lose the red, right? Well, you have to use like a debuff. I was like, well, why would I use a debuff right now? I'm gonna die next turn. So it's like you're just in this infinite loop, where it just gets super goofy and hard. So you're kind of just fucked. So you kind of need to think ahead of time. And when you're fighting really tanky enemies where you got to do a lot of hits, it just takes a long time, and you have to kind of, arbitrarily use what they want you to use just for shits. Right? You're like, hey, use a melee move. I'm like, okay. And then like, hey, use a healing move. I'm like full health. I'm like, oh, okay. I don't want to go into the red. So, the thing is, later on in the game, it's not as big a deal because you just don't need to think about it. Not because it's good. I find it a kind of whatever system. I think with the mechs, it's a bit more strategic because you will leave guys in certain gears that lower it because healing isn't really affected by higher gears, which up damage and stuff, and then you'll kind of play with that. Every enemy drives up. Yeah, when you're in a fight with like 7 dudes in one of those like challenge things, and you're like, oh man, I have to kill these guys or stun them right away, or you end up pretty much straight up into the red. Goofy. So The difficulty curve, like most RPGs, is harder at the beginning because once you start mastering it and figuring stuff out, you don't need to worry about it. It's not like a goofy level of easy. See a stars later. I think there's still a lot to optimize and think about there. But one of my other problems was that optimizing. There is so many systems that, especially when it gets easier, you just don't really care. Like, it's fun picking out new gear and equipping stuff, but you're always getting new gear because it's one of those games you don't need to buy gear. You can just find it all if you look hard enough, which is really cool. But you're getting so much new gear all the time that you don't want to like interface with um the gem system. I found the gem system to be really bad, and they've patched that and fixed it a lot. I still found it bad. So the gem system is like think Diablo, where you're like slotting in gems, and you can put it like 2 or 3 in each piece of equipment. And when you're running around the world, you can randomly find these in nodes, and then you can combine them up. So you can level your gem up like 9 by combining it with other gems. It's kind of like Xenoblade, but you can only do this at certain spots, and then you can't transfer them to your gear. You have to individually take off every single one, and then individually put them all back on. And then if you want a godly set of gear, I never had a full set of gear that was perfect with gems because it was a insane micro like RNG grind to get like a full like one cost with like the highest values and stuff on it. So you kind of just deal with what you got. And like in Xenoblade, at least, but my thing is in Xenoblade was that it was at least easy to mess with, right? The quality of life. You could do it on the fly. You can generally combine everything on the fly. It's not a big deal. And this, it's like they limit where and when, and like how easy it is to swap between shit, and like how RNG it is to get more of them. So the thing is, and you just don't need it. That's my deal. Is like I'm just I mean they're whatever. I don't feel super strong about them either way. But in this, the quality of life is fucked. So I just found myself wanting to ignore them because the difficulty, I didn't need them. And they're big. They're like 30, 40, 50% more damage kind of shit, right? Like take 50, 30% less damage when you're like fighting with while wearing heavy gear and stuff like that. And you can put like 2 of them on, it's just like pretty juicy stuff if you got high enough rolls on them. And I just didn't bother for most of it. After the beginning, I would do it at the beginning, but I was like, oh my god, I got new gear. I have to go through all these menuing, and then I should probably upgrade my stuff and combine it so I can get better stuff. And I was like, I just don't want to. I'm gonna play Cold Steel this year. One of them. Probably like more. Ripper will fucking drive from Finland. He's gonna drive across the ocean, break my kneecap. I don't. But yeah, so I found those systems to be kind of weak. I didn't like the overdrive system that much. I didn't find it as bad, but as the gems, but I found the gems pretty annoying. And then I didn't like the dialogue. I think it's got the skeleton of a good story, right? I think it has a variety of characters that you jump between kind of often with their own little quirks and stuff like that. It's paced pretty well. They're trying to get into political stuff. They're getting into ancient kind of mysteries and all that shit. Reasons to go everywhere. They'll try to throw set pieces in. They'll try to have little character arcs on some characters here and there. Like, it's got kind of the pace that you'd expect of maybe like kind of an old Final Fantasy or something. The only problem is where it kind of ends up is a little iffy. I'm not going to get into the spoilers on that. I think they could have sold you on it, but it's a little odd. And the dialogue, like I said, it's a little stiff. Even if it wasn't stiff because of like probably language issues, it would probably still need a little more flavor. But you can see what it's going for. It's kind of it feels like an FF9 kind of at times, with how it's kind of, it's got like the goofy thief character who's got these other goofy thieves who are following her around throughout the story, and it's kind of more comedic. And then, you get your kind of party members like an Oron who's like, a little more wise kind of mystery guy who's got, he's hiding maybe something, and then your betrayals or ciphers type of shit. You know, they've got all sorts of crap like that. So it's got the skeleton of something that has done it right before, but it just doesn't quite hit the mark. But it's good enough to stay engaged in it. I didn't find it like boring or like that rough. And like I said, I really like the side stuff. There's a lot of kind of cute. Because the side stuff, how it works is you have like this grid, and the amount of squares you filled in a grid in a row, you get more like rewards. You can see it there. So you don't level up from XP in this. Beat bosses and get shards, or you do the grid and you get shards. So if you don't do any side content, you're under leveled, I guess, or not. I mean, it's probably harder. And beating bosses gets you stuff. So you're not going to have like these crazy power swings. So it's a way to kind of balance the game. You do by the end because you just know how to work the systems enough. And I think they just kind of, like most RPGs, they don't make the end way harder. Because, there could be that person who's not pushing the boundaries that much. And then you kind of alienate them or force them to fall in line. But, so it's interesting. It does cool stuff there. Like, I like the idea of like leveling only off of that kind of stuff. It makes the side quest more rewarding. Most of the side content was significant if it was an actual quest. Otherwise, it's just stuff like, kill like 5 dudes or like find all the hidden treasures here or like kill the unique monsters, which those can be a bit more wild. Like you need to have only like chicks in the front or like go into this fight with like no shirts on or something, and then this enemy will just spawn. So you gotta like read what some people say and kind of figure out how to do those. And there's cute shit like that. Yeah, the ponies really are the hardest fight, and then you just come back to them later though. Yeah, in the like the second shrine. That's another thing too. Is there's like jobs, but they're not really jobs. They're like job talismans where you can get a couple abilities from them, but otherwise they're just kind of like a stat push in a certain direction. So, like an equipment piece. But yeah, I think for a one-man game, and even if it wasn't a one-man game, um, it captures enough of like the atmosphere of like an older JRPG and tries to do enough cool stuff and relatively succeeds on most of it. But I like that a lot. Not a lot, enough. Especially as someone who likes to do a lot of side content. I think if you're just busting through the main story, that depending on how well the dialogue hits you or how bad it hits you, you might have a little bit less of a time with it. If you think the pace is a little too slow, but there's a lot to find there and optimize and fuck around with, and lots of party members and stuff to play around with. It's cool. It's definitely got other issues. I don't think it's like flawless. Like I said, I don't think it's like it's not as good as the best, but it's cool enough. I liked it enough, more than I expected. I also went in with really low expectations. Conversely, with Sea of Stars, I went in with high expectations. I would recommend it. Give it a go. I don't think it's godly, but I would definitely play another one. They've kind of built the world up a little bit. They leave a lot of mystery and events in other areas because it only takes place in a small area. So they've kind of built more going on there. But yeah, that's that's kind of what it is, right? Sea of Stars is kind of trying to be like a particular one. I think it feels enough at it that you don't really even feel like it is actually like Chrono Trigger, but this one kind of just feels like it's in the essence. Runs the inspirations a bit too hard for you to do you? I mean, I didn't play Xenogears, so I know you mentioned that a bit, so maybe there's a bit of that in there. But to me, it didn't feel like it was like overkilling it in any one big direction. I mean, it was definitely inspired by stuff, um, but I didn't feel like I was just retreading something I've seen. Like I said, it felt like a little bit of like maybe Xenogears. It felt like a bit of FF like 9. Uh, some of the music felt like it was kind of going for like a PS2 era kind of style at times, but there is a lot of variety there. I don't know. I don't. Maybe I just didn't play the right stuff, but it didn't feel terribly blatant. But I haven't played the right shit. Like I said, Sea of Stars is trying to be a bit more blatant, and it's much more self-aware, and it's talking about JRPGs. Better to not play the right stuff. um, but yeah, it's like making self-aware meta jokes and stuff, and pulling in actual composers and stuff. Um, it's much more in your face about a lot of it. I think it even says it on the fucking page that it's inspired by Chrono Trigger and shit. So it's funny because Stars really doesn't. I feel like nail most of the Chrono Trigger shit at all, to the point where it feels like it's not really that super duper Chrono Trigger inspired. But people keep saying it. I'm like, no, not really, man. I do want to play that. Yeah, it's been on my list. I wonder if I missed anything. Yeah, swim if it's what it takes. Yeah, yeah, that's kind of my thing. Like getting Yatsunori too there just to do a couple like token songs and shit. I mean, it's cool. He's good, so why not? It's one of those things where. Oh wait, I have the wrong game out. I forgot we haven't actually talked about. It's more the spirit of the thing, which I mean, yeah, I could see people having a problem with that too. But I mean, it's like this game. Like it's clearly being Jet Set Radio, but I mean, I like that because there's not that many Jet Set Radio things. So it just kind of depends. I think if you execute something well enough and put a bit of your own spirit into it, make improvements in the right ways, and then maybe if it's a genre that's not like oversaturated or something, there's all sorts of reasons why it's fine, and a lot of it's personal. So anyways, yeah, this is Bomb Rush Cyberpunk. I really like this one. I don't know if it's exactly really gets the charm perfectly of like Jet Set Radio, but it's pretty fucking close. And it definitely makes gameplay improvements. It's definitely a good game. It tries to put a little of its own spin on it. Like I said, this has all sorts of different rides, like bikes and skateboards, and um, kind of a bit more like Jet Set Radio Future, kind of on the big, more open worlds. It's still very like hands off, not really telling you where shit is. You just kind of roll around. It has no actual wheels. It's just got the rollerblades, whatever. Oh, is he all on foot completely? Yeah, you can do that too. You can just run around on foot and swap between the two. Pretty cool. But yeah, I would say, yeah, it's clearly going for a Jet Set Radio thing. It's got the same guy doing some of the music, not all of it. They try to throw their own kind of different music in there and their own feel on that. It's got more of an actual story with dialogue. I don't think that ends up being terribly good. It's a little goofy at times. Yeah, the ass song. Um, it's definitely got kind of like Chain Echoes, like a little bit of like a. I don't think. I think they're Dutch or something. It's kind of got like that. Um, Not everything kind of flows out super smooth for something that's supposed to be more like punk. Like they probably have a lot of like slang, but they don't really use a whole lot of interesting slang or anything. Um, but other than that, really, and the story's not a big part of it. It gets the atmosphere right, the style right for the most part. I mean, it's really hard to get just Jet Set Radio right. It's like almost effortless in how like stylish it is. I mean, the whole soundtrack is by the same guy. A lot of there's not really any VA in this, which is good. There's a couple like quick like one line things when they do stuff, which they sound great. They'll just be like, yeah, just something goofy, or just they just say some wild shit, just some kind of like fun old voice line you'd have in like, um, Jet Set had actual like, by having less story, like it had DJ Professor K and all that shit. He would say stuff, and like his kind of personality really set the tone for a lot of it. Once again, it's this another simple story, kind of like Jet Set 2, where you just need to take over the gang, city, war, essentially, but it gets into a bit more goofy shit. Future does that too, but it's a little better than that. But other than that, it's great. Way better gameplay wise, I'd probably say. Still has that like really big floaty kind of 3D platformer thing going on. This mixes a little bit more Tony Hawk into it than I would say Jet Set Radio probably had. That one's almost more just kind of platformery at times. This has like scoring and like more collectible stuff for you to grab. Um, they make the spray paint better. Instead of doing like a sequence of like QTEs, you just make line connections to dots, and you can always do the same connections, and you'll always get the same thing. And so you can collect a bunch of different graffiti, and that's really cool. You get to play different characters. They don't have different stats in this one, but you do get to swap your what you're riding around in, which doesn't really change the gameplay much, but it does allow you to get into a couple different areas kind of arbitrarily. So, like they're just pretty much lock and key things. So if you're on a bike, you can stand on a bike pad, or if you're on a skateboard, you can kind of spin a hydrant. Yeah, custom graffiti, so that's cool. Which you can do, I think, in Jet Set Radio PC. So, really good soundtrack. It can get sometimes repetitive. It depends on how much you explore the same areas. They add in new songs kind of as you go. So, different color palettes. Like I said, a bunch of different characters. It's just cool, man. It's just got the style, right? Like if you got rid of the style, it'd be kind of just like an okay platformer Tony Hawk thing, but because it's not trying to be like super in depth on every jump and every little thing you do. But there's just enough there. There's just enough about speed and like chaining long strings of stuff together that, coupled with the atmosphere and the style, it just makes it really cool. Because you can always like, you can slide on the ground or like do like a manual kind of thing, or um, kind of lean into turns and kind of like add multipliers and make sure your combo never disappears. And it's not really too hard to do that on the small scale, like in the long scale where some of the challenges are. It's a bit more crazy. So instead of like with Tony Hawk, where you need to know how to do like a bunch of different kinds of moves, this one, every button kind of does something expected, and it's more about how you kind of plan your way through the environment and stuff like that. I do have some problems with level design, the environment. I do think some of the levels could use a few more shortcuts to unlock. Sometimes you want to get up and like just freestyle, and it ends up being this kind of like linear thing you kind of have to do. The uh, the island, the Pyramid Island's a good example. That one has a lot of just like you just kind of have to go through the gauntlet to get to the top. It's really unnecessary. You do unlock a shortcut in that, but even, I mean, to get up to that shortcut in the kind of linear, so it feels very Dreamcasty in that sense, where there's just kind of some fuck like level design. The map is kind of hard to read. They don't really tell you like where a lot of like collectibles and stuff can be and stuff like that, which is fine. But it feels like it's trying to be very faithful there, where it's like some stuff's just a pain in the ass and goofy, and it's just like, well, that's just kind of how it was then. That's how we're doing it here. Um, so like I said, some of the level design, like there's like quests for like unlockable characters, and they're just you have no idea where they are, and you'll do a quest, and they got another one, and you have no idea where it is. These are big levels, so that's not necessarily bad, but in this kind of game, that kind of tedium and pace breaker, I don't think is really a good idea. I think it's totally fine in something more exploration heavy. But it doesn't really work in this, but they just do it anyways because that's kind of how it probably used to be. Just like, um, yeah, I don't know that he's only on he's only using his feet. The thing is, like, even if you're using your feet, you always end up on the skates anyways. You can't like grind with like it just automatically switches you. So I mean, you still get the idea of it. This is the official gameplay trailer. Team Rep 2 years ago. If you really like Jet Set Radio, if you've never played Jet Set Radio, give this one a go. They really like refine the gameplay a good bit. have a lot of areas to go through. You can bust through the story pretty quick if you want, but there's a lot to like find if you don't want to just rush through. Um, Challenging as you want it. Definitely has its repetition and its tedium at times, depending on how much side stuff you're going for. It's definitely trying to go in maybe a little faithful in that front, but it's cool. I think like stories probably one. I think it kind of gets a little bit more. You feel it a little bit more like, oh, this is not some indie game, but like like, okay, yeah, like that you can kind of like, oh yeah, it's not as effortlessly stylish when they actually start talking about some shit. It's not a big deal at all. It's barely a part of the games. It's cool. I don't have any big issues with it, other than as far as 3D platformers go and stuff. It's not super duper fun, but it's more about the marriage of the style with the platform. Anyways, we're almost there, man. Four more, and then pick the best. Kind of tired. Anyways, Luna said this is a first-person dungeon crawler in the vein of Shadow Tower and Kingsfield, which I've played neither yet, but it is very. I like it a lot. I think it's really good, but how to explain it? Very atmospheric. A lot of like odd enemies. A lot of varied areas with kind of music you might not always expect, but always um, is really engaging, really interesting look. Fair bit of secrets, lots of different kind of weapons you can get. Cool leveling where you actually can up your speed and your jumps and all that kind of stuff instead of just raw stats. You know, mix of magic and ranged and that kind of stuff. Goofy spells and just kind of all sorts of shit that you'd maybe have in an old game where it's like, well, why is this here? Why is that here? We just did it because it's kind of cool, right? So it's got a lot of soul in that sense, and it's fun to kind of just see all the different areas and kind of get immersed in them. Yeah, we'll do Kingsfield at some. I've got my little issues with this. I think some of the meta stuff is bad. When you think about the entire idea of the game, it makes sense. But I really like the setup. I think it's really cool. It gets you really into it. Like they've got the Alucard doing the voice at the beginning, and he's all like distorted, and he's like, "There's a world where and it just sounds cool, and it really gets you into it. And there's like these wild, like kind of cutscenes, which the animations and the cutscenes are always kind of iffy, but um, it really sells you on the atmosphere. But as you kind of go through it and you get more endings, it's one of those like you almost don't want to do more endings because some of them kind of start getting a little meta, and you're just like, okay, well, I much prefer this as an act, you know, what it is kind of deal. But it's a small part of it. It kind of twinges the story a little, but it's not a big deal. Um, but yeah, just really excellent atmosphere, really fun, just kind of exploration. It's not really godly combat. It's mostly just kind of whacking and positioning and stuff like that. I used crossbows and ranged attacks for most of it, so I played it more like a shooter. I had fun with it. I really didn't think the combat was a big problem at all, and it was cool messing around with little spells and stuff. But if you're more like really hoping for some crazy combat, you might have an issue there. But I also think some of the secrets are they're a little too leaning on hidden walls. I do think sometimes I would prefer a bit more of the jumping, a bit more puzzles, a bit more of the speed and stuff to kind of play into it. It's a game where really fun to find everything. You kind of need to spam E on every wall, which isn't really the best because they don't all really have like a sense to them. They're not all in alcoves or something. Right? They're not all miscolored. They're sometimes are just literally fucking in just like a random wall. And even if they all weren't, it sets a precedent pretty quick that they do start. And then there's a lot. So other than that, though, I don't really have a lot of big problems with the game. I just find the atmosphere, just the feel of it, really cool, really unique. Definitely not one of those you get off. Really cool art and sound. It's really fun to collect all the different stuff, all the spells, and kind of make your way through the different zones, figure out what's a difficult one or how I'm gonna get through this, and kind of there. I don't want to. I already kind of revealed little bits about the story, but it's cool. Otherwise, I do think the final boss. Well, depending on which one your final, but the traditional final boss is a little too much on the goofy side of things. The friendship his power thing does not fit the game, and honestly, breaking down a fucking in a drum and bass is probably even for this game a little too much. With the light show and stuff, I will spoil that because I feel like I need to talk about it. So there are elements that I think they kind of go off the rails a little too much, but other than that, and some people I don't think like the anime cutesy NPCs. I don't have a big problem with it. You get used to it real quick. But everything is so grim and dark fantasy and like creative, and then like you walk over here, and then the lolly scythe wheeling lady is like your fucking NPC for the day. And you're just like, whoa, like that is not what any of this looks like. Like I go see this like eldritch horror 2 feet away, right? That is like in the darkness, I can barely make him out, and this like sea of blood, and then it's like the lolly fucking scythe wife. It's very odd in that sense, but it's not too bad, and you get used to that quick. I don't mind that really. They are just like the friendly NPCs in the hub kind of thing. But if you're wanting something that's like perfectly dark fantasy all the time, it gets a little off on just a few parts. But I do think the true end, well, not true end, while some of the endings kind of are a little fucked on tone, and I don't like where they kind of go. Some of them are really good. Some of them really I feel like are a solid ending that kind of capture the vibe that most of the games had. I do think for some reason in the cutscenes, some of the animations look a little cheap. When you're fighting enemies, they look great. It's not bad animation work, but they do look a little bit more like indie game. So this is made by actually I didn't know this until we were near the end of the game. Made by the Lost in Vivo dev. I want to play that. I heard it's a really good horror game. Anyway, I'd really recommend it. There's not much like it. So. And if you're a big atmosphere kind of person, really awesome here. Like kind of collecting it. It's not terribly long, 20 something hours. Definitely one of the better ones this year. All right, Star Ocean. Yeah, this one sucked. I'm exaggerating, but I do think it was one of the shittier ones we played this year. Um, so it's really okay. It's notable though. This is one that will go into notable. I will say. Um, oop. It's very interesting. I will not forget what some of it that it did, but well, yeah. I mean, a lot of it was me just in the menus. Yeah, so there's a lot of people who really like the original. So my, so I guess what the game's about is it is a technically sci-fi game. It's really just an isekai and a fantasy world. It gets a little sci-fi by the end, but it's kind of like the worst parts of the game. Um, it is a isekai about some guy who is the son of the main character of the first game, and he is a do-good generic JRPG guy who, for some reason, feels like he's not good enough. Sometimes there's barely any character work in this fucking game, but he's totally perfect in all ways, and he just he goes through and helps people on his way to finding out a way to get off of this planet and back in a sci-fi land. Um, and then the fucking 10 wise men come out and tell him that we're gonna fucking destroy this world, brother. And you gotta fight the 10 wise men, and they're all named after angels and shit. And that's funny at least, but it's pretty generic. Pick random game. Yeah. So one of the interesting things about it is you do get to pick which actual main character you start with. You either pick the chick, Rena, the blue-haired chick, or you pick CC Canny, who is well, his name's Claude, but I call him CC Kenny because he sounds more like a hick or something. And so I don't know, what all's different. I assume mostly it's the same. You can tell there's some points in the game where they branch off and they go do their own thing. Otherwise, I would imagine in the background skits that you have where they try to have any kind of character work, the private actions, that flavor of dialogue might change a bit, right? Like he's probably not. You're not going to be romancing the fucking 12-year-old or whatever is probably Rena. It's probably going to be, something different. Oh man, the throat, it's getting ready to go, dude. It's almost there, man. So that's kind of interesting. Otherwise, it essentially plays. This one does play like a Tales game. Very much so. Yeah, I think it's some of the same people. So the combat, it's JRPG, right? It's exploring and it's leveling up and it's equipping stuff. But it is action game. Spamming moves every time you use it. It makes they say the name and all that kind of shit. But it has like a parry system and like a break system. Or if you break them, they get stunned and they take a bunch of damage, stuff like that. Doesn't fucking matter. None of that matters. I didn't do any of it. I just walked up and one shot half of everything. And if I didn't one shot them, I got one shot and I had to spam some items and then I turned around and one shot them. So because this game has a system in it, and this is the fucked part, and it's also the interesting part, where you kind of like in a not Elder Scrolls precisely, but kind of like an FF2. The spell effects clog the screen. Yeah, that too. I mean, fucking hell, it's not even worth the time. The thing is, if you parry and fail, you lose all of your meter, your formation meter. You can see it there. So these are formations, right? If you have enough of a points that you just get by just naturally playing, you get like 50% more attack power, shit like that. The only way you can lose them is dying or fucking up a parry. Why the fuck would you parry then? Like, you just don't bother, because you could just walk up and deal like 10,000 fucking damage and just crank them. You could just unlock them anyway. So it's like it just doesn't matter. So it's just fundamentally bad. It just doesn't make any fucking sense to do. But the big thing that really kills it is it has this system where you get all of these different skills, dozens of skills, like acrobatics or something. I don't even know that's a skill. Like writing, stuff like that. And you get all of these small skills that affect stuff that feed into bigger skills that are actual things you can do. Like you can write, which lets you create books to up your skills. Or you can blacksmith, which lets you create gear. Or you can ride the bunny. Well, okay, never mind. We'll get there. So there's these skills, and then these skills, and then those feed into these skills, and then you can start getting wild. You start leveling these up, and you're unlocking the ability to dupe. You're unlocking the ability to essentially get infinite money. You're unlocking the ability to create insanely crazy gear super easily with the touch of a button. You're pretty much unlocking the ability to just completely destroy the game. And so the interesting thing about the remake is it makes it easier to do and more obvious and more apparent. So it highlights a very bad part of the game, I feel like, because it's a remake. They're not going to get rid of it. They're going to just make it easier to do. Like these are the skills. All of these things. Um so it's like um so like it's interesting, it's cool, but it also makes the game super unfun. And like as soon as you're done doing 10 hours of menuing, it's just like you just fucking shit through it because the actual game doesn't have fun exploration. You don't really get a whole lot of you don't have to like path find, you don't have to get all these different kinds of rides and figure out where to go, and the story's not interesting. And there's nothing to really even find in the world in the first place. You can kind of do like an Octopath where you can go through the dungeons kind of early. So it's like when you break the game and you've got like God gear, and if you really want it, I held back a bit. You could dupe items that just give you levels, but I stopped at getting like 500% extra XP a fight. I was really holding back, but like, so I'd walk up to do one fight and get like 5 levels, and then every enemy could just be instantly killed by everyone around me automatically with bodyguard. Yeah, I'm seeing it because I could have been max level with like max BP and stuff. So it's like I held back a little bit. I didn't dig into the contraband area. They warn you in the contraband that you could break the game if you use it. Meanwhile, they don't say shit when you start using the dupe skill. It's just like, okay, dude. So it's really odd. It's this. Yeah, it's really cool that you can break the game. I really like it in a way, but it's also like there's a reason games don't let you do that. Yeah, yeah. If you're gonna use this, the balance of the game is gonna be broken. Meanwhile, you've already destroyed it, right? Even the idea of the formations, the amount of stats you get from that, being able to make like whatever gear really quick. I made like the ultimate weapon for my guy, like the second I hit um the second world. I think you can do it earlier than that. We're talking like I've got like 800 power, and then I've got like 3,000 power. I'm duping items that give me like 50% more attack power on like everybody. Like I'm out here with infinite money, which means I can make all of these books to level everybody's skills without getting any SP. So everybody's got all these extra stats and passives, and they're really good at everything. So I can do this cooking if I wanted. I'm cooking to get 50% extra XP. I'm duping items that give me double XP every fight. I'm using a formation that gives me 100% XP every fight. I'm the whole game. I had limiters on. I cut like most of my stats down by like a third, so I could get 50% extra SP. So you're just essentially just walking around, just a fucking just god, just destroying shit, just super busted. The only thing that slows you down is that despite them upping the quality of life a lot, it is still really hard to understand what the fuck is going on in these skills at the start because every menu looks the same. It's the same blue menu, all left justified. Like what they should do is have a menu that kind of like shows you the pyramid that builds into each thing. It shows you which things actually are real skills and which of them are just stats. But they don't. The thing is, maybe it's a balance thing. It's one of those things where the more vague and obscure it is and harder to work with, the more balanced it is because you just don't want to mess with it. But no matter what, it's like a broken thing. I think Sharkopolis was mentioned. You can only make like one thing at a time in the past. Now you can make like 20 or 10. So with infinite um, materials and every vendor selling all the materials for everything cheap, and infinite, you can get huge discounts anyways, but you also get infinite money. You can essentially just max like everything and go absolutely insane for a really long time. Only until you just get bored of it, you stop. Good luck with Star Ocean 3 if you play it. Yeah, see that's the thing is I probably would just play it more normally, right? That's like Dragon Quest 8, the original version. It takes so long to craft. you just sit there for like 50 minutes or something sometimes that like you just don't do a whole lot of it, but then they change it and you can just craft and make all this shit. More fun, but it kind of changes the feel and probably the balance a lot of it. So, anyways, so it's a very interesting part of the game, but it also completely destroys it, and they add in all these new systems from the original like, formation thing, and you're just like, why? Well, like, what the fuck is going on? It's a great like not a cautionary tale, but a great example of why there probably is limits and stuff in some games. And while breaking JRPGs is really fun, it's breaking them within the parameters they kind of allow. That's fun. Like it's cool just busting some, but it's another thing. Literally always being like max level walk around, like beating dudes up. Um, I was like, still. I mean, the story was so generic, anyways, and the exploration was so weak that like it was worth just like going all in on the what was cool about the game, what was different. But yeah, it's just I don't know. I also feel like it was one they kind of ran out of money. Um, it was kind of that Arise thing going on. The second world you go to really, the pace really got a little wacky. Some of the exposition, um, some of the MacGuffin hunts and stuff. It just kind of is like, it felt really sloppy. They're killing off like characters of the first game, and then just nothing happens. They just barely say anything. The tone's all over the place. Um, I don't think the main stuff's really great either in the first world, but um, yeah, it's rough. Like I said, I think you're getting better exploration and like stuff from like Dragon Quest like one or like Final Fantasy like one like some of these like it was kind of already being outdone by a lot of stuff before it, and even if you don't go that far back, it's still being outdone by shit before 1988. So it's really about that system and the action combat. And the action combat, obviously, I mean, has been doing it forever, and all sorts of games have action RPG stuff. So that doesn't really hold up in any special way. So it's really just about breaking the game, which is essentially just 8 hours of like raw menu work, unless you understand it quick or don't bother with certain things. So it's also got this thing going on where you can't get every party member, which is odd, but you would have no idea your first playthrough. So if you have some party members, you can't get other party members, and if you have some main characters, you can't get other party members as well. You can only hold 8, and generally you're gonna get more than that. Um, so unless you have some like foreknowledge or something, it doesn't really matter. You can't swap dudes in battle really. And I mean, maybe you can. I don't know. It doesn't matter. I didn't level my other guys that much. I just gave them the survival point. I don't even know if in the original game you got XP for your reserves, um but you do get like, cutscenes and private actions with these guys if they're in your party, which is where all the character building is, and it's not much. You're getting some characters who have almost no story, and then the first private action they have is they want your dick. And then that's pretty much it. Like the reporter lady, like you barely know her, but then she's romancing you, or she wants to, and then that's like that's like there's not much else with her, and it's just like okay, man, like it's very tropey in that sense. Before I guess a lot of this became super tropey, but it's very very light. Some characters get a little bit more. This guy gets like the dragon guy actually gets like a full side quest chain, which is but most characters kind of just there. So for you not to even really be able to even meet them all, um, it's not like a CRPG where it feels like it's kind of picking the flavor of your team. It just feels like you're not really just getting to see something. I guess it gives replay value, but I really don't know. Anyways, a lot of people love Star Ocean 2. I mean, I get it. There's some cool stuff there. I'm sure there's some nostalgia and all that. I don't know how much the remake really bastardizes a lot of it. I do like the new art. I like that you can pick from a lot of different voice casts and stuff like that. It's the best, all downhill from there. Yeah, I might try some others at some point, but It's got cool stuff going on, but like I said, I find the exploration to be not terribly great compared to a lot of games that came before. I think breaking the game is neat, but it's too much. I think the actual action combat is pretty spammy. It's cool there's parries and stuff, but there's in-game reasons to not bother. I find the story to really fall apart, not be really that interesting in the first place. So I'm gonna put it down as one of the worst, but I respect it as something people like. I'm definitely in the minority on that. It's definitely gonna be memorable, which is more than most shitty RPGs can probably say. A lot of stuff's just forget. My voice is almost. It's almost. Oh, also the look of it. It felt a little cheap at times. It wasn't super overkill with the post production, but it kind of had that Nintendo hire this man vibe going on when you're in the overworld. A lot of HD textures that don't really mesh with the sprites, and they just look like they're kind of layered over everything, like the grass and stuff. When you're in the actual areas, though, and you got camera angles to work with, and you can see stuff from different angles and shit, that was fine. I wouldn't say it's super cheap, but if there was ever a HD 2D game to really be like, hey, they do make these games because they're a cheap way to make a buck compared to remaking them from scratch or just selling them for $10. That's the one that you could really kind of point to. I think Live Alive makes a good case for them. And Octopath and Triangle Strategy are kind of overproduced, but they're at least trying to kind of. It's not as bad, but yeah, I don't know about. I mean, it's. I generally am not a huge fan of it, but I mean, like I said, I love Live Alive, so I can be swayed on it. It's just not something that I blow a load for when I see it. It's just it depends on the execution. Anyways, Tevi, we're getting into stuff I played very recently. Let me eat a bite of this. I'm not gonna put Tevi as worst. I don't think it's that bad. But I did find it very disappointing. It's a great story. Yeah, Goto made it. Well, it's because this game is like everybody's constantly fucking talking all the time. It's super overwritten. Everybody's yapping all the time. It's just yapping all. It's the yapping game. So that's the joke. It's just every time somebody fucking every cutscene, every pace breaking cutscene, it's just you start spamming it because it's just they just never shut. But they have so little to say. Um, so this is a Metroidvania made by it's like that, but not fun. This is a Metroidvania made by some of the people who made Rabi-Ribi. It's directed by somebody else, somebody related to the Ruby project, the animated show. Finally, I think. Um, guys who did most of the writing and stuff. Um, so it's a Metroidvania with a little bit more of an action focus. Bullet hell, I suppose. Rabi-Ribi is a bit more really bullet hell on the combos. I find it fun. Still in the same vein as that. Um, the big difference here is this game is a different world, a lot more story focus, and I think in most capacities, kind of a downgrade from Rabi-Ribi. So the big one is story. Rabi-Ribi barely had any story, and it was for the best because the writing wasn't that good. It was just like waifus in leotards running around beating each other up. It was like a Toho thing, right? And this, there's a lot of fucking story. They really want to get across this world. Millions of characters. This shit is it's like they're trying to get you to roll for a gotcha. There's a fucking new slew of characters every few hours. Um, and they go nowhere. There's no depth to like hardly anybody. He gets the main three that immediately are all meet. You get like a couple little arcs, not even arcs, just they have some connection to someone in their life, and that's pretty much it. But it is just very, very. God, my throat is really going. Got like stuff stuck in my throat too. It's like lemon. This is like lemon cookie. It is long-winded, like myself. Long-winded, without saying anything, with no interesting character shit happening at all, despite having bazillions of characters. Way too worried about, instead of visually telling you any kind of story, hitting you with every little bit of lore they've made up in their little world here, at all times. Super exposition heavy. Tonal issues galore. So many times where you're getting characters who are some big bad things happen, and then they just turn around and are talking about waffles, talking about some quirky joke. Everybody's is a quirky fucking goofball. And it just really blows chunks writing wise. But the biggest problem, I suppose, with the writing is more the pace break. So Metroidvanias, there's nothing wrong with the idea of having like a story in one, but usually you kind of get into a flow and you want to explore something. There's this pace of like getting upgrades and stuff. But the problem is every time you walk in a zone in this, most times when you do something, it stops. It hits you with these just paragraphs upon paragraphs upon paragraphs of text ad nauseum all the fucking time. And it really kills the flow of it. And on top of that, all of your major movement tech is tied to certain story beats. So what that means is not that that's particularly a huge problem in and of itself. It's that that is the only time you're going to find anything of true significance. And you start to fall into that formula and pattern, and you realize it. And so it's just a game where you just rush through the story, be able to finally go explore, and realize that most of the exploration's just stats, which is cool. No, I'd probably say no then. I'll get into why. I would probably say no. I think the boss fights are worse in this, and it's way easier, especially on hard mode. I think the level design's worse than Rabi-Ribi 2 by a fair bit. I'll get into all that, but so there's less to find. There's a lot to find. It's still this Rabi-Ribi potions. It's still you get a lot of badges in this. Well, I'll explain the badge thing later. So there's stuff to get, but it's very end loaded on when you can get everything. It's not quite as unsatisfying as like an Axiom Verge type of thing, but it's kind of in that vein. Where like you can get a fair bit of stuff early, but you're always gonna have some cock block. Not in a fun way either, but just like it's very end loaded because it's all story focused and stuff. So it kind of limits your freedom. You can go explore some areas early. They do in the early game allow you to kind of split off and go grab some of the collectibles in whatever order you want. But because it's kind of story focused, the order of the areas, how, where, and when you get your upgrades and stuff becomes more formulaic. So you'll never find any cool boss fight on the side. You'll never find any cool upgrade on the side, really. You're gonna find marginal badge upgrades and stuff, which can get pretty wild, but they're also kind of bloated and overworded and very situational. So yeah. I guess to recap, bad story, too much story, pace breaker, creates repetitive, formulaic expectations, which kind of ruins adventure and surprise and stuff. So that's one problem. Another problem beyond that is I think the actual world level design is like not really that good. Um, this feeds kind of into the aesthetics too. Like the backgrounds look nice, but most of the level design is just kind of 90-degree block kind of shit, right? Um, so it's not much to look at, and there's not many hazards or anything that really are designed like thematically around the level. There's like a few. There's like one you get like a swinging cage and like a torture level, and you can break stuff with it. Stuff like that. It's mostly not a whole lot of thematic, interesting stuff. Like in the water area, you kind of move a little different, right? In the fire area, you take a couple points of damage occasionally. It's nothing spicy. Um, so it kind of affects, I feel like, the atmosphere of the levels, but also the levels themselves are just boring. It's a lot of hallways. It's a lot of one way. I've never seen a game with more one ways in this fucking than this fucking game did. I mean, other than like an actual linear game, but in a fucking Metroidvania, I swear to God, especially in the late game, you walk in a room, you just fall through it. It's a one way. You jump up through something, you can't go back down. You're walking through this, you can't go back. But then you could go underneath you and go back through it this way. So why was it a one way in the first place? There's not enough shortcuts. Why aren't there? Don't you get the ability to like kick down a ladder in some spots? Why do I have to go through an entire linear dungeon to get back to this spot because of one ways? Um, Fuck Meridia, dude. This is on another level, man. You actually will see people in Steam reviews mentioning this. That's not something people usually don't notice things in Steam reviews, man. It is really bad in this. Yeah. So if you hated that, it is very there everywhere. Just unfun. I found it just irritating most of the time. Not just the one ways, but just I never was like these levels are fun to move around in. They're not really that interesting. They're very basic, very simple and design without any thematic spice or anything. And most enemies, you know, if they're not reused a bunch in the late game, generally they're just fucking sandbags, man. Which is cool, um, in some games, but they don't die like instantly, right? Like in Metroid, it's cool just to shoot a guy real quick on the run because you're just blasting, and then there's the guys you actually have to fight a bit. In this, it's like most guys, you just combo them for like fucking 5 seconds, and then they're just dead. And you just move on. The only thing you get from enemies in this is resources for crafting and stuff like that. So I mean, it's fun to run around and beat up enemies. I think the combat is one of the better parts, but I think that is still worse than probably Rabi-Ribi, in my opinion. Um, in some ways, especially in bosses. So it's like there's just not really much going on there. Well, you could say, well, maybe it's the movement mechanics, right? Like, it doesn't have to have great level design if it's fun, at least fool around. So the idea is that a little bit. Yeah, well, this is not going to be much different for you. I mean, it's fun to beat up random enemies at times in this, but it's more of a masher than it is something where you have to really think about how your combos are going to flow together and how you're going to like move enemies around the room or combo them into each other or anything. It's mostly just different flavors of kind of mashing. In this game, you could pretty much never drop the combo ever, especially on bosses. So it's more just waiting out their break gauge and just beating on them as you slightly dodge bullets while you're still beating on them. But yeah, so you could say, well, what about the movement tech and the level design, right? This game has barely anything. It's a dash, it's a double jump, it's a high jump. Get the high jump. People are like, oh, now I can go back and grab this. Nope, you need a little bit more. So now you gotta get the double jump. Like, oh wait, no, it's still not enough. You need the jetpack, and the jetpack's kind of this slow thing where you kind of fall a bit and work your way up, and there's just not very fun to move around. Like you get a slide and you get a dash too, but it's your typical kind of Metroidvania stuff. Otherwise, you're getting stuff like a bomb you drop really slowly, and sometimes you can upgrade it to have a little wider of a cross radius. Um, or you can get a different kind of bomb that you have to slowly charge, and you can kind of just throw it in this janky way. And it's like they're fine if they were the bread and butter, but for a game that's like 35 hours long, you get, I think, about 2 to 3 pieces of move tech by 15 hours in. The high jump, the double jump, and like the slide, and I guess the bomb. I don't even know if I count that as move tech. So there's like that's it for like half of the game. So it's very slow and very end loaded on a lot of its stuff, and a lot of it's really not even that exciting. Like it's fine. Like those things are good to have. Um, but it doesn't save the level design, and the level design doesn't really make amazing use of it, anyways. And the secrets and stuff like that. It's a game that it tells you what's all in each area, how much, but it doesn't tell you in what rooms and shit. And it has a lot of situations where you need to just bomb like everything. So there's just some stuff you just don't want to get. There's not even an achievement for getting everything in the game. So you'll get a fair amount of stuff. Most of it'll make sense. A lot of it's end loaded. Because there's a lot of just kind of like shit you need certain like radiuses of bombs for, or like the ability to slide off of something and then like slide into something mid slide, which should just be there by default. But that's like a whole ability you get in the end game. Like just really odd stuff. Point is, it's not like the worst when it comes to movement tech. It's just very slow, slowly paced, and doesn't make up for really kind of dull level design. I really did not care for the level design. I found myself actually irritated by it sometimes, and I was like, that's not probably good. So then the combat, bosses, the builds. So the builds are kind of cute. You have like hundreds of badges flying over. They're everywhere. Um, they're not very transformative. It's not going to change your playstyle super hard. You're kind of gonna decide, well, I want to shoot a lot. Do I want to be like more of a ground combo guy? Do I want to do more air stuff? Do I want to put bombs? Really, you're gonna do a little bit of everything. You do everything at once. I just did everything, right? I just picked the ones that made the most sense. Really, the big choices is going to be how much bombs you're going to throw down on the ground, and are you just going to be pure ranged, right? Depending on the difficulty. So me, I was like, fuck it, I'll try to do as much air combos as I could. I ended up just equipping all the ground combo shit too, because you get like flat stat buff from that anyways. And it doesn't really change the playstyle too much. Like you can make those little decisions, but for 200 badges, you're like, wow, it's going to be really different. I'm going to have really special combos and different kinds of moves that are really going to change how I play. It's just really situational stuff. It's stuff like if you have an A combo, then on the second attack, your attack will turn into a pinwheel, and it only can be activated 2 seconds into the fight, and cannot be reactivated again for 15 seconds. And then anytime you try to do that again, the fourth move will turn into like this. And it's like stuff like that. It's just like these like really big paragraphs to kind of like explain these extremely situational or like very what are essentially passives that just kind of activate at very specific times. There's one, it's like stuff like every time you get the seventh time you get hit, you take 77% less damage. And it's goofy shit like that. They can be cool, they can be interesting, and it's kind of a different way to phrase mitigation and make it more expected. But there's so many, and there's so kind of like a different way to word just something that's a passive. Um, that and you can equip so many at once, anyways. That I found while they were interesting, something just like a Donisaro, where you just like choose your weapon and then you like choose which demon you want to bring around and then throw a couple passes on it was like kind of more rewarding in a sense when it came to builds. Like don't get me wrong, I like min maxing, it's cool. And this has that, but it's not a game where like even I want to just like melt the boss and you end up kind of doing that. So it's not super duper interesting on the build side of things. There's a lot there, and it takes some different approaches to it, which is cool. Like I said, in some of the wordplay, but it also kind of just feels bloated, and they're stretching it thin. What was even useful? Like some of them were just bad, and what was even worth having just to have lots of stuff in the. So, anyways, that affects the combat a bit, but it's mostly just in how flashy things are and what kind of damage that's going to come out. It doesn't really change much how you think about the game. So, what does kind of affect things, or I guess that affects the feeling of the combat is, the enemies and the bosses, right? So, you have the ability to put up a force field like 5 or 6 times a fight at least, which just blocks all bullets for a long time and does damage back to the enemy, and you could just be attacking them through it. You also have a iframe kind of crash that you can do occasionally, which I'll just forget to use because it's such a small bar. You have your bombs you can throw down on the ground, and then you just have your combos, right? So I would say this game, because it's so fast and there's so many just kind of infinite combos you can essentially be doing, it's just very mashy. Like you don't really drop anything, you just start mashing again. That I kind of like the combat less than Rabi-Ribi, especially against bosses. So bosses in this, I just tank the damage. I just ignore it usually. Or I'll do like an attack and I'll slightly move me and I'll just kind of dodge bullets while I'm just beating on this motherfucker. The bosses are very easy and very easy just to kind of soak. So in Rabi-Ribi, it's like I'm having to dodge stuff, really learn fights, and then I go in for a much more, I feel like, I don't want to say methodical, but much more meaningful, like thought out kind of combo where I kind of have, they're not as flashy and there's not as much going on, but I kind of had to like think about how I was going to continue the combo. It's not like a super fancy, like it's not like some Odin Sphere, like Devil May Cry kind of combo where I'm really gonna have to think about swapping stuff around and not dropping it. But keeping them juggled, keeping them comboed, really maximizing my damage because of the difficulty of Rabi-Ribi mattered like a lot. Where in this, breaking them and then comboing them does feel good. It's satisfying. I don't think it's a bad part of the game. It just doesn't. It feels much more mashy. It feels more like I just kind of do it forever. I never stop because I can just soak shit. I'm just kind of pressing all the buttons. There's a bit of flash you can throw into it, and some flips and some dashes and stuff, but it's all just, can I remember all of my buttons? I remember to press all of my buttons when my resources are where they need to be, so I can optimize DPS, and that's just kind of it, right? So, point is, I found that while seeming like kind of complicated, not really being all that complicated. It's still a fun action game, like Metroidvania combat, but because so many of the other systems in the game are kind of weak, you're looking at the combat to be really this big step up from Rabi-Ribi, and it feels in some ways kind of lesser. It doesn't help that the enemies and the encounters and the bosses are much easier, less complicated for one, less damage, less crazy patterns. You just have more options to avoid shit. You You can craft and just create like by the end, like 8 to 10 consumables. Most of them are 30% extra health. Some of them are 100. Um, some of them are 40% defense buffs, 25% HP over like 30 seconds, stuff like that. So some of them are damage. Some enemies will spawn ads, and you can just blow them all up with like smart bombs. Really, the best fights were probably the big ones. It was fun comboing humanoids and stuff. But really just the big like screen wide bosses where you actually had to jump around and like think about what you were doing a little bit instead of just mashing stuff. Some of the cooler shit. I don't know. It's one of those things. I think the combat's still probably the best part. I still had fun with it. I don't think it's bad, but like if you don't like Rabi-Ribbi's enemies in some ways in combat, like I think in a lot of ways this is where. Also, avoid being hit so you can keep the rating up for the damage bonus so you can run a glass cannon, build and burst them down so you do crazy so every tank and shit really felt. I mean, you still lose combo and you still lose damage, but it's just not necessary. You can mitigate how much getting hit messes with your combo with some stuff, and there's also the ability to lucky dodge in this game. and you could add badges in that make it so using certain moves will dodge things. And I think that's kind of cool. You can just keep the attack up, but the problem is, um, you don't the I don't even know if 100% if your damage goes up with combo. You just get certain abilities and stuff when your combo's higher. You do get some damage up when your combo's at a certain point, but sometimes it's just the number. It's not always the rank. Um, so it is still kind of similar there, but you just don't need it. It just doesn't matter. Like you don't you crank them no matter what. It's like I didn't even it didn't matter because you could get up to the rank really fast anyways when they break. So and a lot of your passives don't. They have stuff to do with the combo, but um, it's nothing you can't get really fast. So. And like I said, it's not difficult enough where you really need the extra damage. Like there was times I'd get lucky, or I would just kind of have the right setup going, where I literally like I think it was in the last boss. As soon as they dropped one of their debuffs, like it instantly evaporated an entire health bar out of like 5. So I just went through like 2 and like a couple attacks, stuff like that. That was more of a lucky goofy thing, but like it's kind of like that sometimes. Some bosses take a while, but some just they just kind of go. You don't really have to think about it too much. Usually, I'm like a lot of fights I wouldn't even be using heals or anything, because you can take the game in all kind of different orders in the beginning. Those fights tend to be a little easier. Some of the later ones, because they do expect you to kind of done more at that point, have a little bit more difficulty, or at least um have a bit more health and damage they can put out. But even then, it's not too bad. There's not a whole lot you need to learn, and I played them both on hard. um, and I feel like the combo game is not. There's not enough thought and choice and skill put into it. There is like I said, it is still fun. It's still avoidance. There's still some level of like inputs that you have to put in to kind of play with your combos and stuff. For the most part, it's just a lot of it's unnecessary and it's not really all that complicated. And the bosses just require nothing. If you're wanting to pop off and be really wacky and flashy, that's kind of your deal. It's not really that hard to do, and it's just like it's not necessary. Even stuff like the backflip and stuff just feels a little odd because you'll like want a backflip, which you have like dodge charges in this. You like have a chance of getting them, or if you fight long enough, you can get like dodges. But you can't just dodge. You have to like augment certain abilities to be able to dodge with them with like badges. And so you can do it with like the backflip, but then like something like the backflip, you just kind of like launch really far away. You can kind of play with it a little bit, but like that's not really what you're after, like a bullet hell type of thing. So you end up repositioning yourself in like bad spots. So you'll like augment some of your abilities for like my up attack to kind of dodge when I go up. And it's like I don't even think about dodging. I just like sometimes coincidentally dodge with that mechanic. Sometimes I'll legitimately move out of the way and dodge stuff. I don't just soak everything, but a lot of the time I will. If it's just small bullets, I'll just soak the fucking shit. Also, there's like 100 status effects in the game. I could barely name a single one. It's one of those where they just have every enemy has their own little goofy status effect. The only thing you need to think about there is enemies can get a shitload of defense and attack stack buffs, and so you just have to throw certain bombs at them to drop them. And the bombs feel really shitty to kind of drop out. They're slow, and there's not much flow to it. You can't like fly by some guy and then drop a bomb. You have to like stop and then drop. You charge up the throw and then you throw. And it's just you're gonna get hit probably. It's just gonna be goofy. Anyways, I've been talking about it a fair bit here, but I would say it's still a serviceable Metroidvania, despite having kind of rough level design, kind of poorly themed level design too. Very little like spice thrown into the hazards or anything like that. It's still like fine enough. Like it's still cool. It feels decent to just jump around, right? I mean, that's a lot of stuff that came from Rabi-Ribi. Um, there's a lot of areas. You are going to get your hours out of it. It's quite a bit of areas to go through. You're going to a full new area every like hour or two. They all play kind of the same, so it's not a really glowing thing. A glowing endorsement. And a lot of the later areas will just be like reused palettes with reused enemies that don't make sense to be there. You'll be like a mine enemy will be in like the underwater, and you're just like, what? Stuff like that. So despite that, I still think it's fun enough. I do think the combat is fun. I don't think there's a lot of thought you have to put into it for how complicated it seems like it could get. And I don't think the encounters, more importantly, are tight enough, especially the bosses, to really make use and feel the reward of playing into the combo game. And yeah, so but it's still fun enough. The music's not as good either. They have a set of composers. There's still some bangers, but really there's this like Comfy Maple Story kind of song that I like. That was probably the only one I was like really into. Most of it was just kind of like okay, it's just very forgettable. It's not bad. I think I've forgotten most of them. Um, Even the stuff from the Opus guy, sadly, who did most of their Rabi-Ribi shit, I think they kind of just maybe didn't let him do enough songs, or they chained him up. I'm not exactly sure. It is all voiced. That is a strength of it. A-list actors. You got Dio's that guy. He's playing himself. There's fucking JoJo references in it. Don't know about all that. It's kind of funny, but it's also kind of goofy. But I do like the voice acting. I just kind of laugh because I was like, man, what do they feel voice acting some of these kinds of stories, right? They're professionals, I guess, right? So maybe too much of the money went to the voice acting budget. It's all voiced, just about. All pretty good Japanese VAs. So yeah, but anyways, otherwise, I think it's fun enough. I don't think it's like a horrible game. I just think it's disappointing. I would say it's decent overall. I wouldn't even put it in the good. I've played too many Metroidvanias. I think there's too many really good ones. To say this is good, I feel like it's kind of doing a disservice to some of the really solid forgotten type of shit. I think if it didn't have the story, it would probably be fine. There is a free mode where you get more move tech. There's no story, and you get a little bit more freedom of how you go about the levels and stuff. Not the intended way to play, but it is there. They keep updating it too. That was one thing they updated 2 days after I finished. It does not show room connections when I played it, which is really tedious for backtracking because you have no idea, which rooms are connected to what. Well, when you do find a connection, it pops up. But like if you've never walked to the right side of a room, it just shows it as a wall. I don't know why they thought that was a good idea. It's already got enough one ways. It's already tedious enough for some reason. But they patched it 2 days after I finished the game and changed that. They do keep patching it, which I respect. So maybe a lot of these things will be different later on. I don't think they're going to change the fundamental level design, and the story is clearly not going anywhere. But you can technically, if you really just didn't care, I'd recommend play it in free mode. Do it on hard, maybe one extra, so you actually have to care a little bit. You can't play the hardest difficulty right off, but you can play one higher than I did. And then just roll with it, see what you think. But overall, it's decent. It's just disappointing. It feels in a lot of ways like a downgrade from their last game. And in a lot of really big ways is a downgrade. Not many strides. So I'm really hoping that their next game is better. One that's actually directed by the Rabi-Ribi person. So I appreciate the passion on it. There's clearly put a lot of thought into some of the story lore and all that. But it just doesn't pan out. I mean, it's just a story about robotic angels and demons and stuff. It's not really, and it's just like animal ears and shit like. It's really nothing super crazy. I don't know. There's enough good talent working on it that unless they've lost it somehow, I hope they keep making. I think it did. It's done well. Anyways, that was a lot of talking. Probably too much. Probably a lot of talking in circles. Whatever. My throat. One more game here, and then we'll go back through the good games. I'm not gonna say a whole lot on each of them. We're just gonna kind of bring over the ones that I think were worth bringing over. Um, Amnesia: The Bunker. I just played this. It's good. Game good. We're done. So this is by obviously the people who did Amnesia 1, Soma, Penumbra, and Amnesia Rebirth. They didn't do Amnesia Machine for Pigs. That was the Chinese room. But so the Amnesia Rebirth was a very story heavy game. Let me swap the trailer here. Extremely story heavy. A lot of people panned it. It's not very scary. Too much yapping. It's one of those yapping kind of horror games where it kind of destroys the horror vibe. It's a cool setting. It was like kind of in the desert. And so they'd kind of gone on this trajectory of having more and more story, right? Soma has a lot of story compared to Penumbra, and Amnesia has a lot of story compared to Penumbra 2 and stuff like that. So this is them course correcting in a way. This is supposed to be a side game, but it is almost raw, like immersive sim type just gameplay, tension and horror. The setup is you are a World War One soldier and you get kind of knocked out or injured, incapacitated, and you wake up in a bunker with amnesia, where you've been kind of doing stuff and you don't know it. Maybe you find that out almost immediately. And the bunker is closed off, and you find out that some shit is going down, and there's some monsters and shit happening, and you need to essentially just solo, you're alone, find a way to get the dynamite and the detonator and get the fuck out of Dodge so that you can go out and hang out in World War One, which is clearly much better. So it's pretty bleak. And that's it, man. There's a little bit more going on about like how all of the monster stuff kind of starts and what happened to everybody. There's lore you can definitely get into if you read it all. Some of it's voiced. It's cool enough. It's flavorful. It's a little wordy, but it's not really necessary. I really liked it. I thought it was cool. I really liked that it was very tense, very spooky, very clever. And how it kind of like added tension and stress to try to spook you more. So some ways it does that. The flashlight. It's not just a flashlight. This game is very sound oriented. You make loud noises, you like move stuff, and it's kind of loud. The monster's like, you know, he's in the walls, right? He's like a rat. You could see him later if you want. I think you see him in this trailer. So you make noise. So depending on how like loud you move stuff and like what you're using and how you do stuff, it'll like attract him. So this flashlight, you have to like crank it. You have to like pull it, and it makes noise. It's like a fan kind of thing, and it charges it. But it's like, so if you want to be able to see, but you kind of adjust to the dark, and you start to memorize the levels, and you just like walk in the dark. Sometimes you're just like, fuck it, you know, I'm just gonna walk around in the dark. I don't want to fucking charge this flashlight. And it's like loud, so he'll like get attracted to it, kind of. And he's not like up in your ass the moment you do it. They kind of make it seem like he will be, but he's not. But he will fuck you up off stuff. And another thing they do is they'll have stuff like fuel. So you have a certain amount of fuel and you bring it back to your generator, and that turns on all the lights in the bunker that you've got the breakers flipped for. You have to kind of go into these areas far enough to connect them to the circuit, essentially. So there's only so much fuel you can have in at once, and there's only so much fuel you can really even find, and it only lasts for so long. You can kind of set like a watch, which I don't bring it because you have very limited inventory slots, but to kind of set how long you have until it goes dark. And so when the lights are on, the creature doesn't like light, so you're kind of in a hurry to like go to places and like try to get through them, and like you kind of play a little more reckless, so you play a little more loud. Um, which he will. I mean, he doesn't like the light. He ain't gonna like burn up in it. Like he'll still come out if you're really loud and fuck you up, because he's just like, like, hey man, I appreciate you not putting light on me, but I'm still gonna kill you because you're really fucking annoying. So like, it's cool in that sense. So there's like this kind of recklessness. Because like me, I'm just like a super slow character, but I have to play reckless. So I die a lot more in this one. Get a lot more goofy. Um, so there's a certain recklessness that the limited time you have on fuel and light has. Knowing that it's coming. Yeah, I played it like 2 days ago, so you could just kind of it's in my past broadcast. So kind of knowing you don't have much time left, knowing that at any moment all the lights could go out, and then when the lights are out, he just kind of comes out and he's just fucking around at that point. Like if you attract him, he ain't going quiet at the end of the night. He's gonna be there. He's gonna be hanging out. Um, so it's got these clever mechanics that use sound and like stress kind of building and timers, and making you want to like have light, but like you don't want to do it, so that's more spooky because you're in the dark, but then it's like also more safe in a way. Also how it plays with sound, so like doors will be randomly closed or locked. There's a certain like RNG to the seed sometimes, not seed, to the game. I don't know if the first time there is any, but they've patched in so much that you can randomize almost every fucking thing in this game, except like the actual like layout of the map, but like where items are, how crazy the monster is, what's making noise. They just let you do anything essentially. It's just fully customizable. The first time, um, there'll be like locked doors or doors that have um they're locked from one side maybe, or they have a padlock. So you're like, well, how do I get through this, right? Well, you could shoot it. Shoot the padlock off. Well, that's really fucking loud. So if you shoot it, you like run, yeah, because he's gonna fucking roll ass to you. Or you can try to drag like a barrel that's really loud and like it's explosive and you blow it up. Or you can like put some gasoline down and then like light the fire and then start running or some shit. You can pick up like a brick and like throw it at it. It's not as loud, but it takes a couple to break it. Then you can sneak in there that way. And so there's kind of like these immersive sim elements. It's not like insane amounts of stuff, but pretty cool. They kind of open the game and say, well, if you can imagine it, you can do it, kind of thing. You could probably do it. And so that's kind of what they go for. So you'll have grenades, and you're like, grenades are pretty cool probably against like a monster, but it's actually more like a key. Because like sometimes you just want to throw a fucking nade at like a wood door and just run so that you don't have to figure out how to open it with something else. And then you just kind of come back when the monster's not around or something. Because there's just like one central area that's safe, but you have to like bolt it. So you'll have to like memorize where it is, and he might be chasing you in, and then you can like kind of go in there and like padlock the door and all this kind of shit. Um, it's pretty cool. I really liked it. Very clever kind of usage of like immersive sim sound and kind of physics and stuff like that. It can be a little jank sometimes, but there's definitely a lot of situations where there's kind of like just linear areas and like this guy, he's just gonna fuck you, man. He will like, you can hide in this game. It's not like Amnesia though, where like it's all about hiding, because you do have like a gun, and stuff like that, but it only like staggers him a little bit. And there are like little creatures too that kind of get in the way. So you kind of, to get those out of the way, you need a plan like how to like burn corpses and stuff. Yeah, the sound design was really cool, and how it actually was incorporated in the gameplay was, but and how light was used and stuff like that. So it's more just like gameplay heavy, which is really cool because that's kind of how like some of their old games were, with a mix of story. But this one just leans really hard into it. To reload, you gotta like drop the bullets out. It's one at a time. It takes a lot of fucking time. You're not like It just stuns him a little bit. He doesn't really give a fuck. He might run away if you damage him, but you can hide. It's not like Amnesia though, where it's just super safe. I've hit a bunch of times and he just opens it up and he's just like, "What's up, dude?" And like, "Oh, okay, well, whatever, right?" Hiding under shit doesn't always work. Because if you even move a little bit, he's kind of got you. He's very sound oriented. It's cool. Yeah, it's kind of neat. Like little bit of lore, like I said, by the end of it. But that stuff, none of the mystic shit doesn't matter. But it's just a cool setup. Like you'll be underground because you're in a bunker, and you'll hear the bombs going off above you, and it'll turn the lights off a bit and be really loud. And because I mean, you're in World War One, it's a bunker in the middle of a fucking war zone. It just happens to also have some super Ratman psycho thing fucking like haunting the walls or whatever. So it's neat, man. I liked it. I definitely was one of the better ones this year. I'm glad I finally did get to play it. Is it Deathclaw? Yeah. The lore on him's kind of fun if you read into it enough. Yeah, it's neat. It's a 5-6 hour game. It's not super long. Super replayable in the sense that they've added a lot of ways in for you to kind of randomize it. So it's a super kind of stress game though. I probably wouldn't replay it. But it's cool. I liked it. It's unique. And it's funny that the people that kind of popularized the no tools, hide from everything style with Amnesia kind of turn around and go for way more of like a gameplay kind of immersive sim type of horror, where you actually have tools, but the more lethal kind of heavy duty creature and stuff. Some of it's just smoke and mirrors, right? Like he's just kind of nearby, but he's not really nearby. He always is. It's like in Alien Isolation, where he's generally gonna follow you to the different wings of the bunker, right? Um, Stuff like that. But it's neat. Yeah, I liked it for sure. Definitely one of the better ones. Would recommend it if you like horror games. Um, don't be afraid that it just says Amnesia if you don't like that style. Give it a go. Give it a check. It's on Game Pass. Um, yeah. Anyways, I'm gonna go ahead and we finished. The thing is, I am afraid. I am afraid. Um, so we have finished the list per se, from left to right here. So gonna turn off the video. Not left to right, but and we're gonna go ahead and put up where is it? There it is. We're gonna switch to this view. Don't know how well you can see some of this. I guess I can kind of up it a little bit. I suppose I could leave up the other style right now. It's a little more zoomed in. We'll just leave it. That's fine. So now the plan is, obviously, if you guys want to talk about anything, we keep talking. I'm not pushing along, but gonna go through the good games pile, kind of think about each one, and then pick out which ones were the best, and then make sure I got the dates right, and then pick out which ones were the best of this year. I put a lot as good this year. We played a fair amount of good shit. Well, okay, not even half. So it's okay. And I think I was generous on some of these. Usually I don't get more than like 10 to 20 best games. This year I might have some more. It should be, yeah. I don't see why it wouldn't be. All the old SMTs are. But anyways, yeah, we're not the game order. I'm not gonna, it doesn't matter anymore. Let's erase that part. It matters when we're doing it, but after that, it's hold on. What's up? Legend of Heroes in the same row as Astros? Oh yeah, why is it? Maybe I accidentally put it in a weird spot. Yeah, that's probably. Um, yeah, sometimes when I'm looking at it, I don't line up the lines right. Good cat. was that one Toho that you mentioned for 2 SMT? Like a different Toho game? I assume you don't mean Artificial Dream and Arcadia or whatever the fuck it is. That's the actual Toho SMT. A different game though related to it. Oh, okay. Anyways, I'm gonna go ahead and get rolling here, I suppose. So yeah, we'll just order by the good ones. So there's about 70 of these dudes. I'm not gonna spend much time on these. I just kind of bust through them. I might double check real quick on some of these if I consider these good or not. Let me do that before I'm wrong on them. Definitely not Ace of Seafood. I wouldn't say any of these Armored Cores. Verdict Day is almost good, but As Dusk Falls, probably not. Bayonetta Origins is kind of mediocre. Beacon Pines was okay. It's kind of borderline good. It's good in the beginning, but it kind of falls apart because of its atmosphere. Bendy's not good. Brambles almost good, but the Limbo Lake problem there. Clash has cool kind of spacing and combat, but ends up being too samey with kind of annoying levels, too easy to solve. Oh, a little more prep work? Yeah, makes sense. Coffee Talk episode 2, probably not. Cult of the Lamb. Yeah, I found that really mediocre. Dead or Alive Extreme. I mean, the titties are nice. Sure, the TNA is fucking fine, but it's not really that good of a game. And the chicks are all kind of like porcelain dolls. They all look kind of the same. Detective Pikachu Returns is horrid. Diablo 4. Diablo 4 is almost good, but I'm just gonna leave it. Dungeon Munchies, no. Eastward, nah. Endling, nah, that's pretty whatever. Erica's kind of whatever. Fate Extra. Fate Extra's almost good, but it's not. What do you think on Fate Extra, Fasto? Hello, Fate Extra. I would say it's not. I'd say it's just mediocre. I put it down as notable because it's kind of interesting with the rock, paper, scissors research thing, but it just doesn't work. They don't go hard enough. That's my thoughts. True. Famu. Alright. Fate Samurai Remnant. No, probably not. Fighting Vipers, no. FF16. FF16's like kinda, but for the most part, no. I think it really falls apart. Remake Integrate. Oh yeah, yeah. I remember you asking me about it a few months ago. Yeah. Well, let me know what you think. I was not super into it. Very spammy, very dull levels. Story that kind of tries to do shit, but it's mostly just indie quirk. The builds aren't that great, but I don't know. I mean, some people really love it. Give it a go. It's got some charm for sure. It's not like it's just generically indie quirk or anything. I feel like FF7 Remake Integrate, I kind of want to be put down as good, but I didn't really like the story. I don't really like Yuffie, sadly, now. When she actually has a personality and a voice, it's kind of bad. um, and it's kind of just pulling out Dirge of Cerberus and all that shit. I don't know. It's probably good, but it's not as good. I put Fuga as one of the worst. Goodbye World, Hitman 2. Hitman 2 maybe. 47 maybe. No, not really. Honkai is like, I'm like, son of. Jusan I feel like could be good, but I'm feeling okay about it. Kraken Academy, no. The Mario Bros, not so much. I don't want to call those good. They're just fine. Something that's fine isn't good. I want like good, and then I want like the next level, right? Because we have a lot already in the good piles. Some of these are fine. Like, I mean, Sega Classic, Racing Classic for an arcade game is fine, but it's like, it's kind of a different deal, right? You're going to get a lot more, especially nowadays. That I mean, arcades, like a true arcade game's not really around anymore. You're going to get a lot more out of some of these other games than like a four circuit, four, four, four track racing game. Yeah, I don't think Kong's getting there. Clear Sky, I almost want to put as good, but Tevi, I think most people would put Tevi as good, not best, but I'm leaving it mediocre, man. I didn't have as good a time as I was hoping Tevi. Tianding's almost good. Yakuza I kind of want to put as good, but this really was a somewhat weaker entry. I think this is fine. I'm sticking to this. Best though games of the year. I would put Amnesia the Bunker in there. I thought it was pretty cool. I had fun with that. It's clever enough, tight enough. While it has its pitfalls and maybe could go even harder on the sim stuff, it was refreshing. A cool setting. Seeing that come from Frictional or whatever is pretty cool. So, Armored Core 1. Not probably one of the best. No, no, probably not. I liked it. I could put maybe I don't know, even Armored Core 3. I don't know, man. Um, the thing is, the Armored Core series is like a fun playthrough, and they're pretty cool and unique, but very rarely are they like truly good, right? Um, I got them in here as good because I did have fun with them, but I don't think they like great. Except six. Six is a that's tough. Armored Core 1. Do I want to be strict? If I want to be strict, it's only gonna be six. I mean, they're good. The thing is, like, I really liked the bleak world in Armored Core 1, and in 3, I like the atmosphere a lot too. The mech building is really unique. There's not much like it. In a way, you could say it's notable. Oh. The difficulty, the progression, the economy, and all that kind of stuff is really cool. Like, relatively significant changes when you make upgrades and buy stuff, but they control like shit. They're like kind of janky looking. They're janky to play. I think they have a lot of menu issues almost forever. And while most of them, so even 3 is still kind of just like marginal upgrades. It's the first. I don't know. I don't know if I'd put it as best. I liked them. I had fun with them. They are good games, but I don't know if I could put them up there with like the best of them. No, Armored Core 6 is godly. I really liked Armored Core 6. There's a reason on the tier list for Armored Core, I literally put like a blank extra tier in between the games and this. I think this one's on a different level. This is actually like a good game that really captures the idea of building mechs. Way more creativity, way more options. Um, way more missions to use them in, really cool music, really cool set pieces, fun enough like lore and story to dig into, really cool new game plus. It's like new playthrough every new game plus almost. After for the first 3 total. Like, it's just cool, man. Good. This one's almost my favorite of the year, but I'm not gonna pick that. The extra tier bar. Yeah, it's just one of those deals where it's like I think it's like that much better than the rest of them. Not that they're all like bad, but I do think the series before 6 was decent. It's cool, but it's not. There's a reason people don't really talk up Armored Core, right? And it's part of it's because mechs are niche, and building mechs and min maxing them is niche, but also because they just have a certain level of quality they're missing. I'm gonna say that's fine. For answer is tempting to put in best. That's like the second best Armored Core. After that, it's like 1 and 3. Um, for answer is really cool. Like, there's not many mech games like that. But even then, I found myself getting kind of tired of it by the very end because of just the dodge happiness that the whole thing is, the spamminess of it all. I'm just gonna keep moving. I feel kind of weird about it. I feel like after the whole series, I think they're all fun. Like I put a lot of them in good. There's only a few that didn't make it. But I just don't think a lot of them get on the neck. Astalon, I don't think that's a best game of the year. I don't know. Any Astalon players in here? Is it one of your games of the year? One of your best games of the year? I would say probably not. I don't think so. Um, it was pretty cool. I liked the kind of like meta progression, and yeah, I just think that it isn't really spicy enough. Some of the level design, it is pretty broken. How OP you get. I dropped it. Yeah, like, I like some of the difficulty in the early game, like the story and stuff. I don't know. Not one of the best, but I was fine putting it on good. Not Astro's player. Baldur's Gate 2 for sure. Baldur's Gate 2 fucked. Um, Considering throwing a ball something separate, I would not put that as one of the best. But Baldur's Gate 2 Shadows of Om, um, absolutely, just really holds up well. Such cool little adventure feel. So many unique, crazy areas. Every quest you go on, you never know what's gonna happen. Really awesome. Really cool to see her. Only really problem, like I said, with it was that I feel like D&D combat, taken verbatim and put into a real time game just doesn't work. I do find the combat to get kind of old sometimes, but which is why throwing a ball is not going to be a best for me. It's more combat. It's more of a gauntlet. Still good. It's close, but Shadows of Om is just so much more about that. Like you start in the pub and go on an adventure vibe. It's like Akira was saying, it's pretty much the whole game is just side quests. They set you up to do a bunch of side quests. The main story is pretty much side quests. It's just adventures, man. It's good. Baldur's Gate 3, yeah, this was godly. It was a great game. I'm definitely one of the best of the year too. Really reactive kind of world where you can get a bit more creative, which is kind of what you want in a tabletop esque thing. That was the problem with Baldur's Gate 2's combat is it's tabletop, lets you kind of be creative and make use your imagination to do things. In a game, it's more rigid. There's not as many options there. So a lot of the cool parts of D&D combat don't really get to be realized in the old CRPGs. Where in Baldur's Gate 3, it's not as awesome as full probably imagination, but you get to do a lot more neat stuff. And the world is still very dense, much more immersive. because you have full cutscenes with full acting and mocapping and stuff for almost every little thing. Shitloads of dialogue options and different ways to do things, and class options, and co-op works for the whole game, and you can both go off and do your own thing. It just works. It's split screen even. Just a super passionate game that does a lot of cool tech stuff. Has a really, like I said, dense, responsive world. It's just really cool. It's not a great story. The main story is not awesome. The characters are, I think, are well characterized, well acted. Um, but at least in co-op, because maybe we missed a lot of dialogue. Don't have like the most interesting big arcs. They're fine. You know exactly who they are and their personality. They add flavor and stuff, but it's much more about the minute to minute things you find. I think it's really good about that. So, especially with a friend. Yeah, buffing. Lots of fucking. I mean, I go probably too hard on that on Baldur's Gate 2, but I'm like, when I'm sitting there for like 5-10 minutes before each fight, I'm like, all right, dude, this is not fun. And there's a reason that Baldur's Gate 3 stops at like level 12 or 13, so you never get into that shit. Um, Instead of going all the way up to what BG2 does. I mean, it's part of what's cool about BG2, especially because you get into more wacky areas because it is a higher level adventure, but it also has like kind of annoying gameplay. I found one's gameplay to be more annoying. It was just shooting fireballs. Two was definitely rough. Third times. Anyways, Besiege. Besiege is a notable. I should have put it down as notable. Yeah, so I would say Besiege is notable. Not one of the best. Well, shit, man, it's pretty cool. I don't know about one of the best though. It's pretty cool, man. If you haven't seen Besiege, it's essentially just like an insane vehicle creator, like siege weapon creator, essentially. All sorts of crazy depth and physics, and you spend hours making like one thing. You take them and go on missions that you make these for, and kill everybody or break castles down. Yeah, I don't know about best. It's a lot. It's a lot to get into. Um, some of the mission designs aren't always super fun. The jankiness of some of the NPCs is a little annoying. Um, it's pretty fucking cool though. I mean, it's hard to be like, because it's in a kind of just different realm because it's more of a creative builder. Um, but it's a lot. It's not super accessible at times, but got a really cool community made shit. All that. It's cool. I would definitely recommend it. It's notable, it's good, but yeah, maybe not like it's not changing my life, but I will remember it probably forever. Bomb Rush Cyberpunk. I'd probably put it as one of the best. Um it's not insanely good. Like I still find it's not really like really great platforming or really great tricky kind of like Tony Hawk stuff. But like I said, that mesh of style with at least pretty solid and well more developed than probably Jet Set Radio, like 3D platforming is cool enough. I like I said, it's cool somebody went for it and actually did it pretty much like as well as you'd hope, minus like a little too much dialogue and then some stilted kind of story. It's not as effortlessly stylish as Jet Set, but it's close and it's cool. I had a good time playing it. If you try to go for a lot of side stuff, it gets a bit boring, but that's not really kind of the game is. Kasebi is definitely not the best. Um, I think that was. Oh, I guess I should be putting these 20 as we go. Cassette Beast was cool, But like I said, I find the combat while having depth, not it doesn't ask anything of you. You don't need to use it, so you end up just playing it like Pokemon. Better exploration than Pokemon, but it doesn't quite have like enough spice, especially by the end of it, to keep it. Exploration's super interesting. It's still cool, but yeah. Chain Echo's not gonna be best, probably. It's good. I like it. I had fun with it the whole way through, but I would not say it's best. Chaos Head Noah. It's probably one of the best, right? I mean, it gets a little goofy in the last arc. I don't like that as much. It's not as lame, these sword stuff, as like Chaos Child can get. And I don't think, but like, yeah, it's like, I just love the extremely like schizo degenerate like main character. I think it's awesome. I think the feeling of like the insanity or the surrealness of like, what is actually happening? Is it actually happening? Because he's just so removed and socially awkward and just kind of like degen mode. It's really strong. I think when it starts giving you a bit more answers, that kind of disappears, and it is a complaint I have of it. It's one of the reasons I kind of put this slightly lower than Chaos Child, because while that has like a lot of issues, um, it it has such a strong common route that is really, it can't be like totally destroyed by anything that came after it. Where this kind of still hinges a bit on that because of the anticipation and like questioning. But I don't know. I would put this as one of the best ones. I liked it. I think it was really cool. It's a cool story. It's a story this kind of feel and these kinds of characters you just don't really get. You don't get many like horny degen, MMO addicted, always online, rude, like loser as main characters and stuff. And I just think it's really funny and he's really entertaining. But that they still mesh that with like kind of a surreal psychological thing. It's cool. It's the beginning of the science adventure series too. It's kind of neat, right? Steins Gate, all that shit. It's kind of started with this like hyper degen game. It's neat. Sorry. So yeah, Citizen Sleeper absolutely be one of the best for sure. So I guess Chaos Head Noah was a 2023 release. I mean, not really. It's the English release, but I suppose I'll put it in there. It doesn't really count. This game came out like 10, 15 years ago for the most part, but should I count? I mean, like you don't put like a port, right? It's like something, right? As like a release. I'm gonna take it off. I think this is mostly not a 2023 game. I think we're talking truly like just this year releases, or that went into 1.0 or something. You can argue me on it if you want. I think it's not a deal. Yeah, Citizen Sleeper, absolutely. I really like that one. Yeah, atmosphere, the sci-fi kind of near future storytelling, that it actually had some cool stuff to say. It was a cool premise about survival and managing kind of time a little bit. The ebb and flow of survival allowing you more time to kind of, you know, maybe approach things differently. Like you can actually like, think about, you know, hanging out with people if you don't have to worry about dying, and then they kind of play into that a little bit in this, and that can be fun, and you kind of de-stress over the playthrough and start to think about things more. I think that's all kind of cool. Mostly the atmosphere, though, the music and the concept. So, really recommend Citizen Sleep for sure. Crimson Clover, probably not. Cyberpunk, definitely. Similar there. This one's just one of the more immersive games I've played. It feels weird just saying that about like a pretty mainstream game, but I mean it just is. It's pretty well, very dense, very always first person for the most part. Um, Except it's not just still heads talking to each other like a Elder Scrolls. People are walking around rooms. They're fucking with shit. They're touching shit. It feels very real in that sense. It has teeth. It's very degenerate, very dystopian, very rough. All sorts of different factions which are going to dig into different kinds of near future problems and good and the bad. It's fun to actually like kind of role play. You don't have truly your own personality on your character and stuff, but what you do have is a pretty cool array of like abilities and moves and combat and stuff. Combat abilities you get to use. You can really feel like you are some kind of like pro merc. I've got like cool badass, arm swords, but I also am like a stealth sniper who can like hack people's minds, and it feels neat. You feel like you carve out your own little path. I think the bosses are still kind of fucked. They're clearly not made for everything, and they're kind of sloppy. I think they've patched those even more since I've played. So I would say that for sure. Just super immersive, great music, good performances on people, um, interesting stories. All the side content's significant, I would say. There's not much just like lame shit. Even all the wet work type of missions are just like unique areas with unique objectives. Just good. Definitely something that only budget can give, but actually that's like neat. Yeah, so cool. I'd really recommend it. It's definitely one of the better ones. Disc Room, you know what? I'm putting fucking Disc Room as one of the best, okay? I just thought it was really fucking fun, man. It's just super addicting, super simple. Um, yeah, it's good to see AAA on there. Baldur's Gate's pretty much AAA. It is more indie, but it is funded a bit by Wizards and stuff. But having like an actual AAA, I don't respect what happened with Cyberpunk much. I don't think it should have just released this way. It's still buggy, and I think the DLC is not super awesome. But it really should have just released this way. But I'm not gonna lie, it's like it's good. It's good how it is. I mean, I'm glad it ended up good at some point. It should have never been this way. It's good they stuck to it, not because it's a value, but because they should fucking have stuck to it, right? They got the money. They shouldn't have put out a broken ass game. But it's cool to see, yeah. Especially an open world game. I tend to be pretty hard on open world, AAA open worlds, and this was pretty great. I really liked it. But I'm really into cyber near future shit. It's always been one of my favorite settings. It's definitely a for me type of game. But yeah, like I said, it was really fun too. Cool movement and shooting, and it was cool. Yeah, definitely gonna see. But yeah, Disc Room. I'm putting Disc Room on here. It's just fun. It's a simple. Why not you just dodge buzz saws? You just dodge saws, man. Discs. Um, but it has just enough cute little puzzle stuff. Super addicting. Just the right amount of challenge. Like it's hard, but they're bite size. Um, Lots of different ideas that you can collect the discs by dying them. There's just they kind of go all out with it, but never to the point of like annoying kind of goofy tedium. It's all very much just focused on dodging discs, right? You just dodge in these rooms for as long as you can, or if you only need to dodge a little bit, and you just keep going. It's just next room, next room, next room. Very addictive. I liked it a lot. Um, Play it. Dordogne, definitely. I would say this is one of the better ones this year. I got emotional for sure. Um, so definitely a heartstring tugger a little bit. But above all, really great fucking presentation. Jesus, it looks awesome. I think the music was pretty decent too, but it's just the whole game's like watercolor. It just looks great, but it still has like depth and stuff. It's just looks really good. I would really recommend playing it. This is on Game Pass as well. Um, Definitely worth hitting up. If things about family and stuff like that kind of get you, which they usually do me, this one definitely will. Not like some god story, but enough to get you pretty emotional. Coupled with the presentations. Probably not Dredge. I liked Dredge. I think it just could have went a little harder on some of its eldritch kind of spooky stuff, and I think the tight kind of loop of upgrading kind of was a little bit more lame at the end in favor of kind of just like whatever quests and stuff. I'm gonna eat a little. I probably shouldn't eat. Mm. I'm not counting Cyberpunk as this year either, despite the 2.0 update and the DLC this year. I'm not gonna pull a Jeff Keighley. But Cyberpunk is notable. I think more because of industry, than truly anything. I mean, it does a lot of really notable stuff, I suppose, in terms of immersion. Yeah, it's not really this year. Etrian Odyssey 4, I would put it as one of the best. I liked it. It's not as good as 3, but it's just really comfy exploring stuff and the first person and drawing maps. Just really tight. As soon as you're kind of done with the gimmick, they've got a new one coming in. It's better. I mean, I respect that. I think it's got probably more varied gimmicks. I just like the setup for Etrian Odyssey 3 a lot more. The underwater kind of adventure thing is just really cool. But yeah, it's good. Long, challenging enough. Cool customization, better quality of life than like 3. Just a cool game that makes you feel like you're on an actual kind of adventure, with a really rewarding map drawing system. Like, there's nothing quite like actually making your own map. You really feel like when you look back on a map, you're like, oh yeah, I drew that whole thing, Like, oh, these are my guys I've been building up, and this is my build. It just feels very satisfying and gearing it all out and stuff. And how each kind of a few floors you've made it a little bit farther, and they feel really cool. They throw a lot of neat gimmicks in there. Some of them don't always pan out, but for the most part, cool. The music's always great. I do kind of like the older, more Sega retro kind of sounding sound font of 3, but I still think 4 is a great soundtrack. The composer's just good. What happened, Etrian? working on 6, right, brother? Right? But F-Zero 99, probably not. Final Fight. I really like the soul, the charm of Final Fight. Mike Hacker versus Crime is awesome, but I'm not. A lot of people really love Hi-Fi Rush. I like Hi-Fi Rush. Did I like it enough to be one of the best of the year, though? I was pretty like done with it by the end of it. It was cool. I love that they shadow dropped it. I love that it didn't feel like a sterile, like safe kind of like friendly kind of game. It did have just a charming atmosphere just naturally. It felt like kind of like an older kind of game in that sense. It wasn't like cringy. I liked that it was a mix of rhythm and action. I think that was really cool. I put it as notable for that. But it's kind of drawn out at times. A lot of like the actual platforming in between action parts are kind of whatever. It's not a super interesting combo game, but it's also not an insanely interesting, like evasive action type of thing. It's just like a solid, cool idea with a lot of charm and a lot of like a cool art style. I don't know if it's quite like best for me. It's great. It's good. Um, I kind of want to put it as best, anyways. Like it is really solid. If somebody told me, "Hey, man, this is one of my favorite games this year," I wouldn't. I'd be like, "Yeah, dude, why not?" I think it's gonna. This is one of those gonna be like the bottom of my best. I might remove it. I'll put it in for now. I would like never replay it or something like that. Bayonetta, I would. Um. All right, Hitman 2016, 2018, 2021. I don't know how strict I want to be. They're really special, really unique. There's nothing that quite has the sandbox social stealth like these do. The replayability, all of the different little options, the detail, how it looks, it runs, it's really good. But there's something about that atmosphere, something about how the linear kind of follow the waypoint kind of mission set pieces kind of contrast with the sandbox, how you can't bring a whole lot of gadgets, um, how the story's kind of ass, and I don't like I said, the atmosphere. It's just enough to be like, I think I'm gonna put them on best. I might be needing to get a little more strict here. We did play a lot of good stuff, and if I'm gonna put one of these, I'm gonna put the rest. Um, um, I'm gonna put them on there. They're pretty special games. They're pretty cool. Yeah, yeah, I think I will. Hi-Fi Rush was this year, right? Um, like I said, I have my issues in terms of the relative placement for me. Like, I definitely like Contracts and Blood Money better, but that doesn't mean just because I get into that talk a lot does not mean I think these are anything other than great. So, Contracts, I would say I like a fair bit better because of the atmosphere. This isn't. I'm not gonna probably rate these amongst each other. I mean, I could. I'm probably not going to. Um, but yeah, contracts for sure. If anything, just the atmosphere. It's still really fun, social stealth kind of. game, but it's the Jasper Kind music and just the way all of it perfectly meshes with this kind of like in and out of like a coma dream sort of thing going on story with like the dark grittiness of being like a hitman. It's always at night and all the missions are way darker and cover more like nasty people. It just all works together like perfect. And it's still pretty fun. So definitely it's my favorite Hitman, no doubt. So Freelancer, I'm not gonna put that on best. I think it's a really cool roguelike. I think the umbrella kind of progression across all of the different games that they added in is cool. Um, with the World of Assassination like game pack update thing, but well, I think Freelancer really works well and really it works probably better than like the actual missions for these maps. It's just kind of like an update that uses those maps, right? These I mean it is just reusing maps. These maps came out and were all the effort and everything was put into these, so it's hard to really be like putting it on the same level. Does it make better use of it? Is it a little bit more interesting? Is it a good roguelike mode? Does having most things come with World of Assassination, other than some DLCs, which is kind of a thinker. Is that stuff good? It's like, yeah, it's just um, it's hard to give it too much. It is just a really clean update that works well, and I think that is kind of what made like God of War do like the Valhalla thing and all that, and like I think this has kind of had like a maybe a little influence in um the roguelike kind of AAA sort of scene. It's more of a notable, good, like cool thing than it is like truly the best. I'll put Blood Money on here because if I didn't, I'd be shot in the kneecap. I do think Blood Money is better than like the new ones. Um, I think Blood Money is super replayable. There's a lot of depth going on, but kind of like with the new ones in a way, I feel like there is a little bit of this like not stress, but like like overly compulsive desire to kind of do Silent Assassin and do and check on find all of these little secret ways to do everything. Or in stuff like contracts, it felt more like you just kind of float in and just figured out what you wanted to do using cool tools. And maybe you'd find special ways to kill people, but like I feel like you embodied it more. Or sometimes I feel like with the new ones and the Blood Money, you kind of it's more about not exactly even doing what you want to do, and more about like making sure you see what they wanted to see. Maybe that's just a me problem, but I still really think it's great. Lots of options. You get to actually bring in a lot of gadgets, very dense missions, um, cool mixtures of like um, of locations. Yeah, well, I'm not saying like that's the only way you can do stuff, um, but just like sometimes it just feels like they put so much effort into it, you just kind of want to make sure you see that. Where sometimes in contracts, I was like, I just did one play of each one. I was totally fine with it. Right? I didn't like I was like missing out a whole lot. Where it's like I don't feel like on replay, I was like super duper as into it each time. Yeah, I think Blood Money is better than the trilogy. I mean, for part of those reasons. I mean, it's in my best list here. Um, but yeah, it's kind of one of those reasons where kind of contracts is a little bit higher for me. I feel like contracts it was just like I said, I kind of just flowed more. Like I said, I really like the atmosphere, stuff like that. For these, it's like I put a little bit more effort to kind of replay and see certain goofy things. Like I said, I think in the trilogy, it's a bit more samey, despite having a bigger sandbox. And if you don't, yeah, follow the scripted path, it's there's not really much else going on. That's where freelancer is really cool because it makes you kind of kill other people and use the sandbox better. Oh yeah, I would say Blood Money probably has cleaner more varied in-depth gameplay for sure. But like I said, I really still feel like Contracts um still feels pretty good and has a lot of thematic stuff going on. Like there's still interesting little tools and gadgets and like ways you can kill people. I think Hitman 2 is much worse on that front. It's mostly just shooting and all that kind of crap. I think Hitman 3 is still kind of what Hitman is going for. But just yeah, for me with the atmosphere, it's just insane. So I'm still good, but does something different. Yeah, I would agree. Yeah, that's why I put them all on here. It's hard to not put them all on here. The sheer size and density and scale of the new ones, and the amount of different paths and options is just crazy. But they can be a little bloated, where something like Blood Money is just this kind of like tighter, more gadgets ready available to you kind of thing. Where Contracts is a mix of like shooting. It's not as maybe as in depth and dense and stuff, but you can still feel kind of like you're living out like a dark Hitman fantasy. I feel like a little bit more readily, and it doesn't really matter if you replay it or not. I don't mind that really. They are very different than how they are in one, and the atmosphere is really strong still. But I mean, that's fair. But it's one of those things like it's barely the same shit. But yeah, yeah, one and two are fucked though. um, one they just didn't even know what it wanted to do. I didn't even put that on the good list. It had no idea what it was or what it wanted to do. It was still soulful and had some cool social stealth shit. Two is just pretty much a fucking shooter. Every time you get caught, it just turns into a shootout. The Congo, the Congo, the feeding a grown ass man to a tiger. Ah, my social stealth game, perfect. The Congo, fuck those levels, dude. Yeah, I mean, I feel like the first game wanted to just be like a cool 2000s edgy movie, like badass minigun fights. You're in all these crazy exotic locations. You're feeding, monsters to dudes. There's like a fucking Scarface joke, and you're shooting like bullet spongy guys, and you're flying in planes out of stuff. And it's just like it's all sort, but it's also like you're a sneaky hitman guy, and you have to keep your funds between the missions, and it's trying to do all this shit, but it's just they don't really like I feel like really feel out what they're going for until probably the third one. Because the second one has a lot of like stealth like that too. But it ends up being a lot of very basic missions and a lot of fucking like, oh shit happened, I just shoot my way out of it kind of situations. So yeah, I would agree with what you're saying. I don't know. I don't agree on everything, but um, definitely I feel you. I'll put Humanity on here. I think Humanity was cool, man. Um, fucking Conga, dude. The Congo. Yeah, I liked Humanity. I don't know. Not every puzzle was great. I think some of the later ones get a little tedious. I don't like when the action part of it, like the real time parts, really weigh in at all. But man, is it a kind of cool little fun concept? Even if it's lemmings, I don't give a fuck. Um, it's a cool concept. It's really satisfying to see all the humans kind of just in all these patterns. Enough challenge, but not like overkill, and just a really cool atmosphere. I really like the sound of it. The soundtrack's great, and the music stuff. It's cool. Enjoyed it. That's this year. Definitely not Hunt Down. Infernax. I'd put Infernax on there. I liked Infernax. I might have to get a little. Well, I played a lot of good stuff this year. We're halfway through, and I've put barely half of the good. Nothing wrong with having more. Some years are just better. I liked Infernax. I don't know. I liked the kind of spacing, kind of focused, old like Castlevania um, gameplay, but with the modernizations that kind of threw in a little bit of a rogue, or not Metroidvania thing. I liked the charm of it. It's just funny, like you actually could be evil or good, and it like changed the game a lot and had like a bunch of joke endings, and it was very over the top. The jumping, yeah, it's a little stiff. It's kind of like, I mean, it is old school in that sense, but it was kind of refreshing to just kind of play more of like a, I got to think ahead and spacing kind of thing. Like I said, just enough upgrades and things to grab and all that to modernize it a bit. Um, yeah, I liked it a lot. It's definitely cool. Kind of already talked about it. Just a great modernization of like the Simon's Quest type of thing. Liza P. Yeah, I would say so. I'd put Liza P up there. Not Killer Frequency. I think the story falls apart, and while it's a neat idea, I don't think they consistently hit a tone enough. More neat idea than anything. Um, I put good for Like a Dragon, but not the other one. Yeah, yeah, probably. I think even having a different setting makes it worth it. But yeah, Liza P. Best Souls like that isn't from Soft, and even then, I feel like it's probably better than Demon Souls and Dark Souls 2, maybe. Definitely leverages a lot of the work done by them, um, but not without putting in their own stuff. A lot of the quality of life they did is, you wouldn't generally probably have that quality of life hammered out your first attempt. They, because FromSoft's done it so many times, they kind of had the blueprint to copy. Um, but it's still great. It's a cool setting. Not always super exciting. There's not a lot of crazy set pieces or bits of spice, but it's a cool idea with the puppets. Solid animation work, fun weapon variety, cool weapon customization with the animation lengthening and where you can have a move set and then you can put a different weapon on and it changes how slow and fast and long the weapons are and stuff. While still having cool, like unique weapons. Fun enough little builds. It's typical, but fun enough. Um, with cool um, extra systems like the gun arms and stuff like that you can get. It's cool. Just a solid combat thing. A mix of dodging and parrying, right? They're kind of doing a little bit of Sekiro, a little bit of Bloodborne. It's good. I would definitely recommend it. Solid game. Like a Dragon Ishin is not going to be on there. Too grindy of side content, and the story's not that great. It's cool bringing back Yakuza Zero kind of combat. Not bringing it back. It was pretty much came out at the same time. Not the same time, but around it. Um, it's cool having all of that kind of samurai gun stuff going on, but too much of it's fucked. I'd put Lunacid on one of the best for sure. Um, it has some tonal issues here and there. Very and some endings and some side content, and like maybe an NPC or two. But for the most part, just super crazy atmosphere. Very awesome. Feels extremely just this mystical dark fantasy thing going on. Um, they really kind of set it up really well with the opening movie, and kind of just keeps going. I think sometimes maybe the exploration kind of get a little too press E on walls kind of thing, but for the most part, a lot. Some people might not like the combat. Pretty cool. Metal Hellsinger. Hmm. Yeah, I kind of want to put Metal Hellsinger in there. mean, it's good, man. The story shit. I don't like having to hear Troy Baker the whole fucking time talking to me, but it's a really good rhythm kind of shooter, man. Rhythm game. Mixed with the shooter. Fits well. Um, Not the longest or the most visually varied, but the music's good. When it gets too tense, it gets you into it. Yeah, I'll put it in there. It's cool, man. I don't have to be like super strict on Mutazione. I mean, I liked it, man. It was cool. It was a neat story. It was a good feel. Part of it was that I played it off stream, and it's probably a novel experience to play something off stream. I don't really do it much, so it's like kind of like different. So I think it covers a lot of interesting themes. I'm not gonna get like emotional, but it's very comfy, and at times has some thought provoking stuff. I'm not gonna put it on best, but I did like it. Um, I guess if somebody put it as like their best, that's oh yeah, Luna said, "Is it this year?" Octopath Traveler 2. I'm gonna say no on best. I do think it was good. Um, and out of all of their games, this is my favorite. I think Octopath one's kind of just all right. I think Triangle Strategy's kind of it's far too focused on story, and it does a pretty basic, zero nuance kind of story, and it really needed to be more clever and for a politically driven kind of thing. Cool, cool tactic, but it's just kind of whatever. It's so story focused. So this game, though, I feel like upped the variety, right? Of the stories. It made it so you could customize your characters earlier, told a bit more interesting stories, and then tied them all together a bit better. Also had even more of an explorable world earlier. And so I kind of found that fun. But I like the music too. In a lot of areas better than the first game. But it still doesn't really mesh the party members, I think, well enough. I still, despite finding the combat to be pretty cool, is pretty samey to the first game. I like that you can break it and that you can break it earlier, and they do add some new stuff on. But it's good combat. It's not like maybe for 2 games in a row, like totally blowing it out of the water for me. I really, more importantly, I don't like the path actions. I think they're really tedious and old. Um, the consistency of the quality of the stories, some of them are just kind of whatever. Um, some of them are good. Some of the voice work is fine, but I feel like it's always their kind of generic English voice actors. And, like they're good, they're pros, but like they're not really taking it to the next level. It's got just enough little things that I think if they just tweak, it's like an 8 out of 10 kind of game, right? Like you just tweak a little bit, like maybe they could make it a little bit, maybe not even that, maybe like a 7. I don't rate games on numbers, so don't listen to that. It's but like it's good, like it does enough right, and it does enough that's more exciting in this. The other ones, it has some of the same kind of atmosphere and trappings that the first one has that I feel like just don't really get me going, man. So cool enough, but I'm not gonna put his best. I'll put Pikmin 4 as one of the best. I definitely recommend Octopath too. I'd recommend anything in the good pile, sure. Um, but I don't think it inches out to be one of the best. Pikmin 4 is just good. It's kind of an amalgamation of all Pikmin games. Um, Kind of some of that accessibility and quality of life that Pikmin 3 brought in, but Still with some later game challenges and side challenges and the dungeons and stuff that kind of like 2 has. They even put like a Pikmin 1 mode in there for you. All the Pikmin are in there in some capacity. Cool adventure areas to run around in. Just a good game. I mean, it's hard to not like Pikmin. If you like Pikmin in any way, there's no reason you shouldn't like this one. The dog can be maybe a little polarizing for some people, but it's a fun thing to upgrade. And while it's really strong, the game's designed well enough with it in mind. Maybe I could see issues with it not being as dangerous or as difficult as like 2, because you don't really control the mass of Pikmin as much. It's more just kind of when you're gonna use stuff where, because you can kind of just have everything on the dog and shit. Technically, it's the hardest one if you do all the challenges. It's more about efficiency than it is survival and things. Prodeus, I really thought it was a good boomer shooter. Um, in terms of the shooting, it's probably even better than like Metal Hellsinger. But the thing with Metal Hellsinger is that rhythm game part really kind of gives it this like edge, right? I think Prodeus is definitely I'd recommend to play it, but it kind of some of the later levels start to get a little old. Um, it's not reinventing the wheel either. That's not necessarily bad. I mean, if the execution's good, I do think the execution's generally pretty good. The guns feel solid. The enemies react pretty well to stuff. The speed's really nice, um, but it's not like I said, insane. It's not really pushing the envelope. It's just clean. And the thing is, there's a lot of fucking boomer shooters. So if somebody put this in best, I'd respect it. I had fun with it, but I was pretty done with it. Maybe it's just too long. It does have a lot of length to it, and I think, like I said, the quality of the levels dips pretty hard by the end. I think if they just cut those last shitty levels, last few hours of the game, then I'd come across feeling a little stronger on it. But so I'm gonna leave it, but I respect Pseudo Regalia for sure. I would say um, one of the best this year. I had a problem with the dungeon kind of formula of it. I don't think getting lost in a maze dungeon is really the best thing for a movement platformer. I also feel like maybe they didn't provide enough actual like curated challenges for you to use the movement, but the sandbox, the movement, probably the craziest, probably some of the best 3D platforming movement in the. It feels super good. A lot of depth, a lot of styling you can do, a lot of movement. Um, Animations just felt really fucking clean. It's just great feeling game. Super awesome platform. And like I said, while I have a problem a little bit, by the end of it, you're kind of done with it after 5 6 hours because not because the gameplay is not great, but because the environments you're in are not. They've kind of ran their course because it's sort of a maze dungeon. Yeah, I mean, I think they kind of nail that like dreamy PS1 era kind of game musically and visually. But there's not a lot of points of interest, which makes the maze part of it be a lot harder. Because you don't remember where the fuck a lot of shit was or where you go. Um, and like I said, while all the random platforming around in each area felt really good to kind of freestyle on, I really appreciate that about it. A little bit more curated stuff would have been nice. For me, it's definitely more of a level design ish um, issue I'd have with it. More so in the overall structure than the minute to minute gameplay. Uh, I did like that it was a Metroidvania, though, still. Depending on the order you go, though, it will affect your. Like, the order you find powers is going to affect your play. Like, Godo said that I found most of the cool shit almost immediately. He found a lot of the stuff I got really late. So I was running around popping off like really early and getting a lot of time to really warm into the abilities and flex skill stuff. So I really like that about it. It also meant I probably was getting more tired of it earlier too. So why did it not load your comment there? One sec. Climbing the tower after getting all the powers was cool. I wish there was more climbing afterwards. More climbing upwards, going up is more interesting to me. Most challenges were about moving horizontally. Yeah, I don't think there's just a whole lot of crazy challenges in the first place. It's really more of that skill expression, get creative kind of game. Um, like I would do a lot of vertical shit, but it was more about how I could like cheese stuff that normally you're supposed to do differently. So I would agree though. That'd be fine. Like I said, if they put that movement into like a more fleshed out game, oh man, that'd be awesome. Even if it was still just like a Metroidvania type thing, that'd be. For me though, it's one of those that, despite having a little bit of weird level design and stuff, just really excellent mechanic, and it just felt really cool, really awesome. There's RE4 remake. This will hit there too. A lot of these are gonna hit there. This year there's a lot of good stuff that I played. Maybe I'll get a bit more strict, but um, yeah, some of these will be not on there, so we'll see. But anyways, yeah, RE4 remake. One of the better Resident Evil games, despite not being as good as RE4, in my opinion, because of tonal changes and a lack of kind of owning the camp, and um, among other things, I guess. It kind of does a different approach to the action, but it's still a great game. The new parry kind of system, the more frantic, kind of difficult movement, not focus, but incorporation of kind of moving around crowds and shooting and moving and stuff is really cool. Kind of remixing the areas, doing their own new thing, bosses and all that is neat. I just, like I said, I don't really like a lot of story, characters, and all that kind of stuff as much. And a lot of the performances, especially like Ada, is kind of bad. Not just because it's not as timeless or as amazing as the really fun campy performances of like RE4, like the voice acting and shit. I shouldn't say performances, but yeah, I don't know the right term there. It doesn't matter. Um, I guess they still have to perform, but more because they've kind of just changed the characters, and changed the lines, and it was just really clean in RE4. Unless you just hate camp, but it owns it in RE4. So RE4 Remake doesn't have that as much, but it's still a great game gameplay wise. Um, Different kind of gameplay, but still really fun. Would recommend it. Returnal. Hmm. I did like it. I kind of. I did like it. I think really cranking and beating most of the game without dying might maybe it gave me a fucking high, man, or something, dude. I did enjoy it. As far as roguelikes go, I thought it was pretty good. And I think they really nailed the art direction. I like the um kind of symbolic, psychological kind of story. You know what? I'm gonna put it in there. Maybe I'm going too buck wild, but I don't know. There's a lot of really cool stuff that I played. I don't think it's like top of the food chain, but I think it's a pretty cool roguelike. Um, Depends on how you feel about all that kind of stuff, but it feels good to play as a shooter. The roguelike elements are pretty fun. The progression is cool. It's not just full game progression, it's like different maps, and I really like the art. Res Infinite, no, that's not gonna make it. Rogue Legacy, no. It was cool. It was a fun roguelite, but I find it a little too basic at times with some questionable procedural level design here and there. Um, it's good. It's I don't have any like big complaints with Rogue Legacy 2. It just doesn't really push the envelope or turn all the notches to max that I'd probably like. Um, it's just kind of solid. Slayer X Terminal Aftermath. This game is really funny. I do think it's funny. I get a good kick out of it. I like boomer shooters, but I did find it by the very end to get a little boring. I think they play it all out well. I mean, the final boss and stuff is cool. They play out the jokes plenty well. I think it ends pretty much when it needs to, but it does kind of hit that point. Um, some of the secrets and the shooting is just kind of like, all right, it is so standard boomer shooter, um, and doesn't do a whole lot else other than that, other than have the humor and just have clean levels and fun stuff to find. That I don't think I'm gonna put it as like a best. It's pretty good though. It's really I really recommend it. It's really funny. Um, Part of it's that Hypnospace Outlaws are a really tough act to follow, so maybe I felt a little slightly disappointed there. Not, I still like it. I still think it's really good. I still think it's really funny, but like Hypnospace Outlaws is really funny. It's really good. So like this, it's not quite as good. I hope Dream Settler is really cool. That's the next one they're doing, and it's more like Hypnos, but more like mid 2000s kind of internet. So we'll see, man. Yeah. So I'm not gonna put it on best, but I would respect it on somebody's best. I think it's really good because of the humor and stuff like that. But I don't think it's always like the most fun. It does a good job for something that is a shitpost, but Smile for me. No, I don't think this one will hit best games. I think it's cute, it's charming, it's got neat music. Some of the adventure stuff is fun enough, but it's not that varied. The map's pretty small. It's not that funny. It's not that charming. It's not got that interesting of a story. There's some really good adventure games out there. It's a nice little time. It's pleasant, but I don't think it goes harder than that. Call of Pripyat. I would put Pripyat as one of the best. Um, the story, once again, I mean, all the Stalker main stories kind of suck. So that's not a great part of it, especially the end of it. It's very anticlimactic. Um, but um, I find it to be the best Stalker game, mostly for some of the same reasons I really like Baldur's Gate 2, I guess. Um, a nice kind of central area where you can kind of plan stuff and learn about shit. And you kind of just go off and explore. And everywhere you go, there is actually something cool to find. It has that feeling of kind of tactical planning and stuff like that, but also having a nice mix of like horror and mutants and also humans and stuff to deal with. And actually like curated, interesting areas instead of just kind of it's faction, algorithms going on and stuff, and it's cool, but it's like it's not really like that interesting to mess with. It's more to make it feel like an immersive sim, and like that's kind of like Clear Sky, and Shadow of Chernobyl has um some pretty bad levels, but it still has like interesting curated like main story stuff. But it feels like a bit more of a linear thing. You don't care as much about the side content. This had a more exploration feel, a somewhat tighter economy because of the artifacts and stuff, and just more interesting stuff to find. I like Pripyat. I would recommend it for sure. It's not a god game, but it's very unique. And if you had to play any of the Stalkers, I'd say play this one, but you should really play Chernobyl too. They're both good. Um, you can skip Clear Sky though. Street Fighter 6. I mean, I really respect Street Fighter 6. I think it's a great game. It's really clean. Um, Personally, I'm not like god like super into it, and I think the single player gets a little old by the end of it. I think on an objective level, it's one of the best, but like, I'm not like personally like insanely jazzed about it because I just don't do competitive fighting games as much. Hmm. I want to call it one of the best because of just the sheer amount of features, from the netcode to the lobbies to the free games to the full 20-30 hour like fucking story mode to like visuals and all that kind of stuff, all the tutorials, the combos, the alternate control schemes. It's the whole package. But I'm not like ultra excited about. Maybe it's because I put too many invest. I'll put it in there. I respect this game a lot. I'm not like super duper gung ho personally, but I respect Mario Bros. Wonder. I kind of don't want to put Mario Bros. Wonder on there. I don't know if I should or shouldn't though. It's good. I respect it as one of the best, but like I don't know if I personally would. I think it's really good as it's a really solid platformer. It really mixes up the Mario formula. But in the grand scheme of things, just Mario kind of coming to the table, when it comes to modern 2D platformers a little bit. There's not many AAA platformers these days or 2D ones. Um, so on that front, that's pretty important. It was fun, 100%. I don't know. Oh yeah, this was this year. Any Mario Bros. Wonder folks in here looking to swayed me or something? What do you guys think about Mario Bros. Wonder? Yeah, that was a problem I had. Man, I'm coughing now too. Is I think I really like that you could customize your abilities, but I wish there was more stuff that actually required it. I wish there was more perk slots for minor shit. It was cool having like micro stages that actually used this, and then the super challenge stages that used all of them. Um, there's very little reason not to use like one or two of your comfort ones. But yeah, I would say it's good. Like I said, it's one of those things. I think I'm spoiled by like Rayman, Origins and Legends, and Donkey Kong Country, Tropical Freeze, and Returns and stuff. I think those are just so much better, so much more godly, and they came out so long ago. And Mario's been kind of floundering in the 2D world, doing cash-ins for so long. All the 3D games are popping off. That I feel like maybe I'm kind of being a little harder on it. If you like mushrooms, this is your trip. That should be on the fucking box, man. It should be on a fucking like a Marshalls. Love her, man. But yeah, it's got enough creative stuff. The platforming's probably some of the crispiest that 2D Mario's ever been. Um, there's no like really boring levels or anything. It's hard not to say it's just like it's a great game. I just think it's one of those things. Yeah, I like it way better than any new Super Mario Bros. Game. I respect New Super Mario Bros. DS, and I do think New Super Mario Bros. U is probably the most polished of them all and feels like the most fun to actually run through. But after 4 or 5 of the same thing, I can't really respect it. I could New Super Mario Bros. DS, but um, even then, I still feel like Yoshi's Island and Mario World and stuff shit on them. Um, I get it as a reboot, but I don't really appreciate them as a series. But this is cool. This feels like what should have happened after New Super Mario Bros. DS or after Yoshi's Island. And that's kind of part of the problem. Is like I feel like I should have been playing this during the Wii era, right? Like this is probably what should have happened. Because I mean, Donkey Kong Country Returns was in the Wii era. Rayman Origins was in the Wii era. And so you're just kind of like, this kind of feels like where it should have been at that point. But that doesn't mean it's not good. That doesn't mean it's not fun. It's not like there's any fucking high profile, big budget like platformers anymore, right? I mean, 2D platforming in a big budget world is just dead. This is the only thing. Right? It's fine. Anyway, Super 9600s are definitely not. It's not as good. Book. I mean, I feel like I really liked Bookwalker, but a lot of people don't. To a certain extent, I looked online a little bit too, and it's like it kind of had some issues there. I just really like the world design. I really think they're creative worlds and they're very immersive. Like I said, I think it's one of those if that doesn't get you and the genre mix ups, perspective mix ups don't get you, um, the story, the actual narrative, the dialogue and stuff is not, the combat and all that kind of gameplay is not going to do it. It really depends on how much you buy in. Um, I'll put it in as notable at least. So I really did enjoy it, but yeah, best, I don't know. What's up, Sin? Thank you, bub. Appreciate it. What a powerful man. Oh, thank you for the bits too, man. Rare bits, man. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, I was talking about Undernauts earlier today, or yesterday. I've got like 1,000 JRPGs on the short list. I think they're the only things people recommend me these days, which is cool. I'm looking forward to them all. Yeah, I'll try to get to it. I'd love to, but fuck, man, there's so much. I don't know, Bookwalker, man. Christ, I fucking have so many best games. It's fine. I mean, it's not like it's a problem. If it's good, it's good, right? I don't have like a top 10. I just pick the ones I think are that good. I don't know, man. Bookwalker is pretty flawed, but I just personally liked it a lot. But maybe too flawed to really be called best. Yeah, the year of playing the games that only everybody else won. Maybe some year, man. You never know. I mean, I'll put that point redeem out. Recommendation. Yeah, I get to them all eventually, man. Blame the industry. The industry crash, man. Uh, RGD, yeah, it's coming, bros. Yeah, Dragon's Dogma will be. You have gifted a lot of games. We had that like months in with the Humble Bundle gift. Or it was a few weeks, right? Oh, Bruce, man, thank you. Oh, hype train incoming. What is it? What the? I forget these exist sometimes, man. Hey, thank you very much, Bruce. I appreciate you gifting so many subs. All of you. Thank you very much. Thanks for down. Thank you guys. What emotes are they giving out, man? Thank you, Tracker. Single handedly funded by Bruce. Cherish it. That's true, man. Well, cool. What emotes go? Thank you, son. Thank you, guys. I appreciate that. Means a lot, man. Times be tough, so I appreciate the help. So, how do you know if you got an emote? Bruce, man. Thank you, Bruce. God damn, what a machine, man. I bow. Thank you, all you guys, man. Fuck. The true best games of the year were the people in the chat. Thank you very much. Damn, look at all these people getting subs. I don't even think some of these people are here, man. Well, that's awesome. I got my Bezos cookie my cookie right here, man. It's sitting here all day. Well, thank you guys. Thank you, Tracker. Thank you, Bruce. Thank you, Moodtown. Thank you, Sin. Thank you, everybody. Thank you guys who've subbed outside of this. Yeah, yapping for everyone. Enjoy the new yap emo, dude. Yeah, absolutely super positive emo. Yap. Thank you guys. My voice is almost dead, so I'm trying to be a bit more animated, but I'm actually like losing the voice. So thank you guys, man. Well, I'll keep going while we roll here. Yeah, I don't know, Bookwalker. I kind of want to put it as the best. I just thought it was really neat. I'm at the point when playing video games. Sometimes just something just fucking neat, something different is enough. You know what? I don't give a fuck. You can fucking sue me, man. I liked it a lot. I think it's really flawed, but I don't know. Some of my favorite games are super flawed, so you can argue it for sure. There's not a lot of opinions. I'm just like, you know what? I like it, man. I think the things that it does that's unique and it does well enough is enough to pull it off. I'm just like, it is, but it is flawed. Um, well, I quote fucking, I talk these up so much, I literally have to have them in here. I think Trails to Azure really falls apart at the end. But man, if the fucking ride isn't awesome, man. Crazy pacing, good character work. Especially in the first game, it really doesn't have many issues on that front. Um, small scale, nice slow build. Um, thank you, dude. Fucking Harvester, man. I haven't seen these in so long. Thank you. But yeah. Just really comfy RPGs with a comfy little aesthetic. They're not like really great on like crazy fidelity, but they have a color palette that's pretty chill. Kind of not like darker greens, kind of stuff like that, you know. That kind of PSP assets kind of thing going on, right? Where there's like a mix of sprites and like 3D, not quite low poly, but it's kind of doing this thing. Um, Nice little visual style with really good music, a mix of comfy stuff and bangers and shit like that. Real distinct, but still very JRPG. You know that it is focused on music and character stuff. So the good parts, and yeah, just crazy amounts of like optional dialogue. Every random NPC in the city, every new thing that happens, they have something new to say. Um, it tends to be. What the Bruce, man? You drinking, Bruce? Thank you, man. Jesus. Damn. Thank you guys, man. Oof, like I said, man, it does mean a lot. I had a lot of issues with cars, money lately, so I appreciate that. Anything helps. So it means a lot. I'm not trying to like beg or anything. I don't mean it that way, but it does mean a lot. No, I'm not always the most animated, but um, appreciate it. And my voice is dead. So I'm like having to like stretch my voice to even like say anything right now. But yeah, thank you, Bruce. And cool. A lot of cool people getting subs there. I need to put out more emotes. The monsters, yeah. Fucking hell, man. God, I can't believe how many monsters I've drinking in my life. I'll still have one occasionally, but I drink other energy drinks now too. Monster's gonna break my kneecaps. But yeah, I've tried to I wean off of those for sure. Moved into different ones for a bit. Nowadays, I try to kind of wean off all of them. But yeah, I would take the monster sponsorship, dude. I'd put the monster fridge up, man. C4s are good. Yeah, I've had some of those. I went from doing a lot of monster to NOS, then to Red Bulls. Um, Now I kind of do Red Bull occasionally. Sometimes I'll do a monster. But mostly, I tried back a bit. I went pretty crazy on the monsters. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. The hype train, man. What? You like emotes or something? Yeah, that's what people did. They had like monster water bottles and shit. Oh, there's a lot of emotes. Oh man, the conductors, dude. Yeah, thank you guys, man. Yeah, appreciate you guys just sitting here listening to me babble, dude. Yeah, man. But yeah, um, Tears of the Kingdom, man. I almost don't want to put it on 2023, or I don't want to put it on the best. I feel like I should, because it is good, and it does do really cool shit. But man, I am always bitching about it, and I find it really disappointing. Um, I think as a sequel, it's not great. I think it's fine, but as its own game, it's pretty good. Yeah. The- Jesus. The hype train, man. It works. Thank you guys, though, man. I appreciate that a lot. Damn. I don't think I've ever even seen one of these hype trains go off, man. Especially in here. Mr. Twin Peaks, man. Hello. Thank you guys, man. Well, that's that would have been the highlight, man. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Another conductor. Yeah, thank you, Sim. Thank you all. Thank you all, you guys. I really appreciate it. Hopefully, you guys got some emotes or something out of it. I think that's all of them, right? It said 5 levels. That's level 5. I think we got them all, man. I don't know if they're any good, but hey, dude, you'll have them forever. They exist, I guess. Or do you have to like put something in to get them? Thank you, Tracker. I don't know how this works. Jesus. Let's just keep going. What the? These guys win the lottery before they fucking rolled in here. Yes. Oh, if you put in like 100, you like get the emotes. I can't give myself. Well, maybe you can. I don't know. I appreciate it. Oh, gotcha. I'm looking through them right now. We're trying to find them. Thanks, work, dude. Yeah, thank you guys very much, man. Ooh. Keep me afloat, man. Between work and car repairs. Thank you very much. I won't use it on Not like booze or anything. Straight to the bills, man. Thank you guys. And it'd be cool to more email flown around. Ooh. Yeah, they're both cool, man. Hey, man, it all pays, and all in the long run, right? Pay your bills easier, you eventually have something cool, right? Yeah, appreciate it, man. That stuff makes a big difference. But yeah, Tears of the Kingdom. I don't know, man. I don't really want to put it on best. Maybe it's contrarian. I think on its own, it's really good. It is a great game, but I think as a sequel, it's kind of just disappointing. I think it's good. I don't know. I respect it as a best pick for somebody, but I find myself bitching about this game so much, and I was really bored with it by the very end that I'm just gonna leave it. Maybe it's contrarian, maybe it's goofy. I'm down with it either way. Um, and apologies also. Like my throat is gone. I don't even know if it'll be healed tomorrow. I hope I can stream tomorrow. I want to start Tactics Ogre, but I might be fucking dead, dude. We'll see. I need to put together some funds. I gotta pay for like I said, car. Finally my car's fixed. There's no extra issues on top of the one issue I already had, but I've been in there every couple months, man. I feel like something's gonna happen again, so that's why I say I appreciate it, because I will be picking that up on Tuesday, so I might have to spend a little bit of time tomorrow doing that. So there should be a stream tomorrow for New Year's Day, but it's possible that I'm busy. But we did watch it. The atmosphere was all right in the beginning. The fight, of course, they showed us fights. It didn't have any ear-piercing sound effects or anything. The thing is, a trailer can capture the feel okay, but I'm really worried. Oh yeah, it looks like it's just a screenshot. They're just moving around until they start fighting. I'm just worried. I just don't think they're gonna be able to pull off the nuance and the inner character stuff. It's just not gonna happen, man. Not even because I feel like UFO Table's kind of fucked now comparatively to how they used to be, but it's just a hard one to do. Oh, and thank you guys again. I feel like I overthink, but it's one of those things. Like I always feel bad when I start talking about games again. Like I'm just over it or something. It's just one of those things. Like I don't want to make anybody awkward just sitting here just all the time. Cool, man. You received a level 5 hype train emote. It's like a Game Boy, brother. Oh, it said choo choo, man. Yeah, I like that one. Fucking ooh, Game Boy. Goofy. All time record. I appreciate it, man. A rare thing to happen, so thank you. Same director. I feel like they're just I feel like it's not gonna look like it. It's not gonna be like it is in the trailer. Um, hopefully you guys all got some cool emotes from that. Thank you guys. Porters. Apparently getting emotes. Get something for it other than me just thanking you. Hey, cool dog. I mean, it's dog emote. I've got so many 7TV fucking cat ones and shit. But yeah, I don't know, man. With the movie, Same director. I just don't think it's gonna happen. I think the movie's gonna have the feel a little bit, that moodiness, the atmosphere to kind of set the scene a little, and then it's just gonna be carnival action. I really don't think it's gonna dig into the character. But hey, maybe people critiqued Heaven's Feel a bit. I'm not sure. Um, Maybe Nasu's got more of a vice grip on this since he hates Fate Stay Night. I'm not saying that he doesn't actually, but I don't know. We'll see. I mean, I hope it's good. The VN's already got really great art and animations and all that stuff. So I really don't even see the need. But I mean, it'd be cool to see people get into Mihoyo. It'd be cool if it could like fun Mihoyo 2 or 3. But I don't know. Yeah, Theatre Rhythm was cool. I really like Final Fantasy music, but it's just a rhythm game. It's not reinventing the wheel or doing anything really crazy. Just a solid rhythm game. It's not really up there. Tinykin. Hmm. It's close. I really do think Tinykin was pretty good. I mean, it's Rat Map. I like Rat Map. Pretty clean platforming, fun collectibles. Um, I don't have like a lot of big problems with Tinykin. It's not always like super, breaking the mold, pushing the boundaries. But it's a fun little like kind of charming collectathon platformer in a time where that's not really like super common. I don't know. It's not God mode, but it was one of the better things I played this year. I liked it. I think it's one of the best things I played this year, I suppose. That was last year. Dude, all these Game Boys, man. Nintendo, take them down. Yeah, Toem definitely not. It barely made good. Velfaris, I liked Velfaris, but I don't think it's like knocking it around with the best of them this year. I'd like to play the sequel. We'll see. Venba, this was good. I think it had a pretty touching, or at least thought-provoking story about immigration and culture, not shock, but assimilation and raising a family in another culture. But I don't. It's not like I'm not like getting really emotional. I don't think the gameplay's like really super interesting. It's cool enough. It's just not pushing it to the next level. Void Stranger though is definitely pushing it. This one's an awesome game. Super uncompromising, I guess, in its vision. Whether you give a fuck or not, man. It's just got a really great atmosphere, really fun Sokoban puzzles, really high quality for the amount of layers of difficulty each of these Sokoban puzzle has. The meta puzzles, the genre shifts, stuff like that. It's really cool. The human story is pretty solid. I think when it gets into the later stuff, it gets a little goofy, but um, and some of the comedic, bubbly anime stuff maybe is a little too much for how some of the atmosphere is, but it's not too bad overall. Just crazy extra bunch of features and hidden menus, amazing music. really probably one of the best soundtracks here. So really recommend it. Yeah, play it for sure. Run Zero Ranger. I guess I kind of have to put this in here. I'm not as huge into Zero Ranger as most people are, I think, but I respect it a lot as a really solid ass shmup. Void Changer 2024. Yeah, play it. Um, a lot of the stuff I put in good ended up kind of in the best. There's a lot of really strong games. I'll go back through them all and double check that these are. And I don't want to kind of remove a couple. But I mean, most people would say this is a good year for games. I mean, I played a lot of stuff that came out this year, and I played a lot of stuff personally a lot of heavy hitters that I hadn't played yet, like Stalkers and Hitmans and all that. It's good. I mean, if every year I felt every single game was the best game, I mean, I'd be awesome, right? Why not? But yeah, Zero Ranger is just really cool. It's just a great shmup. Nice kind of celebration of different shmup mechanics and music styles and stuff. A very tight package. It's a bit more accessible if you're not immediately want to go for like a 1cc, but enough cool bosses and fun and end game kind of goals to kind of get you into one of CCs. I didn't. That's because I was a psychopath and did some stupid special challenge, self-imposed challenge for the final boss. And that was my little challenge. That was enough for me. More of a my speed, I guess, challenge. But yeah, so good stuff. I like Void Changer a lot better, but it's still a great game. One of the best this year. So let's go back through these. I got quite a few this time, man. I mean, it was like 35. I mean, I'm usually doing like maybe I'm just being really nice. I don't know. I mean, I have like 22 last year. 24. I put DJ Maxfield on here. I mean, I did like it, especially at the time. I've been kind of swayed on it a bit after rewatching it. But 24. This was about 20. I mean, it's usually about 20 to 25. One year that has like an extra 10 on is pretty wild, but I also feel like this was a pretty heavy duty year. I got to play a lot more of the crazier indies. I played a lot of like big games and old series and stuff. So that was pretty cool there. Let's take a peek. What were the best games? I agree with these. Amnesia the Bunker. I liked it. Armored Core 6. This would definitely get a special nod as like at the top. One of the at the top games, along with probably Baldur's Gate 3. Probably Citizen Sleeper would be up there. I could move these around in the order, I think, or they're like quality, but I'll just mention them right now. Cyberpunk would be up there. I would probably say that Door Dog Day and Disc Room would be a little higher up there too. No, yeah, I mean it would make it to a best one for sure. I didn't put a Throwing a Ball, but definitely Shadows of Bomb. For I would say High Forest doesn't hit like the highest peaks. Contracts I think is higher for me than most of these. And Fernax would be pretty high. Lunacid would be pretty high. Pikmin Forest, City Regalia, RE4 would be pretty high. Stalker, probably not. Legend of Heroes would be higher, Witch on the Holy Night would be higher, and Void Stranger. So any of those others I didn't mention would probably just be like on the lower end of the best, but still good. But yeah, so this was a pretty clean year. I don't think I'm gonna delete any of these. I think maybe Hi-Fi Rush I could delete. I think maybe like Tinykin I could delete. There's some that are kind of lower, but I liked them pretty well. Bookwalkers like maybe, but quite a bit. So about 36 of these out of like 158, 159 that were really, I thought were really solid. Pretty clean year. That's about 5 to 10 more than usual. I mean, some of it's like, like 3 Hitman fucking, games in a row, that kind of thing. Cool. And a lot of really good ones. Let's see what the best ones that came out this year are. I played a lot of new releases too, so this is a little less. Still a fair bit. So Baldur's Gate 3, Bomb Rush was, pretty sure that was this year, yeah. Cognate, Hi-Fi, Humanity, Lunacid, 4, Pseudo Regalia, RE4 Remake, Street Fighter, Mario Bros. Wonder, Walker, yeah. So good release here. I didn't get to play a lot of them. I didn't play the Day of the Divers. I didn't play Bolt Gun. I didn't play Pizza Tower. Yeah, and play Alan Wake 2. Stuff like that. So, but I can't play every great game every year. I might be playing Alan Wake 2 in January. Actually, we'll see. I'm cooking. I know. Yeah, what about the worst? What was the dog shit? Oh yeah, big year for shit too. What's the usual? I don't know. Actually, I think I put in a good 30 to 40 games of shit every year. That's great. Yeah. No. Oh my god. Well, this was a so big year. You can tell when I do so bigs, like once or twice a year, because you get like an extra. Like there's like 50 shit games out of like 150. Like a third of the games I played were ass. This year was pretty light. 2020. There's no so big this year. These are all just this nice classic. This wasn't too bad. Really, Zonky Zero was in 20. Yeah. No, so not the biggest shit year, but for a year that didn't have any so bigs in it, which if you guys are familiar, the So Bad It's Good event I'll do sometimes for a couple weeks or more. It's usually like a month or like 3 weeks. I try to do 2 weeks so that I don't overdo it, and so I have fun the whole time. But sometimes I like reset it or have to take a break, so I just continue it. Pretty bad. Make sure these are all worthy. Maybe my definition of worst is a little looser, but mm, mm-hmm, definitely Raincoat. Some of these are starting to get more like I'm just really disappointed kind of stuff in them. Spider-Man. I don't think Spider-Man 2 is like really a horrid game, but it's just so good. I just feel no excitement, no joy in thinking about Spider-Man 2. And to me, that's nothing more than just like one of the worst, right? Starfield Jedi Survivor. A lot of these are like cookie cutter AAAs, man. Like on papers, Jedi Survivor's not really that bad. Starfield probably could be way worse, right? But they're just so excuse me. So sterile and soulless, and could have been so much more for the budgets, the price point. Yeah, it's not like it's better, but I still found it really boring. I really got tired of the level design in Jedi Survivor, and it has a pretty weak ass Daryl story as well. There's degrees of separation in these. Like some of these are way worse than others, but you know, I usually don't want to get too into the granular because I'm already going for like 30 hours. I've done it before where I'll put them in order of how shit they are, but is there a single game this year I would pick as like the shittiest game I played? Like just truly fucking rancid. Not any of the Armored Cores. Those are not that far. Ace of Seafood's pretty bad. Detective Pikachu is fucking horrible. It's pretty close. I can think of one other game that was probably that bad this year. And it ain't Gollum. Yeah, it's probably Kong, dude. Um, I mean, yeah, something like Galaxy Force is pretty bad. But Mind Trap's pretty shit, but he gets away with being an old influential game. With at least a goofy premise. There's no joy in Detective Pikachu Returns. At least FMV is kind of funny, right? Route 96 is at least funny. Skull Island is mind numbing. I didn't hate playing Silent Swan, but it's very fucked, very broken, very shit. Oh, Uda Mono is this year? Oh, Jesus. You guys kind of have to like give it to Uda. I don't know. I think Kong's probably, I mean, that's probably worse than Uda. Detective Pikachu's worse than Uda. What game this year surprised me? Hmm. Uda's also 40 hours, yeah. But, like, sure, I wanted to die playing Uda. But I really want to die playing Kong. And Detective Pikachu's like 20 hours. I don't know. Uda's fucking rancid. But I would say Detective Pikachu and Kong are up there. That's probably my top three games. Golem's pretty bad. Um, but funny enough, probably Ace of Seafood and Golem are top five. What games surprised me? Did you guys have any games that surprised you? Let me look through my games here and see if there's one that really, really surprised me. Big time. You know, there's some games that surprised me, but I'm trying to pick like what would be the most. Tears of the Kingdom kind of surprised me and how it was really disappointing. But I'm guessing you mean in a positive way. I'm not in like a oh. Cyberpunk kind of surprised me a little bit. It was actually pretty good. I actually really got into it. I'm usually AAA open worlds. I've got a chip on my shoulder about. Yeah, Golem's baffling, but like Kong is like a war crime. It's very mind-numbingly boring. Nobody should ever want to design a game to be like. Yeah. The thing is, like, there's an attempt in Golem. Kong feels like it's made by the publisher called Game Mill in every way. It earns the publisher. Baldur's Gate 2 was kind of surprising. I didn't actually expect to like it as much as I did because I really didn't love Baldur's Gate 1 that much. It was cool, but I found it to kind of because the side activities and the story wasn't that great, that the combat was also not good, that I just didn't have anything really to like get super invested in. But Baldur's Gate 2 was kind of surprising that it really did have like really solid ass quests and side stuff and locations. So I think it's a big step up. That one was kind of surprising. Amnesia of the Bunker's kind of surprising too. It's hard to say like what was the most surprising, but I think that's a good category. Maybe I should do that next year, man. That's a cool category. If anybody has any surprising games, I'd cool to hear yours. Amnesia of the Bunker's kind of surprising, I guess. That they pivoted away from story-based game and then just went hard immersive sim and made some really cool creative shit. Shows they kind of still got it. So I'm really excited for their next game. That was pretty cool. Armored Core 6 was very surprising, I would say. Notable is something I personally find something worth remembering in regardless of quality. It's a very personal one. Like I said, this is kind of for me anyways. Like with Hi-Fi Rush, it's the mixture of rhythm, the shadow drop. Besiege is just like, I think it's really important to remember the crazy customization, especially when we're talking about Tears of the Kingdom, Cyberpunk, the kind of story of how dog shit it was and how it's pretty good now, but how that's kind of weird. Even 3 contracts, no matter what, the atmosphere is wild. I think the roguelike part's worth thinking about in World of Assassination in the future. The world building of Bookwalker, Formula Front for like a full AI kind of programmed robots you make. Like there's just cool stuff like history and shit. I kind of explain what they are when I do them, but it's kind of more of a personal thing. Everything's kind of notable. But maybe I should push the notable one to the side a bit and we could do like a surprised one. I think I like that, man. So, but Armored Core 6 was surprising because the rest of the series was pretty solid to mediocre. A lot of it's cashing in and micro updates. I like them that they're unique. They have a really cool feel, but none of them ever really were like, man, this is really cool. And then Armored Core 6 is like, because I just went through like a bunch of them, like 12, 13 of them. And then I play Armored Core 6. I'm like, wow, this is like really fucking good. Like Armored Core 6 is definitely one of my favorites of the year. If not my favorite. I really liked Armored Core 6. So that was surprising that I liked it as much as I did. So that was probably surprising in a way. I think Bomb Rush, you could say maybe that they really captured the Jet Set vibe so cleanly. Citizen Sleeper was great. I don't know if it was surprisingly great. I don't think I expected like as much as I did, but it wasn't like, oh, I was expecting shit. Cyberpunk was surprising. I said much better than I expected with how all the bad press and talk about it. Disc Room was kind of surprising. It looks kind of like a shitty little Flash game, but I really got into it. Didn't expect Dordogne to probably get me, and I didn't expect it to do such a looker when I got into it, but I had no expectations. Hitman 3 contracts was really surprising. I did not expect the Elder God like atmosphere at all. Like Hitman 1 and 2 had some pretty cool atmosphere, but they were dipping into like Latin orchestra type of shit and all that. And you're like, okay, that's cool. But this one, it's like, man, it is some of the best atmosphere out of a lot of games. It's an all timer. So I didn't expect that kick ass. And that the series was pretty consistent. Humanity, Infernac, Liza P. Lunacid kind of coming out of nowhere was a little. This one was really cool. Another really cool atmosphere, but I kind of already knew. Octopath being actually better was kind of cute. That I didn't just think it was another mediocre ass game. I knew Pikmin was going to be good. That a game would come out this year that I thought had like the best 3D platforming controls. Probably didn't expect that. Because there's a lot of good ones. Oh, here's one I was surprised about. I was surprised I actually really liked the Returnal. Um, it did not look very interesting at times. The character, the roguelike thing going on, kind of the Sony exclusive thing. You know, you're kind of used to certain story focused action games from them. Um, but it's actually a really cool, kind of surreal, symbolic, psychological story. Like a pretty fun and solid kind of art direction, big budget thing going on. That was um I'll Pripyat a little bit. Yeah, like I said, Tears of the Kingdom was surprising in a negative way. But I didn't even put it on the best games thing, and Zelda's one of my favorite series. It's pretty surprising for me. Just just disappointing, man. Like it was still good, and if you never played the first one, it's great. Nope. Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog was surprising. I didn't expect an actual good Sonic VN or or anything decent from Sonic this year. Apparently the Apple Arcade game's actually pretty good for Sonic too, but it's on the Apple Arcade. That was pretty surprising. Um, yeah, Void Stranger is probably surprising that it kind of has a bit of that Llama Lana itch, and just not every year do you get something just like a really uncompromising, unique kind of vision or feel. Like I mean, most years you get at least one thing, but not every time. That was really cool. We got a lot this year. This one for sure. Two guys making something just really neat. I don't think Zero Ranger was surprising for me. So yeah, I guess those are the things that surprised me. Oh yeah, didn't I play Nuclear Blaze this year? Did I not? Did I not write that down? Yeah, I played that this year. Shit, dude. I forgot to add that to my list. I always forget something. I try to write these down the minute I finish these fucking games. I don't know. I don't remember when I did it. Yeah, I played Nuclear. That one was good. I like that one. Um, fuck. When did I play it? I've probably forgotten other ones too. This is why I always need to immediately do it because I'll just forget. I'll forget that. There's a Nuclear Blaze. Did I put it in October? Did I play it in October? Maybe I did publish it right away. I'm just gonna set it as October 1st. Shit, man, I forgot. God. Well, thank you for reminding me. I mean, last year got to remind me of like 10 games. Yeah, sometimes I'll just play something. I'll get caught up and get ready to go to bed or something. I could check my game fly. Yeah, maybe I can see there. Yeah, the problem with YouTube is I don't always upload those the day I finish them. The video is uploaded on October 12th, but I might be off. I kind of like to put the actual date when I like do these just for my own curiosity. But yeah, I think that might be as close as I can get. Probably right. Because they sent it to me on September 9th. I sent it back September 25th. So, oh no, not September, August. August, probably August 24th. So, and I uploaded the VOD 2 months later. That fit. That's usually how long it takes for the VOD to expire. Well, thank you for mentioning that. Completely. Yeah, the 24th. It was during the Armored Core thing. No wonder. Nuclear Blaze. Action platformer. PS2 would be, I don't know, PS5. Release date. October 18th. Okay. Jeez, yeah, I totally forgot. Thank you. I wonder sometimes if I do add these and they just don't pop in colors. Okay. Well, cool. Yeah. I'll put Nuclear Blaze on good. I don't know if it was best for me, but I liked it, man. So yeah, add another one on the list, bros. This here's a lot of games. Yeah, it felt kind of like it was gonna be a linear game, just like a vanilla action shooter. But I really liked that. It kind of was doing something different. So if you guys don't know what Nuclear Blaze is, it is this game where you are like a little firefighter. So it's like a kind of puzzle platforming action firefighting game where you need to kind of like jump around these environments and kind of think of the order. Oh yeah, the trailer. Good call. Closed out of that window. Let me. We could do it. Let's get that trailer going. Um. Yeah, I totally forgot. But yeah, so Nuclear Blaze is you being this little firefighter dude and having to actually kind of like sort of puzzle out and kind of be quick in action and reflexive about how you go about firefighting. So like it's gonna keep spreading back to areas, so you need to kind of like go at it in a certain order or cut it off at like the source. Opening like doors and stuff like that, it'll make you like get knocked back and stuff. All sorts of goofy explosions and shit like that. I actually played through it twice. Because there's like a special hard mode. Um, did I play it all the way through twice? Maybe I kind of just did. It's not a super long game. Um, but yeah, it's got like a special like redux kind of like harder mode with more crazy stuff going on and different mechanics. They give you a lot of the mechanics during halfway through, immediately, which is really cool. But yeah, is it made by the Dead Cells people? I don't remember exactly. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I think I did. Dude, well, I mean, this was pretty cool, man. What's the problem, man? Look, man, I was spent on Zero Ranger, right? I was spent. We'll come back eventually. I was in the middle of Armored Core too. It was a good break. This was a good break. Yeah, man, I'm surprised I forgot. There's probably a few games I've missed here that aren't on my list. If there's anything you guys are like really want to hear about or want to chit chat with me about, or you know, you just remember, by all means. I thought I nailed them all. Totally forgot. I don't think it'd be many. No, got this. Yeah, this one I could definitely understand as surprises. When you just look at it, right, it looks kind of like a typical action platformer, but the fire extinguishing thing is a cool idea. It's different. You have to think about things differently. It's a cool mix of puzzle and solid, man. Solid. Good. Yeah. What else we got on here? What else did I want to blab about? We had our good games, the surprises, the best games. I kind of said which ones I really liked. Or I saved the animals. Yeah, I did. Not worth the time lost, maybe. But this game's different. I did get all of those. Yeah. Bunnies, was it? Were they bunnies? What were they? I had the little extra ending thing going on. No, they're cats, right? Yeah, cats. That's right. I was just playing a game with Bunny, so Bunny brain. Well, I think that's about it. Um, I'd say this year was pretty good. Um, in terms of actual releases, not too many more than usual. I would say that I'm, um, well, a bit. I would say a bit more releases that I think are actually good than I usually play. And I was pretty jacked into the releases this year. Um, didn't get to play everything. For how many games I thought were actually really good this year, not really that many changed from how many released, and most of them are indie. But there's a surprising amount of um, AAA in here, more than I'd expect. Well, kinda. So I mean, there's games I played this year that were AAA that kind of were talked about, like Cyberpunk, weren't really this year's. Didn't include those. Yeah, usually every year there's something like 10 games that actually released that year that I'm like, wow, these are actually really cool. And this was no different, really. Um, but I just happened to play on the backlog a lot of really cool shit and a lot of stuff that technically released this year that was like ports and remasters. That's kind of the sad thing, right? Is like we're getting stuff like Witch on the Holy Night and the Legend of Heroes and you know, Chaos Head Noah and all that shit, and it's like, oh, I forgot to add this. Or did I? No. Wait, is it? Hmm. What? There's one more on there. Oh, two more on there. I forgot to add that too. Whoopsies. Okay, no, there's a few more on there. I just didn't add them all. They're getting too chatty. I think that's it though. I think I just forgot those last two. I'm super tired. 15 hours again. Yeah, I think overall it's a pretty good year. I think for the industry and stuff. Well, there's a lot of big games that came out. Um, a lot of indies that were pretty high profile, which is always nice to see. Not always the ones I wish that were. See the stars and stuff. Like, yeah, I hope they do well. They seem like good folks, but I do wish that a bit more stuff like your Void Strangers got a bit more attention. But as far as triple A's, it wasn't too bad this year. Cyberpunk being cleaned up, Baldur's Gate, Armored Core 6. There's some really bad dog shit that was really boring. Like Jedi Survivor. Stalin's on the list. Yeah, I put that as good. I liked it. It didn't go much higher than that. Solid one. Yeah, so decent amount of actual, somewhat visionary, kind of cool AAA's. The usual amount of dog shit like Spider-Man and all that. Survivor. I went through a lot of those, but there's cool stuff overall. On a personal level, I got to play a lot of classics I hadn't played yet, like Baldur's Gate 2 and the Hitman series and some more Stalkers, and continued my Legend of Heroes stuff, and that was really neat. It's cool kind of going through some old stuff for some recommendations like that and actually pan out to be really good. Yeah. I it was a pretty good year overall. A lot of people consider this like a pretty godly year. I think for the full breadth of indies, it is for sure. I think in the AAA world, it's better than average, but not anywhere it could be. Still very sterile, still very homogenized, still very low risk taking, still a lot of remasters and remakes. Probably worse than usual in a lot of ways. Also, the industry, the layoffs have been pretty shit. Kind of, a lot of these people making a lot of these games probably are fucking laid off. Their studios are closed at this point, which is not a fun thing. With the Embracer funding falling through, with just layoffs in general in tech and in games kind of getting around. Most studios, a lot of studios are losing like 10-20% of their people and shit, some more. So it's gonna be one of those things. One of these years down the line, it's probably gonna be a pretty slow year as a lot of these companies start to kind of bleed people, and probably I'd imagine you lose that many people. The people left aren't gonna be putting out the best stuff. So I think it's more affecting, I'd imagine, live service stuff. I know like Bungie got hit pretty hard, and Embrace or anything for them. So Time Splitters 3 is dead, stuff like that. I'm sure new Tomb Raiders are dead and Deus Ex dead. So devs like Beamdog. First in the game dev, go for it. You gotta start somewhere. Why not? You can make the next. You can be the next Actronic. Make some insane fucking programming game. Melt my brain. I need to play some Zachtronic. I only played Space Gym, and I never beat it. But yeah, so kind of iffy on some of the industry stuff. I think things like the VGAs and stuff this year were kind of fucked. I think there's some interesting cautionary tales on hype cycles this year, with Starfield, how opinion can be swayed so quickly, and after just playing like a good 10-20 hours of a game beyond the opening. Kind of an interesting one you're going to be talking about. I think the goodwill of Bethesda kind of disappearing, the Activision Blizzard purchase, that's a big deal. I mean, the homogenization and the risk taking, that's all very different. I mean, when everything is bought by like one big company. So that was this year too. We'll see how that plays out in the long run. It's not that Activision Blizzard was really doing a whole lot of good stuff anyways. I mean, Call of Duty was supposed to be horrible this year. I mean, it's not like, I mean, D4 was okay, but I'm curious what Microsoft's going to do with a lot of those IPs and stuff. They've got a bigger hold in mobile game now that they own King, so that's a big thing. Like I said, remakes are still huge. I feel like it's a huge risk right now with so much potential. I feel like apparently it's always been a risk. I mean, it would always probably be one, yeah. Very competitive. There's bazillions of games that are really godly and visionary and stuff that come out that just nobody even knows about. I know niche, advertising. Wow. I mean, gotta be good too. like it's competitive in a quality way as much as like a creative way in the indie world. And yeah, making games solo is pretty hardcore. It's awesome. I mean, stuff like Chained Echoes is pretty much solo. Like Void Stranger's just two people, one person does the music. Definitely possible. But it'd be awesome. That's how awesome stuff's made. They go for. But yeah, that's the thing is there's a lot. Like I try to see all sorts of shit, but so many bazillions are not making it right. Who do just put out some shit. You know, they might have put all their effort into it, but it's just not good, or it's just maybe didn't hit right for enough people. Scorn, was that last year? Okay, whew. I was like, don't tell me that's fucking this year. I put it in one of the worst games of that year. I really like the H.R. Geiger visuals. Um, I think they really capture that feel. It maybe wasn't quite as sexual as Geiger's usual shit, but it was kind of there. That like sexual biomechanic thing going on. I like that it was very bleak and ended on a very bleak note by the end of it. But it's more of an art game. It's not really fun. That they even try to have like shooting and gameplay and stuff was kind of more of a drag. And then they put in like really typical like cookie cutter gamey puzzles, but try to put like Geiger art around them to make it seem interesting. It was kind of more just sad than anything. Um, uh, it was. It's a game that's worth seeing if you like what you see of the art, the front. It's worth playing on that front, but it's not a very interesting, fun, entertaining game. It doesn't have really even much of like an actual story. It just has a cool few notes in it. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Atmosphere good, gameplay suck, and it suck enough that it kind of makes the whole thing suck. It's more notable or unique than a lot of dog shit, right? Like I couldn't recommend you play like Kong, but it's like for a bad game, Scorn's worth checking out. There's something there, right? That's kind of where the notable category comes in for me. Like there's something there. It's just the whole pie. Yeah. What else happened this year? Oh yeah, another tale in the we fixed our game chapter. There's also a million apologies this year, I think, too. Stuff like Gollum shutting studios down, all that kind of crap. But yeah, stuff like Cyberpunk kind of coming out and becoming decent, getting this like resurgence popularity from anime and from putting out a solid enough final pack. So a lot of stuff happened this year. Um, more Mario movies, a bunch of Netflix fucking goddamn adaptations of stuff. More multimedia branching out with all sorts of IPs that you'd expect and maybe not expect. Mario's like, I mean, they've done it before, but a lot of stuff like that kind of all came out. It was a pretty busy year. A lot of games. Um, I feel bad for a lot of these indies that are really good, even more so this year, because there's just so much stuff that got lost in the sea. I think this is a lot of year where a lot of people probably did just play a lot of big triple and kind of get away with just playing a lot of triple A's this year. There's a lot of decent ones. They're pretty well advertised. Um, while it was an excellent year for indies, I feel like even some of your godly ones like Void Stranger just end up, really just falling with crack probably. You get some that get cool shadow marketing like Hi-Fi Rush that kind of bank off of untraditional stuff like that, and the power of Game Pass has definitely given a lot of legs to indies that get on it. It's the ease of being able to play them, and of course the Microsoft PR. Yeah. Anyways, I guess that's about it. I feel like I should have some like send off. Maybe I'll make a send off next time. I appreciate you guys coming out and watching it. I'm like super tired. My voice is dead, but yeah, Cult of the Lamb is popular and it's super fucking weak. That's pretty lame. But the thing is, I feel like Cult of the Lamb's probably not something you're gonna be talking about in like 3 or 4 years. But I think Void Stranger's always gonna. It's one of those that feels like an all timer. Right? Like you'll always talk about it, and it'll be rumbling everywhere for long. It's very unique. Where I feel like Cult of the Lamb was always kind of like a play response type of thing. So, but yeah, thank you guys for coming out. If you want to talk about anything else, keep hitting me. I mean, my voice will survive. Of course, I'll be streaming next year. I'll be streaming every year. Hopefully, I just like doing it. I appreciate you guys chit chatting with me all year. Um, it's fun playing the games. It's fun talking. But of course, talking to people and having a place to actually discuss things and minded souls makes it a lot more interesting. Makes it really awesome. That's why it's kind of something I find to be, I guess, my passion. I really like talking to people and streaming and playing games and stuff. But digging into them a bit, kind of really getting into the industry stuff. Um, yeah, I don't really have any like resolutions. Improve speaking ability, sound less pretentious. Maybe try to do some fun events. Yeah. Um, I think the trailers were a good idea this year. Have a little something so you guys can kind of see what each game's about. Most probably. It didn't take that. It took a few 3 or 4 hours to put them all in there, so it wasn't a big deal. Maybe we'll up the production again next year too. But yeah, cool year, man. Overall, was pretty good. Play another big one next year. We'll see. The January's got a lot of stuff. Not the first couple weeks, but the last couple do. And then February's packed. We'll be playing stuff that came out this year, like Talos Principle 2 and all that kind of stuff. All sorts of shit, man. There's quite a bit. That'll be that'll be neat. February will be pretty packed. First game next year is going to be probably Tactic Ogre Reborn. Um, Prince of Persia Warrior Within and Two Thrones will be coming soon after that. Because the new Prince of Persia game, the 2D kind of action one's coming out on the 18th. Another Code R will be doing that VN sort of. Also, the new Yakuza is coming out. We'll see if I've shaken the Yakuza-itis by then. FF7 Remake Part 2 is February 29th. So, the end of February. That'll be pretty cool. I'm looking forward to that. We'll see. I'm very curious if Nomura is gonna go ape shit on that or if it's gonna be. Yeah. Anyways. Thank you guys for listening to my very indulgent 30 hours, 31 hours this year. It's like almost twice as long last time. There's a lot more stuff, but there was a lot of hot, big discussion kind of games. Maybe I'm just being too long winded this year too. I feel like I was be a little more concise, but a lot of big games, a lot of big conversations. Um, but yeah, I remember even what I was saying. So thank you guys for coming out. I will see you guys next year in like 8 or 9 hours. I might have some stuff to do tomorrow, but after that, maybe 12. I don't know. I slept a lot. I've been kind of finally getting a little extra sleep. Yeah, thank you guys for making the stream fun. And thank you guys for who gifted subs, gifted bits, who just came out and talked and lurked. I always feel kind of weird on these because I'm just kind of chatting and reviewing stuff for myself. It's cool that anybody feels like, they have something to chime in with or just like hanging out. So, yep, on to the next year. Have a good one, folks, and good night.